The people decorated their respective houses, which were already full of blessings. The lanes were sprinkled over with water, mixed with the fourfold pastes of sandal, saffron, musk, and camphor, and the squares in front of their houses were filled in with tasteful designs. Collected here and there troops of ladies, all brilliant as the lightning, with the moon-like face and eyes resembling those of the fawn, and beauty enough to rob love's consort Ratiji of her pride, and who had practiced all the 16 kinds of female adornment, sang auspicious strains with voice so melodious that the female cuckoo was put to shame on hearing the sweet sound. How is the king's palace to be described? The pavilion set up there would dazzle the whole universe. Various articles of good omen and charming in appearance were displayed, and a number of kettle drums were sounded. Here were panegrates singing the family glory, and here were brahmanas chanting the Vedas, while pretty women caroled festive songs, many times repeating the names of Ramji and Sitaji. There was an excess of joy all around. While the palace was too small to contain it, it seemed, therefore, as if it were overflowed on all sides. What poet can describe the splendor of Dasharatha's palace in which Ramji, the crest jewel of all divinities, had taken birth? The king next called Bharat and said, "Go and prepare the horses, elephants, chariots, and start at once in procession for Ram's marriage." The two brothers were thrilled to hear this command. Bharat sent for the officers in charge of the stables and issued necessary instructions. The latter rose in joy and hastened to execute the orders. They equipped the horses with gorgeous saddles. Gallant steeds of different colors stood there in their majesty. They were all beautiful and surpassingly swift-footed. They trod the ground as lightly as though it were red-hot iron. They belonged to the different breeds, which were more than one could tell. They would fly in the air, as it were, outstripping the wind itself. Gallant princes, who were of the same age as Bharat, mounted them. The princes were all handsome and adorned with jewels, and had a bow and arrow in their hands, and a well-equipped quiver fastened at their side. They were elegant, blithesome youths, chosen and skilled warriors all, and with each knight were 2 footmen, clever at swordplay. The champions, who were all staunch in fight and had taken a vow of chivalry, sallied forth and halted outside the city. The clever fellows put their steeds through the various paces and rejoiced to hear the clash of tabor and drum. The charioteers had made their cars equally gorgeous with flags and banners, gems and ornaments. They were also provided with elegant chauris and tinkling bells, and outdid in splendor the chariot of the sun god. The king owned numberless horses, and with dark ears, which the charioteers yoked to their chariots. They were all beautiful and looked so charming with their ornaments that even sages would be enraptured at the sight. They skimmed the surface of the water even as dry land, and would not sink even hoop deep. So marvelous was their speed. Having provided the chariots with missiles and weapons and every other equipment, the charioteers called their masters. Mounting the chariots of processionists began to collect outside the city. On whatever errand one went, each was greeted by auspicious omens. On magnificent elephants were mounted splendid seats with canopies wrought in a manner beyond all description. Elephants in drut, adorned with clanging bells, headed like beautiful rumbling clouds in the rainy month of Shravana, roughly corresponding to August. There were various kinds of other vehicles, such as charming palanquins, sedans, etc., on which rode companies of noble brahmanas. incarnations, as it were, of all the hymns of Vedas. Genealogies, bards, panegyrists, and rhapsodists too rode on vehicles appropriate to their respective rank, while mules, camels, and oxen of various breeds carried on their backs commodities of innumerable kinds. Millions of porters marched with burdens slung across their shoulders. Who could enumerate the varieties of goods they carried? Crowds of servants also proceeded on the journey, equipping themselves in their own way and forming batches of their own. Each had boundless joy in his heart, and a thrill ran through the bodies of all. They whispered to one another, "When shall we feast our eyes on the two heroes, Ramji and Lakshman?" The elephants trumpeted and their bells clanged with a terrific din. On all sides there was a creaking of wheels and a neighing of horses. The clash of kettle drums would drown the peal of thunder. No one could hear one's own words, much less of others. At the entrance of the king's palace there was such an enormous crowd that a stone thrown there would be trodden into dust. Women viewed the sight from housetops, carrying festal lights in salvers used on auspicious occasions, and caroled melodious strains of various kinds in an ecstasy of joy beyond description. Then Sumanta, King Dasharatha's own charioteer and trusted counselor, got ready a pair of chariots and yoked them with steeds that would outturn even the horses of the sun god, and brought them in all their splendor before the king. Their beauty was more than goddess Shardaji could describe. One of them was equipped with the royal paraphernalia, while the other was a mass of splendor and shone brightly. This magnificent chariot the king joyfully caused Vasishthaji to mount, and then himself ascended the other, with his thoughts fixed on Lord Hara, his preceptor Vasishthaji, goddess Gauri, and the god Ganesha. In the company of Vasishthaji, the king shone forth as Indra, the lord of celestials, by the side of his preceptor Brahaspati. After performing all the rites sanctioned by family usage or prescribed by the Vedas, and seeing everyone fully equipped for the journey, he sallied forth to the blast of the conch shell after receiving the permission of his preceptor, and with his thoughts fixed on Sri Ramji. The immortals rejoiced to see the marriage procession and rained down flowers full of auspicious blessings. There was a confused din of horses neighing, elephants trumpeting, and music playing both in the heavens and in the procession. Human and celestial dames alike sang festal melodies, while clarinets played in sweet accord. There was an indescribable clamor of bells, both large and small. The footmen leaped and danced, displayed exercises of various kinds. Jesters, proficient in pleasantry and expert in singing melodious songs, practiced all kinds of buffoonery. Gallant princes made their steeds curvet to the measured beat of the tabors and kettle drums. Accomplished dancers noted with surprise that they never made a step out of time. The splendor of the marriage of procession was more than one could describe. Fair and auspicious omens occurred. The blue-necked jay picked up food on the left and announced, as it were, all good fortune. On a fair field in the right appeared a crow, and a mongoose was seen by all. A soft, cool, and fragrant breeze was blowing in favorable directions. A blessed, unwidowed woman appeared with a pitcher and a child in her arms. A fox turned round and showed himself again and again, and a cow suckled its calf in front of the procession. A herd of deer came round to the right, as if good omens appeared in visible form. A Brahmani kite promised great blessings, and a Shama bird was observed on an auspicious tree to the left. A man bearing curds and fish and two learned brahmanas, each with a book in his hand, came from opposite direction. All kinds of blessed and auspicious omens and those conducive of desired results occurred all at once as if to fulfill themselves. Auspicious omens easily occur to him who has God with form as his own son. In the marriage which was going to take place, the bridegroom was no other than Sri Ramji, and Sitaji herself was the bride. With the pious Dasharatha and Janaka were the parents of the bridegroom and the bride respectively. Hearing of this marriage, all good omens danced and said, "It is now that the Creator has justified us." In this way, the procession set forth amidst the neighing of horses, the trumpeting of elephants, and the clash of kettle drums. Learning that the chief of the solar race, King Dasharatha, was already on the way, King Janaka had the rivers bridged and got beautiful rest houses erected at different stages, which vied in magnificence with the city of immortals, Amravati, and in which members of the bridegroom's party were supplied with excellent food, beds, clothing, each according to his own taste. Finding ever new pleasures agreeable to themselves, all the members of the bridegroom's party forgot their own home. When it was learned that the procession of the bridegroom's party was approaching and the tempestuous clash of the kettle drums was heard, a deputation went out to receive it with elephants, chariots, footmen, and horses duly equipped. Jars of gold full of sweet and cold drinks, and trays and salvers and beautiful dishes of various kinds laden with confections of indescribable variety and delicious as ambrosia, with luscious fruit and many other delightful articles were sent as an offering by King Janaka in his joy. The king also sent ornaments, wearing apparel, valuable gems of every variety, birds, antelopes, horses, elephants, vehicles of every description, charming aromatic substances of an auspicious nature, and various articles of good omen, and a train of porters marched with their loads of curds, parched rice, and presents of endless variety slung across their shoulders. When the deputation saw the bridegroom's party, their mind was filled with rapture, and a thrill ran through their frame. Seeing the deputation equipped in every way, the members of the bridegroom's party had their drums beaten in great joy. A batch from each side joyfully marched at a gallop in order to meet each other, and the two parties met as two oceans of bliss that had transgressed their bounds. Celestial damsels rained down flowers and sang, while the glad gods sounded kettle drums. The members of the deputation placed all the offerings before King Dasharatha and supplicated him with an affectionate address. The king lovingly accepted everything and distributed the offerings as presents among his own people, or bestowed them as alms on the beggars. After due homage, reverence, and courtesy, the deputation conducted the bridegroom's party to the lodgings set apart for them. Gorgeous clothes were spread as carpets for the royal guests to tread upon, on seeing which Kubera, the god of wealth, was no longer proud of his wealth. Magnificent were the quarters assigned to the bridegroom's party, which provided every kind of comfort for each guest. When Sitaji learned that the bridegroom's party had arrived in the city, she manifested her glory to a certain extent. By her very thought, she summoned all the siddhis, miraculous powers personified, and dispatched them to wait upon the king and his party. Hearing Sitaji's command, they repaired to the guests' apartments, taking with them every kind of riches, comforts, as well as the enjoyments and luxuries of heaven. Each member of the bridegroom's party found in his own apartment all the enjoyments of heaven ready at hand in every way. No one, however, had an inkling of the mystery behind this untold splendor. Everyone sang Janaka's praises. Ramji alone recognized Sitaji's influence and was glad at heart to discern her love. When the two brothers heard of their father's arrival, they could not contain themselves for joy, but were too modest to speak to their Guru, though their heart longed to see their sire. Vishwamitraji felt much gratified at heart to perceive this great humility. In his joy, he pressed the two brothers to his bosom. A thrill ran through his limbs, while tears rushed to his eyes. They proceeded to the guest apartments where King Dasharatha was, as though a lake sought to visit a thirsty soul. When the king saw the sage coming with the two princes, he rose in joy and advanced to meet them like a man who feels his footing in an ocean of bliss. The king prostrated himself before the sage, placing the dust of the latter's feet on his head again and again. Kaushika pressed the king to his bosom, blessed him, and inquired after his welfare. When King Dasharatha saw the two brothers prostrating themselves, he could not contain himself for joy. Pressing the boys to his bosom, he allayed the unbearable pangs of separation and looked like a dead body retorted to life. Ramji and Lakshman then bowed their head at Vasishtaji's feet, and the great sage embraced them in the ecstasy of love. The two brothers next saluted all the Brahmanas and in turn received their welcome blessings. Bharat and his younger brother Shatrughan greeted Ramji, who lifted them and embraced them. Lakshman rejoiced to see the two brothers, Bharat and Shatrughan, and as he embraced them, his limbs were throbbing with emotion. The most gracious and unassuming Lord greeted everyone else, including the citizens, attendants, kinsmen, beggars, ministers, and friends in a manner befitting the rank of each. The sight of Sri Ramji was so soothing to the guests. The ways of love are beyond description. Beside the king, his 4 sons looked like incarnations, as it were, of the 4 ends of human endeavor: riches, religious merit, etc. The people of the city were delighted beyond measure to see King Dasharatha with his sons. The gods rained down flowers and beat their drums. The nymphets of heaven danced and sang. Satanand, King Janaka's family preceptor, and the other Brahmanas and ministers of state, as well as the genealogists, minstrels, jesters, and rhapsodists who formed the deputation and paid due honor to the king and his party and returned with their permission. The bridegroom's party had arrived earlier than the day fixed for the wedding. There was great rejoicing in the city on this account. Everyone enjoyed transcendent bliss and prayed to the Creator that the days and nights might be lengthened. Ramji and Sitaji are the perfection of beauty, and the 2 kings, Dasharath and Janak, are the perfection of virtue. Thus would observe the men and women of the city wherever they happen to meet. Vaidehi, Sitaji is the incarnation of Janak's merit, and Ramji is Dasharath's virtue personified. No one has worshipped Shivji with such devotion as these 2 kings, nor has anyone obtained such a reward as they have. No one has equalled them in this world, nor is there anyone to equal them anywhere, nor shall be. We are all storehouses of all kinds of merits in that we have been born in this world as residents of Janak's capital. Who is so highly blessed as we, who have beheld the beauty of Janaki-ji and Ramji? And we will witness Sri Ramji's wedding and shall thereby richly reap the benefit of our eyes. Damsels with voice as sweet as the notes of the cuckoo whispered to one another. O bright-eyed friends, We shall gain much by this union. By our great good luck, Providence has ordained things well. The two brothers shall often delight our eyes. Time after time, out of affection, Janakji will send for Sitaji, and the two brothers, charming as millions of cupids put together, will come to take her back. There will be hospitality of every kind. Who, dear one, would not love to stay at such a father-in-law's? On each such occasion, all the people of the city will be happy to behold Sri Ramji and Lakshman. King Dasharat, my friends, has brought with him two other lads exactly resembling the pair of Ramji and Lakshman. One dark, the other fair, but both charming of every limb, so declare all those who have seen them. Said another, I saw them today. It appeared to me as though the Creator had fashioned them with his own hands. Bharat is an exact copy of Ramji. No man or woman could distinguish them at first sight. Lakshman and Shatrughan are indistinguishable from each other, peerless in every limb from head to foot. The four brothers attract the mind but cannot be described in words, for they have no match in all the three worlds, says Tulsidas ji. They have no comparison anywhere, so declare the poets and wise men. Oceans of strength, modesty, learning, amiability and beauty, they are their own compeers. Spreading out the skirt of their garment as a beggar would while asking for alms, all the women of the city made entreaties to their Creator. May all the four brothers be married in this city, and may we sing charming nuptial songs. Said the damsels to one another, with fears in their eyes and the hair on their body standing erect. Friends, the slayer of the demon Tripura will accomplish everything. The two kings are of such boundless merit. In this way, they all prayed, and a flood of joy inundated their heart. The princes who had come as Sitaji's suitors rejoiced to see the four brothers and returned each to his own home, extolling Sri Ramji's widespread spotless fame. Thus, a few days elapsed to the delight alike of the citizens and all the members of the bridegroom's party. At length, the blessed day of the wedding arrived. It was the delightful month of Margashish and the beginning of the cold season. Having carefully examined and determined the propitious nature of the planets, date, asterism, the conjunction of the stars, the day of the week and the hour of the wedding, the Creator dispatched the note concerning the hour of the wedding through Naradji. It was just the same that Janakji's astrologer had already determined. When all the people heard of this, they observed, the astrologers of this place are so many creators as it were. The most auspicious and sacred hour before sunset, which is the time when cows generally return home from pasture and is consequently marked by the clouds of the dust raised by the hoof, arrived. Perceiving propitious omens, the Brahmanas apprised King Videha of its approach. The king asked the family priest Satanand, "What is the cause of delay now?" Satanand then summoned the ministers, who came equipped with all auspicious articles. A number of conches, drums and tabors sounded. Festal vases and articles of good omen, such as curds, turmeric and blades of durva grass, were displayed. Graceful women whose husbands were alive sang songs, and holy Brahmanas murmured Vedic texts. In this manner, they proceeded to invite the bridegroom's party with due honor and called at the latter's lodgings. When they witnessed King Dasharat's glory, Indraji, the Lord of Celestials, looked very small to them. "The hour has come. Be good enough to start now," they submitted. At this, the drums gave a thundering beat. After consulting his preceptor and going through the family rites, King Dasharat sallied forth with a host of sages and holy men. Witnessing King Dasharath's good fortune and glory and believing their birth as fruitless, Brahmaji and other gods began to extol him with 1,000 tongues. The gods perceived that it was a fit occasion for happy rejoicings. Hence they rained down flowers and beat their drums. Shivji, Brahmaji and hosts of other gods mounted aerial cars in several groups. Their frames thrilling over with emotion and their hearts overflowing with joy, they proceeded to witness Sri Ramji's wedding. The gods felt so enraptured to see Janak's capital that their own realms appeared to them as of small account. They gazed with amazement at the wonderful pavilion and all the different works of art, which were of a transcendental character. The people of the city, both men and women, were so many minds of beauty, well-formed, pious, amiable, and wise. In their presence, all the gods and goddesses appeared like stars in a moonlight night. The Creator Brahmaji was astounded above all, for nowhere did he find his own handiwork. Shivji admonished all the gods, saying, "Be not lost in wonder. Calmly ponder in your heart that it is the wedding of Sitaji and the hero of Raghu's race, at the very mention of whose name all evil is uprooted and the four ends of human existence are brought within one's grasp. Such are Sitaji's and Ramji's," said the destroyer of Cupid, Shankarji. In this way, Shambhuji admonished the divinities and then spurred on his noble bull. The gods beheld Dasharathji marching with his heart full of rapture and the hair on his body standing erect. The assemblage of holy men and Brahmanas accompanying the king appeared like joys of incarnate ministering to him. By his side shone forth the four handsome princes, incarnations as it were of the four types of final beatitude. The gods were greatly inspired with love to see two lovely pairs, one possessing the hue of emeralds and the other of golden hue. They were particularly delighted at heart to see Ramji, and extolling the king, they rained down flowers on him. As Umaji and the slayer of the demon Tripura gazed again and again at Sri Ramji's charming beauty from head to foot, the hair on their bodies stood erect and their eyes were bedewed with tears. His swarthy form possessed the glow of a peacock's neck, while his bright yellow raiment outshone the lightning. Wedding ornaments of every kind, all auspicious and graceful in every way, adorned his person. His countenance was as delightful as the moon in a cloudless autumnal night, while his eyes put to shame a blooming pair of lotuses. The elegance of his form was transcendent in all its details, though captivating the soul, it defied description. Besides him shone forth his lovely brothers, who rode coveting their restive steed. The other princes too displayed the pace of their horses, and the family bards recited the glories of their line. Even the king of birds, Garuda, blushed for shame to note the speed of the steed that Ramji bestrode. It was charming beyond description in every way. It seemed as though Cupid himself had taken the form of horse. It seemed as if Cupid himself had appeared with all his charm in the disguise of a horse for the sake of Sri Ramji, and fascinated the whole universe with its youth and vigor, form and virtues, as well as with its pace. A bejeweled saddle, thick set with beautiful pearls, gems, rubies, shone on his back. The exquisite band with small tinkling bells, and the lovely bridle dazed gods, men and sages alike. Marching with its mind completely merged in the Lord's will, the horse looked most beautiful, as though a cloud irradiated by stars, and the fitful lightning had mounted a peacock and made it dance. Even Shardaji is unable to describe the noble steed on which Sri Ramji rode. Shankarji was enamored of Sri Ramji's beauty and congratulated himself on his possessing as many as 15 eyes. When Sri Hari Vishnuji fondly gazed on Ramji, then he, along with Lakshmiji, were equally enchanted. Brahmaji too was delighted to behold Sri Ramji's beauty, but he felt sorry to think that he had only 8 eyes. The generalissimo of the heavenly host, the six-faced Kartikeya, exulted over the fact of his possessing half as many eyes again as Brahmaji. When the wise Lord of Celestials gazed on Sri Ramji with his 1,000 eyes, he thought Gautam's curse as the greatest blessing. All the gods envied Indraji and observed, "No one can vie with Indraji today." The whole host of heavenly beings rejoiced to behold Sri Ramji, and there was joy beyond measure in the court of both monarchs. There was great rejoicing in the court of both the kings, and a tempestuous clash of kettle drums on both sides. The gods rained down flowers, shouting in their joy, "Glory, glory, glory to the jewel of Raghu's rays." In this way, when it was known that the marriage procession was approaching, all sorts of music began to play, while Queen Sunainaji, Sitaji's mother, summoned married women whose husbands were alive and prepared with their help auspicious materials for the ceremony of waving lights round the bridegroom. Kindling lights of various kinds and collecting all other articles of good omen, a bevy of graceful women who possessed the charming gait of an elephant proceeded joyfully to perform the ceremony of waving lights round the bridegroom. They all had moon-like faces and eyes like those of gazelle. By the elegance of their form, they robbed Ratiji, love's consort, of all self-conceit. Attired in costly garments of various colors, they had adorned their person with all kinds of ornaments. They had further beautified all their limbs with auspicious materials and sang melodies that put to shame even a female cuckoo. Bracelets, small bells round their waistband, as well as anklets made a jingling sound as they moved, and even love's elephants blushed for shame to see their gait. All kinds of music played, and there were rejoicing both in the heavens and in the city. Shashiji, Indraji's consort, Shardaji, Ramaji, Bhavaniji, and other goddesses who were pure-hearted and clever by nature assumed the disguise of lovely women and joined the royal gymnasium. They sang in festal songs in a melodious voice, and as everyone was overcome with joy, no one could recognize them. Who should recognize whom when everyone in the gymnasium proceeded in an ecstatic joy to join the ceremony of waving lights round the bridegroom, who was no other than the Supreme Spirit incarnate. Melodious songs were being sung and kettle drums gently sounded. The gods rained down flowers and everything looked most charming. All the women were delighted at heart to behold the bridegroom, who was the fountain of joy. Tears of love rushed to their lotus-like eyes, and the hair on their pretty limbs stood erect. The joy which Sitaji's mother felt in her heart on beholding Sri Ramji's in the attire of a bridegroom was more than 1,000 Shardajis, and Seshas could not tell in 100 kalpas. Restraining her tears out of regard for the auspicious occasion, Queen Sunainaji performed the ceremony of waving lights with a gladdened heart, and duly completed all the rites prescribed by the Vedas as well as by family usage. The 5 kinds of music were being played, accompanied by 5 varieties of other sounds and festal songs. Carpets of different sorts were spread on the way. After waving lights, the queen offered water to Sri Ramji for washing his hands with, and the latter then proceeded to the pavilion. Dasharatji shone in all his glory with his followers. His magnificence put to shame the guardians of the different worlds. From time to time the gods rained down flowers, and the Brahmanas recited propitiatory texts appropriate to the occasion. There was such a great uproar in the heavens as well as in the city that no one could hear one's own words, much less of others. In this way, Sri Ramji entered the pavilion. After offering him water to wash his hands with, he was conducted to his seat. When Ramji was installed on the seat reserved for him, lights were waved round him, and everyone rejoiced to behold the bridegroom, scattering about him gems and raiments and ornaments in profusion, while women sang festal songs. Brahmaji and the other great gods witnessed the spectacle disguised as Brahmanas, and as they gazed on the beauty of Sri Ramji, who delighted Raghu's race, even as the sun brings joy to the lotuses, they regarded this privilege as the fulfillment of their life. Having gathered the offerings scattered about Sri Ramji, the barbers, torchbearers, family bards and dancers bowed their head and gladly invoked blessings on him with a heart overflowing with joy. Having observed every custom that derived its authority from the Vedas or from popular tradition, the two kings, Janakji and Dasharathji, embraced each other with great love. The two monarchs, while embracing each other, presented a glorious spectacle. Poets made repeated efforts to find a suitable analogy, but felt abashed at their failure. Finding no comparison anywhere, they felt baffled and concluded that the pair could be likened to themselves alone. The gods were enraptured to see the tie of love between the two kings, united by marriage alliance. Raining down flowers, they began to sing the glories of both. Ever since Brahmaji created the world, we have witnessed and heard of many a marriage. But it is only today that we have seen the pomp and grandeur on both sides, so well balanced in every respect, and the fathers of the bride and the bridegroom so well matched. Hearing the above voice from heaven, which was so charming yet so true, there was a flood of transcendent love on both sides. Unrolling beautiful carpets on the way and offering water to wash his hands with, Janakji himself conducted Dasharathji to the pavilion with all honor. The marvelous art of the pavilion and its charm captivated the heart of even sages. Yet, wise Janakji fetched and placed with his own hands thrones for all the honored guests. He worshipped the sage Vasishtaji as if he were his own family deity, and supplicating before him, receiving his blessings, while the supreme devotion with which he paid his homage to Kaushika was something too great for words. King Janakji gladly adored Vamdevji, another family preceptor of King Dasharath, and other rishis as well. He gave them all gorgeous seats and received blessings from all of them in return. Again, he paid divine honors to the king of Ayodhya, taking him to be the peer of Shivji and none other, and mentioning how his fortune and rank had been enhanced through relation with King Dasharathji. He made humble supplication to the latter and extolled him with joined palms. King Janakji worshipped all the members of the bridegroom's party with the same honor in every respect as he had paid to the bridegroom's father, and assigned appropriate seats to them all. How am I to describe with my own tongue the warmth of his feeling? Janakji honored the whole bridegroom's party with gifts, polite behavior, supplication, and sweet word. Brahmaji, Hariji and Haraji, the guardians of the 8 quarters of the world, and the sun god, all of whom had the knowledge of Sri Ramji's glory, disguised themselves as noble Brahmanas and witnessed the spectacle with great delight. Janakji worshipped them as on a par with gods, and though he recognized them not, assigned them exalted seats. Who should recognize and whom should one know when everyone had forgotten one's own self? As they gazed on the bridegroom, who was bliss personified, joy was diffused on both sides. The all-wise Ramji recognized the gods, worshipped them mentally, and assigned them seats of his own fancy. At the immortals were delighted at heart to perceive the congenial manners and gentle disposition of the Lord. The graceful eyes of all fondly drank in the beauty of Sri Ramchandraji's countenance with the utmost love and rapture, even as the kakura bird feeds on the moon's rays. Perceiving that the time of wedding had arrived, Vasishtji sent for Satmanji with all the honor due to him, and on hearing the call, the latter came with all reverence. "Kindly go and bring the bride quickly now." Receiving the sage's order, he gladly left. The wise queen with her associates was highly pleased to hear the priest's message. She sent for a few Brahman ladies and the elder ladies of the family, who performed the family rites and sang charming festal songs. The consorts of all the principal gods, who were disguised as mortal women, were all naturally lovely and in the prime of their youth. The ladies of Janak's household were delighted to see them, and even though none recognized them, the ladies held them dearer than their life. The queen honored them again and again, treating them on a par with Umaji, Ramji and Shardaji. After adorning Sitaji and forming a circle about her, they joyously conducted her to the pavilion. Equipping themselves with auspicious materials, Sitaji's companions and other ladies conducted her to the pavilion with due honor. Each of them was lovely of form and had practiced all the 16 forms of adornment and moved with the grace of an elephant in rut. At the sound of their melodious strains, the sages felt obliged to give up their meditation, and Lao's own cuckoos were abashed. Their ornaments for the toes and ankles and the charming bangles on their wrists produced a delightful sound, keeping tune with their songs. Sitaji, in her native loveliness, shone forth among the bevy of ladies as a charming personification of beauty in the midst of the graces. Sitaji's elegant form baffles all description. So poor is my wit and so surpassing her charm. When the members of the bridegroom's party saw Sitaji's approach, a veritable storehouse of beauty and spotless in every way, all greeted her from the core of their heart. At the sight of Janki, Ramji had his heart's desire fulfilled. King Dasharathji, with all his other sons, was filled with delight. The joy of their heart could not be expressed. The gods made obeisance and rained down flowers, while the sages uttered their benedictions, which were the source of all blessings. The songs that the ladies sang, combined with the sound of kettle drums, produced a loud symphony. Men and women both were lost in love and rejoicing. In this manner, Sitaji entered the pavilion, while great sages recited propitiatory texts in great joy. The two family preceptors performed all the religious rites and ceremonies and observed the family customs. Having observed the family customs, the gurus in great joy directed the Brahmanas to worship goddess Gauriji and her son Ganeshaji. The gods accepted the homage in visible form and gave their blessing with great delight. Whatever auspicious articles such as a mixture of honey, etc., the sages mentally sought at any particular moment. Attendants stood every ready with gold trays and pitchers full of that substance. The sun god himself lovingly pointed out the family usages, which were all scrupulously observed. Having thus caused Sitaji to worship the gods, the sages assigned her a beautiful throne. The mutual love with which Sitaji and Ramji regarded each other could not be perceived by anyone. It was beyond the reach of the best mind, intellect and speech. How then could the poet express it? While oblations were offered to the sacred fire, the fire god in person accepted the offerings with great delight, and the Vedas in the guise of Brahmanas directed the procedure of the nuptial ceremony. What words can describe the world-renowned queen consort of Janakji and Sitaji's mother? The Creator had exhausted in fashioning her all the bright glory, virtue, joy, and beauty. Perceiving the appropriate time, the great sages sent for her, and in response to their call, married women whose husbands were alive brought her with due honor. Queen Sukanyaji shone forth to Janakji's left, even as Menaji beside Himwanji, the mountain king. The king and queen joyfully brought and placed with their own hands gold vases and beautiful trays of jewels filled with holy, scented and auspicious water before Sri Ramji. The sages recited the Veda in joyous tones, and at the proper time flowers rained down from the heavens. The royal couple were enraptured to behold the bridegroom and began to wash his holy feet. They began to love Sri Ramji's lotus feet. Their whole frame was thrilled with emotion. The sounds of singing and kettle drums and shouts of victory in the heavens as well as in the city overflowed as it were in all directions. The lotus feet that ever sparkle in the lake of Shivji's bosom, by thinking of which even for once the mind gets purified and all the impurities of Kali Yuga are driven away, by whose touch the sage Gautam's wife, who was full of sin, attained salvation, whose nectar in the form of the river Ganga adorns Shambhuji's head and is declared by the gods as the holiest of the holy, and by resorting to which with their bee-like minds sages and mystics attain the goal of their liking. It is those very feet that the most lucky Janakji washed amidst shouts of victory from all corners. Joining the palms of the bride and the bridegroom, both the family priests recited the genealogy of the two families, and perceiving that the bridegroom had accepted the bride's hand, Brahmaji and the other divinities as well as men and sages were filled with delight. As the king and queen gazed on the bridegroom, who was the very fountain of joy, the hair on their bodies stood erect, while their heart was filled with rapture. And having gone through all the rites sanctioned either by the Vedas or by familiar usage, the glorious King Janakji gave his daughter to the bridegroom. As the Himwanji gave away Girijaji to the great Lord Shivji, and the deity presiding over seas bestowed Sri on Hari, so did Janakji give Sitaji to Ramji and thereby earned fair renown of an unprecedented character. King Videha, Janakji, was unable to make any supplication, since that Prince Sri Ramji of swarthy complexion had justified his name Videha by making him forget everything about his body. When oblations had been offered to the sacred fire with due rite, the ends of garments of the bride and the bridegroom were tied together as a token of their indissolute union, and the couple began to circumambulate the fire in order to show that the two had been united in the presence of the fire god as a witness. At the sound of the huzzas, the praises sung by the bards, the recitation of the Vedic texts, the din of the festal songs, and the beating of the kettle drums, the wise immortals rejoiced and rained down flowers from the trees of the paradise. The bride and the bridegroom performed the circumambulation with charming paces, while all present feasted their admiring gaze on the spectacle. The lovely couple was beyond description. Whatever compassion might be suggested would fall short of the reality. Lovely images of Ramji and Sitaji's were reflected on the pillars of the jewels and shone as if Love and his consort Ratiji witnessed Sri Ramji's matchless wedding appearing in numerous forms. Their curiosity and bashfulness were equally great. That is why they revealed themselves and went out of sight again and again. All the spectators were enraptured. Like Janakji, they forgot all about themselves. Joyously, the sages bade the bride and the bridegroom pace round the fire and accomplished all the rites, including the ceremonial gifts. Sri Ramji applied the vermilion to Sitaji's forehead, a sight the charm of which was altogether beyond description. It seemed as if with her lotus surcharged with reddish pollen, a serpent thirsting for nectar decorating the moon. Then Vasishthaji gave the direction, and the bride and the bridegroom sat together on the same seat. Sri Ramji and Princess Janaki-ji sat together on a costly seat, and King Dasharath-ji was glad of heart to see them. Joy thrilled along with his veins again and again as he perceived the wish-yielding tree of his meritorious deeds bear new fruits. There was rejoicing all over the universe. Everyone proclaimed that Sri Ramji's wedding had been accomplished. With one tongue, how could anyone describe in full the joy which knew no bounds? Then receiving Vasishthaji's order, Janakji sent for the other three princesses, Mandaviji, Shrutakirtiji and Urmilaji, each clad in a bride's attire. The eldest daughter of his younger brother, Kushaketu, who was an embodiment of goodness, virtue, joy and beauty, he gave in marriage to Bharat after performing every rite with love. Janaki-ji's younger sister, Urmilaji, whom he knew to be the crest jewel of charming girls, Janakji gave in marriage to Lakshmanji with all honor. Finally, the bright-eyed and fair-faced Princess Shrutakirtiji, who was a mine of all virtues and was well known for her beauty and amiability, the king gave to Ripusudan. When each pair of bride and bridegroom saw that they were well matched with each other, they felt shy, but rejoiced in their heart of hearts. Everyone joyfully applauded the beauty of each pair, while the gods rained down flowers. All the lovely brides with their handsome bridegrooms shone forth in the same pavilion as though the four states of consciousness, that is, waking, dream, sound sleep, and absorption into Brahmaji, with the face of the soul presiding over each, gleamed all at once in the heart of an individual. The king of Ayodhya was delighted to see his four sons with their brides, as though that jewel of monarchs had realized the four ends of life, that is, worldly riches, religious merit, sensuous enjoyment and liberation, along with the four princesses of their realization, that is, sacrificial performances, piety, practice of yoga and spiritual exercise. All the princes were married according to the same rites as have been described in the case of Sri Ramji's marriage. The richness of the dowry was beyond description. The whole pavilion was packed with gold and jewels. There were a number of shawls, linen and silk of various colors and designs, and of immense value. Elephants, chariots, horses, men servants and maid servants, and cows adorned with ornaments and vying with the cow of plenty, and many other things which were more than one could count and defied description. They alone who saw the dowry could have some idea of it. Even the guardians of the different realms regarded it with envy. The king of Ayodhya gladly accepted it all and gave to the beggars whatever they liked. Only that which was left was taken to the lodgings of the bridegroom's party. Then, with joined palms, Janakji honored the whole bridegroom's party and spoke in gentle tones. Having honored the whole bridegroom's party with courtesy, gifts, supplication and compliments, King Janakji joyfully paid his homage to and greeted the great sages after bestowing his loving attention on them. Bowing his head and invoking the gods, he addressed them all with joined palms. Gods and holy men seek one's love alone. Can the ocean be propitiated by offering as much water as can be held within one's palms? Again, with joined palms, Janakji and his younger brother Kushaketu submitted to the king of Kaushal in winning words full of affection, courtesy and sincerity. By our connection with you, O king, we have now been exalted in every respect, along with this kingdom and all that we possess. Pray look upon us both as your slaves, purchased without any consideration. Taking these girls as your handmaidens, foster them with your unremitting kindness. Pardon me my offense. It was too presumptuous on my part to have called you here. The ornament of the solar race, King Dasharatji, in his turn flooded the bride's father with all kinds of honor. The courtesy they showed to each other was past all telling, for their hearts overflowed with love. Hosts of gods rained down flowers, and King Dasharatji proceeded to the palace where he and his party had been lodged amidst the crash of kettle drums, shouts of victory, and the chanting of Vedic texts. There was much rejoicing both in the heavens and in the city. Then, receiving the orders from the chief of sages, Vashishtaji, the lovely companions of the brides conducted them along with the bridegrooms to the apartment where the guardian deities of the family had been installed for worship during the wedding days. Again and again did Sitaji gaze on Sri Ramji's and shrink out of modesty. Her heart, however, refused to shrink. Her charming eyes, full of love, outshone the fish. Ramji's swarthy form was naturally graceful. His beauty put to shame millions of cupids. Dyed with red lac, his lotus feet, which ever attracted the bee-like minds of sages, looked most lovely. His sacred and charming yellow loincloth outshone the rising sun as well as the lightning. The girdle round his waist together with the sweet-sounding small bells was soul enchanting. His long arms were adorned with beautiful ornaments. The yellow sacred thread greatly enhanced his charm, while the ring on his finger would ravish all hearts. Beautiful with all sorts of wedding ornaments, he looked most charming. His broad chest was adorned with appropriate ornaments. He had a yellow scarf with fringes of pearls and gems slung partly under his right armpit and partly across his left shoulder. He had a pair of lotus-like eyes and beautiful pendants dangling from the lobes of his ears, while his countenance was a storehouse of all comeliness. He had lovely eyebrows and a charming nose, while the sacred mark on his forehead was an abode of loveliness, and his head was adorned with a beautiful wedding crown which had auspicious pearls and gems strung together and woven into. Precious gems had been strung together and woven into the lovely wedding crown, and each of his limbs ravished the heart. At the sight of the bridegroom, Sri Ramji, the women of the city, as well as the pretty celestial ladies, all tore blades of grass in order to avert the evil eye. After scattering about his gems, raiment and ornaments, they waved lights around him and sang festal songs. The gods rained down flowers, while bards, panegyrists, and rhapsodists uttered his praises. Married women whose husbands were alive happily brought the brides and bridegrooms to the apartment reserved for the tutelary deities, and with festal songs they most lovingly began to perform customary rites. Goddess Gauriji herself taught Ramji how to offer a morsel of food to Sitaji, while Shardaji urged Sitaji to do likewise with Ramji. The whole gymnasium was absorbed in the delight of merrymaking. Everyone enjoyed the fruit of her birth. In the gems on her hand, Janki ji saw the reflection of Sri Ramji. The repository of beauty Hence, she dared not to move her arm or eyes for fear of losing sight of him. The rapture and love that characterized the gaiety and mirth of the occasion surpassed all telling. Sitaji's companions alone knew them. They escorted all the 4 charming couples to the palace assigned to King Dasharatji and his party. At that moment, blessings might be heard on all sides, and there was a great exultation in the city as well as in the heavens. Everyone exclaimed with delight heart, "Long live the 4 lovely couples!" Great yogis, siddhas, eminent sages and divinities sounded their kettle drums on beholding the Lord, and raining down flowers and crying, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" they gladly returned each to his own realm. Then all the 4 princes with their brides approached their father. It appeared at that time as if the lodgings of the bridegroom's party overflowed with beauty, felicity and joy. Then there was a banquet with rich variety of dishes, to which Janakji invited all the members of the bridegroom's party. Carpets of incomparable beauty were spread on the way as King Dasharatji sallied forth with his sons. The feet of all were reverently washed, and then they were seated on wooden seats according to their rank. Janakji laved the feet of Dasharatji, King of Ayodhya. His courtesy and affection were past telling. He then bathed Sri Ramji's lotus feet that are enshrined in the lotus-like heart of Shivji. Similarly, he washed with his own hands the feet of the other 3 brothers also, treating them on a par with Sri Ramji. King Janakji assigned an appropriate seat to each guest and sent for all the cooks for service. Leaves joined together so as to serve for plates were set before the guests with due reverence. Leaves which were made of precious stones and had been joined with gold pins. Clever and polite cooks passed round, and in a trice they served all with curry and boiled rice mixed with clarified butter extracted from cow's milk, all of which were pleasing and delicious and had been cooked with purity. Taking the 5 initial morsels as an oblation for the 5 vital airs, the guests commenced dining and were enraptured to hear songs full of raillery. Confections of various kinds, sweets as ambrosia and more delicious than one could describe, were served to them. Expert cooks then began to serve a variety of seasoned articles which were too numerous to be named. Of the 4 categories of food mentioned in the scriptures, that is, that which can be directly swallowed, that which must be masticated before it can be gulped, that which can be licked with the tongue, and that which can be sucked. Each comprised an indescribable variety of dishes. Similarly, there were seasoned dishes of various kinds, having 6 different flavors, each flavor being exhibited in numberless varieties. As the dinner was in progress, women railed in melodious strains at men and women both, mentioning each by name. Even raillery at an opportune time is agreeable and welcome. King Dasharatji and his whole party felt amused to hear it. In this way, the whole party dined, and in the end, they were all reverently supplied with water to rinse their mouth with. Offering betel leaves in due form, Janakji paid his homage to King Dasharatji and his company, and the crown of all monarchs, Dasharatji retired to his own apartments with a cheerful heart. Every day there was a new festival in the city. Days and nights passed like a moment. The jewel of King Dasharatji woke up at a very early hour, and mendicants began to sing his praises. As he gazed upon the princes with their beautiful brides, the rapture of his soul was beyond all telling. Having finished his morning routine, he called on his Guru with a heart full of exultation and love. Making obeisance to him and paying him his homage, the king with joined palms addressed him in a voice steeped as if were in nectar. Listen, O chief of sages, by your grace I have realized all my ambitions today. Now, summoning all the Brahmanas, O holy sir, present them with cows adorned with every way. On hearing these words, the preceptor applauded the king and then sent for the troops of sages. Then came Vamdevji, the celestial sage Naradji, Valmikiji, Jabaliji, Vishwamitraji, and hosts of other great sages given to austerities. The king threw himself upon the ground before them all and worshipped them with love, offered them seats of honor. Next, he sent for 4 lakhs of cows, all as gentle and beautiful as the cow of plenty, and adorning them all in every possible way, he gladly bestowed them upon the Brahmanas. The king supplicated them in many ways and said, "It is only today that I have attained the fruit of my existence." The delight of the solar rays was glad to receive their blessings, and then sent for beggars and bestowed on them according to their liking gold, wearing apparel, jewels, horses, elephants, and chariots. Singing the king's praises and saying, "Glory, glory, all glory to the Lord of the solar rays," they all went away. In this way, the rejoicing in connection with Sri Ramji's wedding was more than the 1,000-mouthed serpent king could not tell. Again and again, the king bowed his head at the feet of Kaushika and said, "All this joy, O chief of sages, is a gift of your gracious looks." King Dasharatji extolled in every way Janakji's affection, amiably, affluence, and doings. Every morning the king of Ayodhya asked leave to return home, but each time Janakji would lovingly detain him. The royal guest received greater and enhanced attentions from day to day and was entertained in 1,000 ways each day. The city witnessed a new rejoicing and festivity every day. No one liked Dasharatji's departure. In this way, a number of days passed as though members of the bridegroom's party were tied by a cords of love. The sages Kaushika and Satyanandaji then called on King Videhaji and advised him, saying, "Now you must let Dasharatji go, even though you may not be able to part with him out of love." "Very well, my lord," replied the king, and sent for his ministers, who came and bowed their heads, saying, "May you be victorious, may you long live." The king of Ayodhya longs to depart. Make this known in the gymnasium. At these words, the ministers, Brahmanas, courtiers, as well as the king himself were overwhelmed with emotion. When the people of the city heard that the bridegroom's party was leaving, they anxiously asked one another if it were a fact. When they learned that the departure of the guests was certain, they were all sad in the same way as lotuses get shriveled up in the evening. Provisions of the various kinds were sent to all those places where the bridegroom's party had halted while coming from Ayodhya. Dry fruits and confections of all kinds and other articles of food too, numerous to be mentioned, was sent by Janakji on the back of oxen and through numberless porters, along with a number of beautiful bedsteads. He also sent 1 lakh horses and 25,000 chariots, all decorated from top to bottom, 10,000 adorned elephants in rut, that put to shame the elephants guarding the 8 quarters. Besides, cartloads of gold, wearing apparel and jewels, and even so she-buffaloes, cows, and many other articles of various kinds. In this way, King Videha gave once more a dowry which was immeasurable and beyond all telling, and before which the wealth possessed by the lords of the different worlds looked small. Having got all the equipage arranged in the order mentioned above, Janakji had everything dispatched to Ayodhya. When the queens heard that the bridegroom's party was about to start, they all felt miserable, even as fish when faced with shortage of water. Again and again they took Sitaji in their lap and blessed and exhorted her in the following words. May you be ever beloved of your Lord, and may you live long with him. This is our blessing. Serve the parents of your husband and other elders, and do the bidding of your Lord according to his pleasure. In their excess of loves, Sitaji's clever companions too taught her the duties of a housewife in soft accents. The queens politely admonished all the other princesses too, and clasped them to their bosom again and again. And as the mothers embraced their daughters time and again, they exclaimed, Why did Brahmaji ever create a woman? That very moment did Ramji, the chief of the solar rays, gladly proceeded along with his brothers to Janakji's palace to take leave. The people of the city, both men and women, ran to see the four brothers, who were naturally lovely. Said one, They intend leaving today. King Videha has made all arrangements for their farewell. So let your eyes drink in their beauty. The four princes have been our most welcome guests. Who knows, friend, what virtuous deed we have performed, in return for which Providence has unexpectedly brought them before our eyes. Even as a young man should stumble on nectar, or he who has been starving all his life should be able to discover a wish-yielding tree, or as one of the damned in hell should attain to the abode of Sri Hariji, even so have we been blessed with their sight. Gaze on Sri Ramji's beauty and treasure. It is in your heart. Let your mind fondly cherish his image, even as a serpent loves the gem in the hood. Thus, delighting the eyes of all, the four princes were sent to the royal palace. The ladies of the Gynecium were transported with joy to behold the four brothers, who were oceans of beauty as it were, and the mothers-in-law, in their ecstatic mood, scattered gift and waved lights about the bridegrooms. Greatly moved at the sight of Sri Ramji's beauty, they affectionately fell at his feet again and again. Their heart being wrapped in love, the feeling of shyness had bid them adieu. How could their natural affection for their sons-in-law be described? After rubbing the body of Sri Ramji and his brothers with cosmetics, they were given bath and were most lovingly entertained with dishes containing the 6 flavors. Finding it a suitable opportunity, Sri Ramji spoke in accents full of amiability, affection and modesty. Our royal father intends leaving for Ayodhya and has sent us here to take leave of you. Therefore, mothers, grant us permission with a cheerful mind, and ever regard us with affection as your own children. The ladies of the Gynecium were distressed to hear these words. The mothers-in-law were too overwhelmed with emotion to speak a word. They clasped all the princes to their bosom, and while giving them to their lords, made humble submission to them. With humble submission, Queen Sunainaji committed Sitaji to Ramji, and with joined palms prayed again and again. I offer myself as sacrifice to you, my all-wise darling. You know what passes in my mind of all. May you know that Sitaji is dear as life itself to the whole family, nay, to the entire population of the city, much more to me and to her royal father. Therefore, considering her meekness and affection, O Lord of Tulsiji, treat her as your maidservant. You have your desires ever fulfilled. You are the crest jewel of the wise, and it is love alone that attracts you. You perceive only the good points of your devotees You eradicate their weaknesses and are an abode of mercy, Ramji." So saying, the queen remained clinging to his feet. It seemed as if her speech had been lost in the quicksands of love. On hearing her fine speech, which was full of affection, Sri Ramji honored his mother-in-law in ways more than one. While seeking her permission with joined palms, he made obeisance to her again and again. Having received her blessings, the Lord of Raghus bowed his head once more and then departed with his brothers. Treasuring up in their heart Sri Ramji's lovely and beautiful image, all the queens were overcome with emotion. Then recovering themselves, they called their daughters and embraced them again and again. They escorted to some distance and then embraced them once more. The love on both sides swelled to a considerable extent. While meeting their daughters again and again, they were parted by the companions of the princesses, even as a cow who has just brought forth a calf may be parted from the latter. All men and women, including the companions of the princesses and the ladies of the gymnasium, were overpowered by emotion. It seemed as if pathos and the parting of lovers had taken up their abode in the capital of the Videhas. The parrots and the mynas, who had been reared by Princess Janaki-ji and having been kept in cages of gold, had been taught to speak, cried in distress, "Where is Videha's daughter?" On hearing their wail, who would have the patience to stand the sight? When birds and beasts were distressed in this way, how can one depict the feelings of the human breast? Then came King Janakji with his younger brother Kushadhwaj of supreme dispassion. His strength of mind took leave of him the moment he gazed on Sitaji. The king clasped Janakji's to his bosom, and the great embankment of wisdom toppled down. All his wise counselors admonished him, and realizing that it was no occasion for wailing, the king recovered himself. Again and again he pressed his daughters to his bosom and ordered beautiful and well-equipped palanquins to be brought. The whole family was overwhelmed with emotion, yet perceiving that the auspicious moment had arrived, the king invoked Lord Ganeshaji and his consort Siddhiji and helped the princesses to ascend the palanquins. King Janakji admonished his daughters in ways more than one, and instructed them in the duties of a woman as well as in family customs. He bestowed upon Sitaji a good many men servants and maid servants who had been her trusted and favorite attendants. As she proceeded on her journey, the citizens felt miserable, while good omens, which were all fountains of blessings, appeared. Accompanied by a crowd of Brahmanas and his counselors, the king himself followed his daughters to escort them. When it was found that the time of departure had come, music began to play, and the members of the bridegroom's party made ready for their chariots, elephants and horses. King Dasharatji summoned all the Brahmanas and sated them with gifts and courtesy. The king placed the dust of their lotus feet on his head and was glad to receive their benediction. Invoking the elephant-headed Ganeshaji's, he set out on his journey when many good omens, which were the roots of felicity, occurred. The gods gladly rained down flowers and heavenly nymphs sang as the Lord of Ayodhya joyfully set forth for his capital amidst the clash of kettle drums. King Dasharatji politely persuaded the respectable citizens to retire, and having reverently called all the mendicants, he bestowed on them ornaments and clothes, as well as horses, elephants, and satiating them with love, he made them all self-supporting. Glorifying the king again and again, they all returned with Sri Ramji in their heart. The Lord of Ayodhya importuned King Janakji over and over again, but out of affection for his relative, the latter would not turn back. Once more King Dasharatji addressed him in polite terms. I beg you to turn back, O king. You have already advanced too far. At last, King Dasharatji got down from his chariot and remained standing, while his eyes overflowed with torrents of love. Then spoke King Videha with joined palms, and in accents imbued with the nectar of love, "How and in what words should I make my supplication to you? You have conferred such high honor on me, O great king." The king of Kaushala showed every respect to the father of the bride and his relative Janakji. The embrace in which they held each other was characterized by utmost humility, and their heart could not contain the love they felt. King Janakji bowed his head to the throng of sages and received blessings from them all. Next, he reverently embraced his sons-in-law, the four brothers, each a mine of beauty, amiability, and goodness, and joining his graceful lotus hands, he spoke in accents begotten of love, as it were. "How can I extol you, O Ramji, sporting as you do in the hearts of sages as well as of the great Lord Shivjis, like a swan in the Mansarovar lake, that for whose sake yogis, those given to contemplation, practice yoga, contemplation, renouncing anger, infatuation, the feeling of meum and pride, the all-pervading Brahmaji, absolute, who is imperceptible and imperishable, the embodiment of consciousness and bliss, at once the sum and negation of all attributes, who is beyond the ken of speech and mind, who is past all speculation but is only inferred by all, and who is the same at all times. That root of all joy has appeared before my eyes. Everything is easy of access in this world to a living being when God is propitious. You have exalted me in every way and accepted me as your own servant. If there were 10,000 Shardajis and Seshas, and if they were to count millions of kalpas, the tale of my good fortune, I tell you, and the record of your virtues could not be exhausted, O Lord of Raghus. I make bold to say something on the strength of my conviction that you are pleased with the slightest devotion. I repeatedly beseech you with joined palms that my mind may never be deluded into deserting your feet. On hearing these polite words saturated with love, Sri Ramji, who had all his desires fulfilled, felt gratified. With the greatest courtesy, the latter honored his father-in-law, treating him on par with his own father, Kaushika or Vasishtaji. The king then humbly approached Bharat and, embracing him with affection, gave him his blessings. Paying his respectful compliments to Janakji's again and again, the Lord of Raghus set out on his journey with his three brothers. Janakji approached Kaushika, clasped his feet, and put the dust of the same on his head and eyes. He said, "Listen, O Lord of sages, to him who has been blessed with your sight, nothing is unattainable. Such is my heart's conviction. The joy and the bright renown which the regional lords of the universe long to have, but feel too diffident to expect, such a joy and glory has been brought within my reach, and all achievements follow on seeing you." In these words, King Janakji made humble submission to Vishwamitraji, bowing his head again and again, and returned after receiving his blessings. The bridegroom's party started on its return journey to the sound of kettle drums. All the sections, both big and small, were transported with joy. Men and women of the villagers, as they gazed on Sri Ramji, felt gratified on realizing the objects of their eyes. Halting at convenient stages in course of the journey and gladdening the people on the roadside, the marriage procession approached Ayodhya on a sacred day. Kettle drums were beaten and the good tabor sounded, accompanied by the blast of the sackbuts and the conchs, and the neighing of horses and trumpeting of elephants. Similarly, there was a clash of cymbals and drums, while clarinets played sweet tunes. The citizens were all delighted to hear the procession coming. The hair on their bodies stood erect. They all decorated their own beautiful houses as well as the markets, streets, squares and gates of the city. All the lanes were watered with perfumes. Here and there, festal squares were filled in with elegant devices. The bazaar was beautified beyond all description with festal arches, flags, banners and canopies. Trees of the areca nut, the plantain, the mango, the bakula, the kadamba and the tamala were transplanted along with their fruit. The beautiful trees thus planted touched the ground on account of their being laden with fruits. They had basins of precious stones constructed around them with exquisite skill. Festal vases of various kinds were ranged in order in every house. Brahmaji and other gods were filled with envy to see the birthplace of Sri Ramji. The king's palace looked very charming on that occasion. Its decoration captivated the heart of Cupid himself. It looked as if spacious omens and loveliness, affluence and mystic powers, joys and smiling prosperity and all kinds of rejoicings had assumed a naturally beautiful form and taken their abode in the palace of King Dasharatji. Tell me who would not feel tempted to have a look at Sri Ramji's and Videha's daughter. Married women whose husbands were alive sallied forth in troops, each eclipsing love's consort Ratiji by her beauty. They all carried articles of good omen and were equipped with lights for waving round the bridegrooms. As they moved along singing all the way, it appeared as if goddess Bharatiji, the goddess of speech, had appeared in so many forms. The king's palace was full of hilarious tumult. The joy of the occasion was ineffable. Kaushalyaji and other mothers of Sri Ramji were so overwhelmed with emotion that they forgot their own body. After worshipping Lord Ganeshaji and the slayer of the demon Tripura, they bestowed enormous gifts upon Brahmanas and were supremely delighted as an utterly indignant man who had attained the 4 great prizes of life. All the mothers were so overcome with joy and rapture that their feet refused to walk and all their limbs began to droop as it were. Full of intense longing for a sight of Sri Ramji, they began to get everything ready for the reception of their sons. Music of every kind started playing, while Sumitraji gladly got together articles of good omen, such as turmeric, blades of durva grass, curds, ordinary leaves, flowers, betel leaves, areca nuts, auspicious roots, unbroken rice, sprouts of barley, gorokana, parched paddy, and lovely blossoms of the basil plant. Exceedingly charming gold vases, painted with various colors, looked like nests built by Cupid's own birds. Auspicious perfumes defied all description. In this way, all the queens prepared all sorts of auspicious articles. They got ready rows of lights arranged in various devices for waving round their sons, and with a cheerful heart sang melodious festal strains. Carrying in their lotus hands salvers of gold laden with articles of good omen, the queen mothers proceeded joyfully to greet their sons, every limb of their body throbbing with emotion. The sky became dark with fumes of burning incense, as though overhung with the fast gathering clouds of the month of Shravana. The gods rained down wreaths of flowers from the trees of paradise, which looked like rows of herons in their graceful flight. Lovely festoons made of jewels looked like rainbows appearing in a row. Charming ladies appearing on housetops as quickly as they went out of sight looked like the fitful flashes of lightning. The beat of drums resembled the crash of thunder, while beggars were as clamorous as the Kataka birds, frogs and peacocks. The gods poured down showers in the form of sacred perfumes, which gladdened the crop in the form of all citizens. Perceiving that the propitious hour had arrived, the preceptor Vashishtaji gave the word, and the jewel of Raghu's race, King Dasharatji, gladly entered the city with all his flowers, fixing his mind on Bhagwan Shambhuji, Goddess Parvatiji, and their son, Lord Ganeshaji. Good omens manifested themselves, and the gods rained down flowers to the beat of drums, while celestial dames danced for joy, singing melodious triumphant songs. Bards, minstrels, rhapsodists, and skilled dancers chanted the glory of Sri Ramji, who illumines all the three worlds. Auspicious shouts of victory and the sacred and melodious chanting of the Vedas were heard in all the 10 directions. Musical instruments of all kinds began to play. Gods in heaven and men in the city were enraptured alike. Members of the bridegroom's party looked smart beyond description. They were highly delighted and could not contain themselves for joy. The people of Ayodhya then greeted the king, and when gladdened at the very sight of Sri Ramji, they scattered about his jewels and vestments. Their eyes were full of tears and their body thrilled over. The women of the city gladly waved lights around his head and rejoiced to see the 4 noble princes. They were all more gratified when they lifted the curtains of the beautiful palanquins and beheld the brides. Thus gladdening the heart of all, they arrived at the entrance of the royal palace. The delighted mothers waved lights over the princes and their brides. They waved lights again and again. The love and rapture which they felt in their heart was beyond all words. They scattered about their sons and daughters-in-law ornaments, jewels, and costumes of various kinds, and numberless other articles. The queen mothers were enraptured to behold their 4 sons along with their brides. As they gazed again and again on the beauty of Sitaji's and Ramji, they felt delighted and regarded the object of their life in this world as realized. The queen mother's companions, as they gazed on Sitaji's countenance over and over again, sang and extolled their good fortune. Moment after moment the gods rained down flowers, danced and sang, offered their homage. Seeing the 4 charming couples, Goddess Shardaji ransacked all her stock of similes, but her choice fell on none. They appeared too trivial. She therefore stood gazing with unwinking eyes, enchanted with their beauty. After performing the rites prescribed by the Vedas or family usage, the queen mothers waved lights over all the princes and their brides and conducted them to the palace, offering water to them as a mark of respect and spreading carpets along the way. There were 4 exquisitely beautiful thrones which had been fashioned by Cupid with his own hands, as it were. The queen mothers seated the brides and the bridegrooms on them and reverently laved their holy feet. They then worshipped the blessed couples in accordance with the Vedic ritual by offering them incense, light, and oblations of food. They passed lights around them again and again and waved beautiful fans and chauris over their heads. They scattered offerings of various kinds about them. The mothers were as full of exultation as a yogi who has realized the highest truth, or as a lifelong patient who has been able to lay his hands on nectar, or as a born pauper who has stumbled on a philosopher's stone, or as a blind man who has regained a good vision, or as a dumb fellow whose tongue has been transfused with the eloquence of Sharadaji, the goddess of speech, or even as a hero who has triumphed in battle. The mothers derived joy millions of times greater than the joys mentioned above, for in their case it was the delighter of Raghu's race himself who had returned home with his brothers duly married. As the mothers performed the traditional rites, the brides and their grooms felt shy, while Sri Ramji smiled within himself on perceiving the ecstasy and merriment of the occasion. The mothers gratefully worshipped the gods and mains with due ceremony, for all the cravings of their heart had been satisfied. Bowing to all, they begged as a boon the welfare of Sri Ramji and his brothers. The gods conferred their blessings all unseen, and the mothers gladly received them by spreading the end of their garment. The king sent for those who had joined the marriage party and gave them vehicles, wearing apparels, jewels and ornaments. Having received the king's permission and enshrining Sri Ramji's image in their heart, they joyfully returned each to his own house. All the men and women of the city were invested with garments and jewels, and there was jubilant music in every home. The king in his exultation gave whatever the mendicants asked for. Every attendant, every musician was sated with gifts and kind attentions. They all saluted, invoked blessings upon the king and sang his praises. And thereafter the king, accompanied by his preceptor and other brahmanas, proceeded to the palace. Under Vasisthaji's directions, he reverently performed all the ceremonies prescribed either by usage or by the Veda. The queens, on seeing a crowd of brahmanas, deemed themselves most fortunate, and all rose to greet them. They laved the feet of the holy ones and helped them all perform their ablutions, while the king duly worshipped and entertained them at meal. Overwhelmed with the host's civility, gifts and love, they departed glad of heart, invoking blessings on him. To Gadhi's son, Vishwamitraji, he paid homage in various ways and said, "My lord, there is no one so blessed as I am." The king lavished his praises on him and took the dust of his feet with his queens. He assigned the sage a fine quarter in his own palace, while the king and his whole gynecium kept a vigilant eye on his wants, even though unexpressed. Again he adored the lotus feet of his preceptor Vasisthaji and made humble submission to him with great affection of his heart. All the princes with their brides and the king with his queens bowed to the preceptor's feet again and again, while the great sage invoked blessings on them all. With his heart overflowing with love, he made entreaties to the Guru and placed his sons and all his wealth before him. The great sage, however, asked for and accepted only his customary due as a family priest for the ceremonial occasion and blessed him in profusion. And with the image of Sitaji and Ramji installed in his heart, he gladly proceeded to his own residence. The king then summoned all the brahmanas, dames, and invested them with beautiful robes and ornaments. He next sent for the married women of the city whose husbands were alive and who, though born in Ayodhya, were married elsewhere, and presented them with garments of their liking. All those who were entitled to receive gifts and presents on ceremonial occasions received their dues from the Jewel of Kings, who rewarded them according to their choice. And the king duly honored those guests whom he regarded as worthy of affection and adoration. The gods who witnessed Sri Ramji's wedding rained down flowers while applauding the jubilation. And with the beat of the drum, the celestials gladly proceeded each to his abode, talking to one another of Sri Ramji's glory with their heart overflowing with love. Having shown everyone all possible honor, the king, whose heart was over-brimming with joy, visited the private apartments and beheld the princes with their brides. He gladly took the boys in his arms and experienced a thrill of joy which nobody could tell. Similarly, he affectionately seated the brides in his lap and fondled them again and again with a heart full of rapture. The ladies of the gynecium were delighted to behold this spectacle. The heart of everyone became an abode of joy. The king related how the wedding had taken place, and everyone was delighted to hear the account. The goodness, amiability, nobility, loving nature, and the splendid wealth of King Janakaji were extolled by the King Dasharatji in a variety of ways, even as a rhapsodist would do, and the queens were enraptured to hear the record of his doings. After bathing with his sons, the king called the Brahmanas, the preceptor and his own kinsmen, and having entertained them at meal, feasted himself on a variety of dishes till a couple of hours of the night passed. Lovely women sang joyous songs, and the night became a source of delight, even soul enchanting. After rinsing their mouth, the king and his party were all given betel leaves, and adorned with garlands and sandal paste, etc. They looked most charming. Looking once more at Sri Ramji's, and having received his permission, they proceeded each to his own house, bowing their heads to him. The love and rapture, merriment and magnanimity, prosperity, splendor and loveliness that manifested there were more than could be told by 100 of Shardajis and Seshas, Vedas and Brahmanas, Shivjis and Ganeshas. How then can I describe them at length, any more than any earthly serpent could support the globe on its head? The king then summoned the queens, and showing every honor to them all, admonished them in gentle tones. The brides are yet damsels, and have come to a strange house. Therefore, take care of them, as eyelids protect the eyes. The boys are tired and feeling drowsy. Go and put them to bed. So saying, he retired to his own bedroom, with his mind fixed on Sri Ramji's feet. Hearing the sweet and lovely words of the king, the queens made ready bejeweled beds of gold, and furnished them with many a rich covering, soft and white as the froth of cow's milk, and pillows more charming than words can tell. The bedchamber, made of precious stones, was decked with garlands and supplied with perfumes, lamps consisting of bright gems, and a canopy lovely beyond words. He alone who saw it could know what it was like. Having thus prepared a number of fine beds, the queens took up Sri Ramji and lovingly laid him down upon one of them. On being repeatedly asked by Sri Ramji, his brothers too retired each to his own bed. As the mothers gazed on the swarthy limbs of Sri Ramji, so soft and attractive, they all exclaimed in loving accents, "How did you manage, dear child, to kill the most dreadful demoness Tadaka while on your way to the forest? How are you able to slay those monstrous giants, the wicked Maricha and Subahu and their followers, who were formidable warriors and counted none before them in battle? I offer myself, dear child, as a sacrifice for your sake. It was through the goodwill of the sage Vishwamitraji alone that God kept away a number of calamities from you. Even while you and your brother Lakshman guarded the sacrifice, you were initiated into all the secret law. At the mere touch of the dust from your feet, the hermit's wife Ahilya attained salvation, and your glory filled the whole universe. In the assembly of princes, you broke Shivji's bow, hard though it was a tortoise shell or a rock. You gained the glory of having trumpeted over the world and won the hand of Janakaji's daughter, and then returned home after marrying all your brothers. All your actions have been superhuman and were accompanied only by the grace of the sage Kaushikaji. Our birth into the world has borne fruit today, as we now behold, dear child, your moon-like face. Our prayer is that the number of days that have been spent without seeing you may not be reckoned by the Creator at all. Sri Ramji gratified all his mothers by addressing sweet and polite words to them, and fixing his thought on the feet of Lord Shambhuji, his preceptors Vashishtaji and Vishwamitraji, and the Brahmanas in general, he closed his eyes in order to sleep. Even during his sleep, his most charming countenance gleamed at a red lotus, half closed at eventide. In every house women kept vigil and railed at one another in auspicious strains. The queen said to one another, "See, friends, how resplendent the city is, and how splendid the night." The mothers-in-law then slept with lovely brides enfolded in their arms, even as serpents would clasp to their bosom the gems from their hood. At the holy hour before dawn, the Lord awoke, and the cocks commenced their beautiful crowing. The rhapsodists and the genealogists sang his praises, while the citizens flocked to the gate to make their obeisance. The four brothers saluted the Brahmanas and gods as well as their preceptor and parents, and were glad to receive their benedictions. The mothers reverently gazed on their countenance as the princes repaired to the gate with the king. Though pure in themselves, the four brothers performed all the purificatory acts, such as evacuating the bowels, cleansing the privates and the hands with water and clay, rinsing the mouth, brushing the teeth and cleansing the tongues, etc., and bathed in the holy river Sarayu, and having gone through their morning routine of prayer, etc., returned to their sire. The king, on seeing them, clasped them to his bosom, and the four brothers gladly sat down on receiving his permission. The whole court was gratified to see Ramji and accounted their eyes supremely blessed. Then came the sages Vashishtaji and Vishwamitraji and were seated on splendid seats. The father and sons adored the sages and clasped their feet, and the two preceptors were enraptured to behold Sri Ramji. The sage Vashishtaji narrated sacred legends, while the king and the ladies of the gymnasium listened. In the course of his narration, the sage gladly recounted in diverse ways the doings of Vishwamitraji that surpassed the imagination even of hermits. Vamdevji, another family preceptor of King Dasharathji, observed that whatever Vashishtaji said was true, and that Vishwamitraji's fair renown had pervaded all three spheres. Everyone rejoiced to hear that, while Sri Ramji and Lakshman were all the more delighted at heart. There was constant felicity, joy and rejoicing, and days rolled on in this way. The city of Ayodhya was inundated with a tidal wave of delight, swelling higher and still higher. After fixing on a spacious day the sacred strings tied round the wrist of the brides and the bridegrooms before the wedding for warding off evil spirits, were united with no little felicity, joy and merriment. The gods were filled with envy to see new rejoicings every day and begged of the Creator that they might be born in Ayodhya. Vishwamitraji intended leaving every day, but was detained by Sri Ramji's affectionate entreaties. Seeing the king's devotion to him grow 100-fold day after day, the great sage Vishwamitraji was full of praise for him. At last, when he asked permission to go, the king was greatly moved, and with his sons stood before him, saying, "My lord, all I have is yours, while I and my sons and wives are your servants. Be ever gracious to these boys, and condescend from time to time to bless me with your sight." So saying, the king with his sons and queens fell at his feet, and speech failed his tongue. The Brahmana Vishwamitraji invoked upon him every kind of blessing, and departed amidst a scene of love that defied all description. Sri Ramji and all his brothers lovingly escorted him and returned only when they were allowed to go back. The daughter of Gadhi's race gladly went on his way, praising to himself Sri Ramji's beauty. King Dasharathji's piety, the wedding of Sri Ramji and Sitaji, and the festivities and rejoicings connected therewith. Vamdevji and the wise preceptor of Raghu's race, Vashishtaji, once more narrated the story of Vishwamitraji, Gadhi's son. On hearing the sage's bright glory, the king praised to himself the value of his stock of merits, which attracted the sage to his house and won for him his favor. At the royal command, the people dispersed, while the king with his sons returned to his palace. Everywhere the people sang the story of Sri Ramji's wedding, and his holy and his fair fame was diffused through all the three spheres. From the day Sri Ramji came home, duly married, every kind of joy took its abode in Ayodhya. The Lord of Serpents, Sesha, could tell, I know that the glory of Sri Ramji and Sitaji is the very life and sanctifier of the race of poets and mine of blessings. That is why I have said something about it just to hallow my speech. For the purpose of hallowing his speech has Tulsidas ji sung Sri Ramji's glory. Otherwise the story of Sri Ramji is a limitless ocean which no poet has ever been able to cross. Those men who reverently hear or sing the tale of auspicious festivities attendant on Sri Ramji's investiture with the sacred thread and marriage shall ever be happy by the grace of Videha's daughter and Sri Ramji. Those who lovingly sing or hear the story of Sitaji and Ramji's marriage shall ever rejoice, for Sri Ramji's glory is an abode of felicity. Jai Siya Ram. Thus ends the first descent into the Manas lake of Sri Ramji's exploits that eradicates all the impurities of the Kali Yuga. Balkand ends.
Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Shri Charit Manas. The Manas lake containing the exploits of Sri Ramji, descent to Ayodhya Kand. May he, in whose lap shines forth the daughter of the mountain king, who carries the celestial stream of his head, on whose brow rests the crescent moon, whose throat holds the poison, and whose breast is the support of a huge serpent, and who is adorned by the ashes on his body. May that chief of gods, the Lord of all, the destroyer of the universe, the omnipresent Shivji, the moon-like Shankarji, ever protect me. May the splendor of Sri Ramji's lotus face, which neither grew brighter at the prospect of his being installed on the throne of Ayodhya, nor was dimmed by the painful experience of exile in woods, ever bring sweet felicity to me. I adore Sri Ramji, the Lord of Raghu's race, whose limbs are as dark and as soft as a blue lotus, who has Sitaji's enthroned on his left side, and who holds in his hands a mighty arrow and a graceful bow. Cleansing the mirror of my mind with the dust from the lotus feet of the revered Guru, I sing Sri Ramji's untarnished glory that bestows the four rewards of human life. From the day Sri Ramji returned home duly married, there were new festivities and jubilant music every day. The fountain spheres were like huge mountains on which clouds in the shape of meritorious deeds poured showers of joy. The water thus discharged formed into a gorgeous rivers of affluence, success and prosperity. The rose in spate and flowed into the ocean of Ayodhya. The men and women of this city were like jewels of a fine quality, bright, priceless, and charming in every way. The splendor of the capital was beyond description. It seemed as if the Creator's workmanship had been exhausted there. Gazing on the moon-like face of Sri Ramchandraji, the citizens were all happy in every way. All the mothers with their companions and maids were delighted to see the creeper of their heart's desire bear fruit. The king was particularly enraptured when he saw or heard of Sri Ramji's beauty, goodness, amiability, and genial disposition. All cherished their heart a common desire and said in their prayer to the great Lord Shivji, would that the king in his own lifetime appointed Sri Ramji as his regent. One day, the chief of Raghus sat with all his court in the state assembly hall. Himself the embodiment of all virtues, the king was overjoyed to hear of Sri Ramji's fair renown. Every monarch solicited his favor, and the very guardians of the world cultivated his friendship while respecting his wishes. In all the three spheres of the universe and in all time, past, present or future, none could be found so abundantly blessed as Dasharatha. Of him who had for his son Ramji the root of all bliss, whatever might be said would fall short of the truth. The king casually took a mirror in his hand and looking at his face in the mirror, set his crown straight. The hair beside his ears had turned grey. It seemed as if old age were whispering into his ears, O king, make Ram your regent and thereby realize the object of your life and birth in this world. Entertaining this idea in his mind and finding an auspicious day and a suitable opportunity, the king communicated it to Guru Vasishtha-ji, with his body thrilling over with emotion and his mind filled with rapture. Said the king, listen, O chief of sages, Ram is now accomplished in every way. Servants and ministers, nay, all the people of the city and others who are either my enemies or friends or neutrals hold Ram as dear as I do. It seems your benediction itself has incarnated in his lovely form. What more, my lord, all the Brahmanas and their families cherish the same love for him as you do. Those who place on their head the dust from the Guru's feet acquire mastery, as it were, over all fortune. No one has realized it as I have done. I have obtained everything by adoring the holy dust from your feet. Now there remains only one longing in my heart, and that too will be realized by your grace, my lord. The sage was delighted to perceive his artless devotion and said, O king, give me your commands. O king, your very name and glory grant all one's desires. The object of your heart's desire, O jewel of monarchs, is accomplished even before you entertain the desire. When the king was assured in his heart of the Guru being so favorably disposed in every way, he cheerfully said in his gentle tones, My lord, let Ramji be invested with regal powers. Pray, command me so that necessary preparations may be set on foot. Let this happy event take place during my lifetime so that all people may attain the reward of their eyesight. By the Lord's blessing, Shivji has allowed everything to pass smoothly. This is the only longing that I have in my mind. Then I will not mind whether this body survives or not, so that I may not have to repent afterward. The sage was pleased to hear these agreeable words of Dasharatha-ji, which were the very fountain of felicity and joy. He said, Listen, O king, aversion to Sri Ramji's makes one repent, while his adoration is the only means of soothing the agony of one's heart. Nay, he follows like a shadow where there is unadulterated love. The same Lord Sri Ramji has been born as a son to you. O king, let there be no delay and make every preparation quickly. That day itself is auspicious and full of blessings when Ramji is proclaimed regent. The king returned rejoicing in his palace and summoned his servants and counselors, including Sumantra. They bowed their heads, saying, "Victory to you! May you live long!" And the king placed before them the most auspicious proposal. If this proposal finds favor with you all, install Sri Ramji on the throne with a cheerful heart. The counselors were glad to hear these agreeable words, which fell like a shower on the young plant of their desire. The ministers prayed with joined palms, "May you continue to live for millions of years, O sovereign of the world. You have thought out a good plan, which is a source of happiness to the whole world. Therefore, Lord, make haste and lose no time." The king was pleased to hear the encouraging words of the ministers. It looked as if a growing creeper had obtained the support of a strong bough. Said the king, "Whatever orders the great sage Vasishthaji may be pleased to give in connection with Sri Ramji's coronation should be promptly carried out." The great sage Vasishthaji gladly said in soft accents, "Fetch water from all principal sacred places." And then he enumerated by name a number of auspicious objects such as herbs, roots, flowers, fruits, leaves, chowries, deer skins, and draperies of various kinds, including countless varieties of woolen and silken textiles, jewels, and numerous other articles of good omen, which were considered useful in this world for the coronation of a king. Detailing all the procedures laid down in the Vedas, he said, "Erect canopies of all sorts in the city and transplant in the streets on all sides trees of the mango, areca nut, and plantain with fruits. Paint beautiful designs on the floors, filling them with costly jewels, and tell the people to decorate the bazaar promptly. Worship Lord Ganeshaji and your preceptor, as well as the tutelary deity, and render service in every form to the Brahmanas, the very gods on earth. Prepare flags and banners, festal archers and vases, as well as horses, chariots, and elephants." Bowing to these orders of the great sage Vasishthaji, all concerned applied themselves to hear their own work. With whatever duty the great sage charged any man, the latter accomplished it so promptly as if it had been done by him beforehand. The king adored Brahmanas, holy men and gods, and performed auspicious rites for the sake of Sri Ramji's welfare. As soon as the delightful news of Sri Ramji's installation reached the ears of the people, the whole Ayodhya resounded with festal music. Good omens manifested themselves in the person of Sri Ramji's and Sitaji's. Their graceful, lucky limbs began to throb. Experiencing a thrill of joy, they lovingly said to one another, "The omens prognosticate Bharat's return. Many days have passed and our heart longs to meet him. Auspicious omens assure us of our meeting with a beloved friend. And in this world, there is no one so dear to us as Bharat. The good omens can thus have but one meaning." Sri Ramji anxiously remembered his brother Bharat day and night, even as a turtle has its heart fixed on its eggs. That very time the ladies of the palace were delighted to hear this most auspicious news, even as the waves of the ocean commence their lovely sport on perceiving the waxing moon. Those who broke the news were richly rewarded with ornaments and costumes. With their body thrilling over with emotion and heart full of rapture, all the queens started preparing festal vases. Queen Sumitraji painted with colored meal lovely diagrams in various charming designs and filled them with jewels. Overwhelmed with delight of Sri Ramji's mother Kaushalya, summoned the Brahmanas and loaded them with gifts. She worshipped village deities and other gods and Nagas, and vowing them further offerings said to them, "In your mercy grant me a boon which may ensure Sri Ram's welfare." Moon-faced and fawn-eyed ladies sang festal strains in a voice as sweet as the notes of a cuckoo. Men and women rejoiced in their heart to hear of Sri Ramji's installation on the throne, and thinking God to be favorably disposed towards them, all began to make preparations. The king then called Vasishtaji and sent him to Sri Ramji's apartment for tendering opportune advice. The moment the Lord of Raghus, Sri Ramji, heard of the Guru's arrival, he repaired to the door and bowed his head at his feet. Reverently offering him water to wash his hands with, he ushered the sage and paid him honor by worshipping him in the 16 prescribed modes. Then clasping his feet with Sitaji, Sri Ramji spoke with his lotus palms joined in prayer. A master's visit to his servant's house is the root of all blessings and panacea for all evils. Yet it would have been more fitting, my lord, for the master to have lovingly sent for the servant and charged him with a duty, for such is the right course. Since, however, my lord has laid aside this authority and showed his affection to me by calling on me, my house has been hallowed today. I am ready to do what I am bid, holy sir, for a servant is benefited only by serving his master. On hearing these words, steeped in affection as they were, the sage applauded the chief of Raghus, Sri Ramji, and said, "It is but meet, O Ram, that you should say so, the ornament of the solar rays that you are." Extolling Sri Ramji's goodness, amiability and noble disposition, the Lord of Sages, Vasishtaji said, thrilling over with emotion, "The king has made preparations for the installation ceremony. He would invest you with regal powers. Ram, you should observe religious austerity today so that God may bring this affair to a happy conclusion." Having admonished him in this way, the Guru returned to the king, while Sri Ramji felt uneasy in his heart and said to himself, "My brothers and myself were all born together, and together have we dined, slept, and played in our childhood. The piercing of our earlobes, our investiture with the sacred thread, wedding, and all other ceremonies have been gone through together. The only unseemly practice in this spotless line is that the eldest should be installed on the throne to the exclusion of his younger brothers. May this loving and graceful expression of regret on the part of the Lord drive away all suspicion from the mind of his devotees." On that very occasion came Lakshman, steeped in love and rapture. Sri Ramji, who delighted Raghu's race even as the moon delights a lily flower, greeted him with endearing words. There was a sound of music of various kinds, and the rejoicing in the city was beyond words. All prayed for Bharat's return from his maternal uncles and said to one another, "Would that Bharat came with expedition and obtained the reward of his eyes?" In every bazaar, street, house, lane, and place of resort, men and women talked to one another. When will that blessed hour start now, during which God will fulfill our desire? When, with Sitaji beside him, Sri Ramji will take a seat on the throne of gold, and when the object of our desire will be accomplished? They all said, "When will the morrow come?" While the wicked gods prayed that some trouble might brew in the meantime. The rejoicing that was going on in Ayodhya did not please them, even as a moonlight night is not liked by a thief. Invoking Sharadaji, the god supplicated her, and laying hold of her feet, felt at them again and again. Perceiving our grave calamity, O Mother, manipulate things in such a way today that Sri Ramji may retire into the forest, relinquishing his throne, and the object of us immortals may be wholly accomplished. Hearing this prayer of the divinities, Goddess Shardaji stood still and was grieved at the thought that she was going to play the same role with reference to the people of Ayodhya as a wintry night does with respect to a bed of lotuses. Seeing her downcast, the gods spoke again in a suppliant tone. Mother, not the least blame will attach to you, for the Lord of Raghus is above sorrow and joy alike. You are fully acquainted with Sri Ramji's glory. As for the people, every embodied soul is subject to pleasure and pain according to his fate. Therefore, you should go to Ayodhya for the good of the celestials. Clasping her feet again and again, they exerted great pressure on her till she yielded and set out, considering the goods as mean-minded. She said to herself, though their abode is on high, their doings are mean. They cannot see others' prosperity. Again, reflecting on the role she was destined to perform in the days to come, when worthy poets would seek her favor, she came with a cheerful heart to the capital of Dasharathji, like the intolerably evil influence of a planet. Now Kaikeyi, Bharat's mother, had a dull-witted servant maid, Manthara by name, having perverted her reason and making her a receptacle of ill repute. The goddess of speech returned to her abode. Manthara saw the city decorated and festal music melodiously playing. She therefore asked the people, "What is all this rejoicing about?" When she heard of Sri Ramji's coming installation, she felt distressed in her heart. That evil-minded and low-born woman pondered how mischief might be created overnight, even as a wily bheeluman who has seen a honeycomb hanging from a tree schemes how to get hold of the honey. Pulling a long face, she approached Bharat's mother. "What makes you look so grave?" the queen smilingly asked. She made no answer, but only heaved a deep sigh, and adopting the way of women shed crocodile tears, said the queen laughing, "You are a most saucy girl. What I suspect, therefore, is that Lakshman has taught you a lesson." Even then most wicked servant maid would not speak, and merely hissed like a cobra. Apprehensive of mischief, the queen said to her, "How is it that you do not speak? I hope Ram and his royal father, Lakshman, Bharat, Shatrughan are all well." The humpbacked woman Manthara was pained at heart to hear these words. "Why should anyone, O mother, give me a lesson? And on whose strength shall I be cheeky? Who is happy today except Ramji, whom the king is going to invest with regal powers? Providence has turned most favorable to Kaushalyaji. Seeing this, she cannot contain the pride of her bosom. Why not go and see for yourself all the splendor, the sight of which has agitated my mind? Your son is away, while you are complacent under the notion that your lord is under your thumb. You are excessively fond of sleeping on a cushioned bed and are unable to detect the deceitful cunning of the king. Hearing these affectionate words, yet knowing her malicious mind, the queen angrily said, "Keep quiet now. If you ever speak thus again, expert as you are in sowing seeds of discord in a family, I will have your tongue pulled out. The one-eyed, the lame, and the hump-backed know this to be perverse and wicked. More so, if they come of the fair sex, and particularly those belonging to the mental class," said Bharat's mother and smiled. "Oh, sweet-tongued girl, I have said all this to you by way of advice. Otherwise, I cannot even dream of being angry with you. That day alone will be auspicious and a bestower of good fortune when your words will come to be true. The eldest brother should be the lord and the younger ones his servants. Such is the blessed custom prevailing in the solar race. If Shri Ramji's inauguration is really taking place tomorrow, ask of me, my friend, what pleases your mind, and I will grant it. By his innate disposition, Ramji loves all his mothers as dearly as Kaushalyaji. He is particularly fond of me. I have had occasions to test his love. Should God in his mercy vouchsafe to me a human birth again, may Ram and Sita be my son and daughter-in-law respectively. Ram is dearer to me than life. How is it that you got perturbed at the news of his inauguration? I adjure you to Bharat's name to tell me the truth, putting away all deceit and reservation. Let me know the reason why you should grieve on an occasion of rejoicing. I have had all my ambitions fulfilled as a result of my speaking only once. I shall now speak again with another tongue. My wretched head surely deserves to be smashed, since you get offended even at my well-meaning words. Those alone who speak unlikable words, minding not what is true and what is false, are your favorites, while I am disagreeable to you. From this day onward, I too will utter only that which is palatable to my mistress, or else will keep mum all the 24 hours. God has given me a misshapen body and made me dependent on others. One must reap as one has sown and must get what one has given. Whoever may be the ruler, I lose nothing thereby, for shall I cease to be a servant and become a queen now? Damnable is my nature in that I cannot bear to see harm come to you. That is why I just broached the topic. But it was a great blunder on my part, therefore pardon me, O venerable lady. Hearing these pregnant and agreeably deceitful words, the queen, who was a woman with an unstable mind and was dominated by the celestial Maya, reposed her faith in an enemy, mistaking her for a friend. Again and again the queen politely questioned Manthara, hypnotized as she was by the latter's guileful words, like a dove fascinated by the music of Bhil woman. Her mind was changed according to the decree of fate, and the servant maid was pleased to find her plan succeed. She replied, "While you persist in questioning me, I am afraid to open my lips, since you have given me the name of a mischief maker." Thus working up the queen's faith and manipulating her according to her own liking in every way, Manthara, who spelt disaster for Ayodhya like the evil influence exerted by the planet Saturn for a period of 7.5 years, then spoke. "You said just now, O Queen, that Sita ji and Ramji were dear to you, and that you had endeared yourself to Ramji. This assertion of yours is true. This is, however, a thing of the past. Those days have now gone by. When the tide turns, even friend becomes foes. The sun fosters the family of lotuses, but in the absence of water, it burns them to ashes. Your co-wife Kaushalyaji would strike at your very root. Protect it by means of a good fence in the form of a remedy. You are free from anxiety on the strength of your husband's love and know him to be under your sway. The king, however, is malicious of mind, though sweet of tongue, while you possess a guileless nature. Ramji's mother Kaushalyaji is clever and deep. Finding a suitable opportunity, she has turned it to account. You must know it is at the suggestion of Ramji's mother that the king has sent away Bharat to his maternal grandfathers. She says to herself, all my other co-wives serve me well, only Bharat's mother, that's yourself, is proud because of her influence with her lord. It is therefore, O mother, that you rankle in Kaushalyaji's heart, but she is too crafty to disclose her mind. The king is particularly fond of you, but due to the jealousy to which a co-wife is naturally subject, Kaushalyaji cannot tolerate it. That is why by resorting to machination and winning over the king, she has prevailed on him to fix a date for Ramji's installation on the throne. The inauguration of Ramji is in accord with the traditions of the family. It is liked by all and is quite to my taste. I, however, shudder to think of the consequences. May heaven so ordain that the mischief may recoil on her own head. Inventing and injecting many a mischievous formula, Manthara put the queen off the scent and told her 101 stories of co-wives so as to foment her jealousy. As fate would have it, the queen felt assured in her heart of Manthara's fidelity. Adjuring her by her own life, she questioned Manthara once more. What is it that you inquire about? It is strange that you should not understand things even now. Even a quadruped knows what is good or bad for it. Preparations have been going on for the last fortnight. While you have got the news from me today, I get food and clothing under your tutelage, hence I cannot be blamed for speaking the truth. If I tell a lie, giving it the color of truth, God will punish me for the same. Should Ramji's inauguration take place tomorrow, God will have sown the seed of adversity for you. I swear and tell you most emphatically, O lady, that you have been discarded now as a fly from a cup of milk. If you and your son accept the role of servants, then alone you will be allowed to stay in the house and in no other circumstance. Kadru, the progenitress of the serpent race, persecuted her co-wife Vinata, mother of the whole feathered kingdom. So will Kaushalyaji tyrannize over you. Bharat will rot in prison, while Lakshman will be Ramji's lieutenant. Hearing these unpleasant remarks, Kekaya's daughter Kaikeyi shriveled with fear and could not utter a word. Her body was wet with perspiration and shook like a plantain stalk. The humpback then bit her tongue for fear lest the gloomy picture drawn by her might break Kaikeyi's heart. Telling her one after another many a story of wiles, Manthara comforted the queen and asked her to be of good cheer. At last the tide turned and Kaikeyi conceived a fondness for mischief. She applauded a heron, mistaking it for a swan. Listen, O Manthara, what you say is quite true. My right eye ever throbs and I have an evil dream every night. But in my folly I did not tell you. I cannot help it, my friend. I am so guileless by nature, I cannot distinguish a friend from a foe. Never to this day have I done an evil turn to anybody during my ascendancy. I wonder For what offense has Providence subjected me to such a terrible suffering all at once? I would fain go and spend the rest of my life at my father's, but would on no account serve a co-wife so long as there is life in me. For him whom heaven allows to survive as a dependent of an enemy, death is preferable to life. The queen uttered many such words of despondency. At this the humpback resorted to the willy ways of a woman. Why should you speak in this strain, indulging in self-depreciation? Your happiness and good luck will be ever on the increase. Whoever has contemplated such gross mischief to you shall eventually reap its fruit. Ever since I have heard of this plot, my lady, I have felt no appetite during the day and have had no wink of sleep at night. I consulted the astrologers and they declared in positive terms, Bharat shall be the king. This much is certain. If you act up to it, O good lady, I will offer a suggestion to you. The king is under an obligation to you. At your suggestion, I would throw myself down a well and can even forsake my son and husband. When you will tell me to do something in view of my dire distress, why should I not comply with it in my own interest? Winning over Kaikeyi and treating her as an offering accepted for sacrifice, the humpback whetted the knife of trickery on the stone of her heart. The queen, however, like a sacrificial beast who nibbled the green turf, did not foresee the impending calamity. Agreeable to hear, yet painful in consequence, were the words she spoke. It seemed as if she was administering honey mixed with poison. Said the maidservant, Do you or do you not remember the incident you once told me, my lady? You have in reserve with the king a couple of boons that he once promised you. Ask for them today and soothe your heart. Bestow sovereignty on your son and an abode in the forest of Ramji and rob your co-wives of all their joy. When the king swears by Ramji, ask the boons only then, so that the former may not go back upon his word. The scheme will fail if this night is allowed to pass. Cherish my words as dearer than life. Having thus hatched her very cruel design against the queen, the wretch said, Betake yourself to the sulking room, manage the whole affair discreetly, and be not too ready to believe. Holding the humpback dear as life, the queen applauded her uncommon shrewdness again and again. I have no such friend as you in the whole world, she replied. You have served as a prop to one who was drifting along a stream. If God fulfills my heart's desire tomorrow, I will cherish you, my dear, as the apple of my eye. Thus lavishing every term of endearment on her maidservant, Kaikeyi retired to the sulking room. Discord was the seed and the servant girl Manthara the rainy season, while the evil mind of Kaikeyi served as the soil. Fed by the water of wildness, the seed took root and sprouted with the two boons as its leaves, and will eventually bear the fruit of adversity. Gathering about her every token of resentment, Kaikeyi lay down on the floor in the sulking room. While enjoying sovereignty, she was betrayed by her wicked mind. There was a great flutter in the gymnasium as well as in the city. Nobody had any inkling of this evil design. In their ecstasy of joy, all the citizens, both men and women, busied themselves with festive preparations, and the entrance to the royal palace was flooded with a continuous stream of people going in and coming out. Delighted at the news, a few of Ramji's boy companions called on him in a body, and sensible of their affection the Lord received them kindly and politely inquired after their health and welfare. After receiving the permission of their beloved friend, they returned home, speaking highly of him to one another. Is there anyone in this world so amiable and constant in his affection as Ramji? In whichever species we may be born from time to time, as a result of our actions, may God grant us that Sitaji's spouse may be our Lord and we his servants, and that this relation between us may continue till the end. Everyone in the city cherished the same desire, but there was intense agony in Kaikeyi's heart. Who is not ruined by evil company? Man loses his wit by following the counsel of wild men. At eventide, the king joyously visited Kaikeyi's palace. It looked as if love incarnate had called on harshness personified. The king was taken aback when he heard of the sulking room. His feet refused to advance on account of fear. He, under whose powerful arm the Lord of Celestials dwelt secure, and whose goodwill was even sought by all the rulers of men, was stunned at the news of his wife's anger. Look at the mighty power of sexual love. Even those who have endured the blows of a spear, thunderbolt, or sword have been overcome with the flowery shafts of Rati's Lord, the god of love. The king timidly approached his beloved queen and was terribly distressed to perceive her condition. She was lying on the floor in old and coarse attire, having cast away all the ornaments of her person. Her wretched garb so eminently befitted her, prognosticating as it were her impending widowhood. Drawing close to her, the king asked in slow accents, "Why are you angry, my soul's delight?" As the king touched her with hand, saying, "Why are you angry, my queen?" Kaikeyi threw it aside and flashed upon him a furious glance like an enraged serpent, with the two cravings of her heart for its bifurcated tongue and the bones for its fangs, spying out a vital part. As fate would have it, says Tulsidas ji, the king took it all in an amorous sport. Said the king again and again, "Tell me the cause of your anger, O fair-faced, bright-eyed dame, with a voice melodious as the notes of a cuckoo, and a gait resembling that of an elephant. Who is it, my dear, that has harmed you? Who is there with a head to spare, and who is it that is courted by death? Tell me what pauper I should exalt to the position of a king, and what monarch I should banish from his kingdom. I could slay even an immortal, were he your enemy. Of what account then are men and women who are mere worms as it were? You know my disposition, O beautiful lady. My mind is enamored of your face as the Kekora bird is of the moon. O my beloved, my people and my family and all that I possess, my sons, nay, my life itself are all at your disposal. If I tell you anything insincerely, O good lady, I should be guilty of falsely swearing by Ram 100 times. Ask with a cheerful countenance whatever pleases your mind, and adorn your charming limbs with jewels. Distinguish within yourself between an opportune and inopportune hour, and give up, my darling, this unbecoming attire at once. On hearing this, and considering the great oath, the dull-witted Kaikeyi smilingly arose and began to put her ornaments. It seemed as if a huntress was laying the trap at the sight of a deer. Thinking her reconciled, the king spoke again in soft and winning accents, his whole frame thrilling over with emotion. Your heart's desire, O good lady, is accomplished. Every house in the city is a picture of joy and felicity. Tomorrow I am installing Ram as the Prince Regent. Therefore, O bright-eyed dame, put on a festive garb. The queen's heart, hard though it was, cracked at these words. It seemed as if a festering sore had been unwarily touched. Even such heart-rending agony was disguised by her under the cloak of a smile. Just as a thief's wife does not openly weep on seeing her husband suffer punishment lest she should be made to share his lot, the king was unable to detect her wily designs, tutored as she was by a teacher, Manthara, who ranked foremost among millions of villains. Although the king was skilled in statesmanship, the ways of a woman are like an unfathomable ocean. Again, with a greater show of false affection, she smilingly said with a graceful movement of her face and eyes, "You do repeat the word, ask, ask, but you never actually give anything. You promised me a couple of boons, but I am yet doubtful about my getting them." "I have now understood the whole mystery," said the king with a smile. "You are extremely fond of being angry. You kept the boons in reserve and never asked for them. As for myself, I forgot all about them, being oblivious by nature. Pray do not level a false charge against me. You might as well ask 4 boons instead of 2. It has always been the rule with the race of Raghu that one's plighted word must be redeemed with even at the cost of one's life. Even a multitude of sins cannot be matched with a lie. Can millions of tiny gunja seeds ever stand comparison with a mountain? Veracity is the root of all noble virtues, as is well known in the Vedas and Puranas and has been declared by Manu, the first lawgiver of the world, the author of Manusmriti. Over and above this, I have unwittingly sown by Ram, the Lord of Raghus, who is the very perfection of virtue and the highest embodiment of affection. Having thus bound him to his word, the evil-minded queen smilingly said, removing as it were the cap from the eyes of her hawk-like plot, "The king's desire to see Ram installed as the Prince Regent of Ayodhya represented a lovely glow, and the joy that prevailed everywhere stood for a host of charming birds. Queen Kaikeyi, who resembled a Bhil woman, sought to release a fierce falcon in the form of her piercing words. Hear, my beloved lord, that which pleases my heart. Vouchsafe to me for the one boon the installation of Bharat as the Prince Regent of Ayodhya, and for the second boon I ask with joined palms, pray accomplish my desire, my lord. Let Ram dwell in the woods for 14 years in the garb of a hermit and wholly detached from the world." The king was grieved at heart to hear these gentle words, even as a Chakravaka bird is filled with agony at the mere touch of a moonbeam. He felt dismayed and could not utter a word, like a partridge in the woods as the swoop of a falcon. The king turned altogether pale as a palm tree struck by lightning. With his hands to his forehead and closing both his eyes, he began to moan like a grief personified. "The celestial tree of my desire that has already blossomed has been torn up with its roots by the elephant-like Kaikeyi just when it was about to bear fruit. She has destroyed Ayodhya and laid the foundation of everlasting misfortune. An inauspicious thing has happened at an auspicious moment. and I am doomed by putting trust in a woman like a striving yogi who has been undone by nascience at the time when his practice of yoga was just going to bear fruit in the form of realization. In this way the king mourned within himself. Seeing his bad plight, the wicked queen sulked within her heart and said, "Is Bharat not your son? And have you brought me in consideration of money? If my words pierced you like arrows the moment they entered your ears, why should you not make promises after careful thought? Either say yes to my proposal or decline. You are true to your promise more than anyone else in the race of Raghu. Refuse the boons you promised me, abandon the truth and court infamy in the world. Loud in your praise of truth, you promised me a couple of boons, imagining, of course, that I would ask for a handful of parched grain. Shibi, Dadichi and Bali redeemed their plighted word, maintaining whatever they said, even at the cost of their life and possessions. In this way, Kaikeyi uttered most pungent words as though applying salt to a burn. A champion of righteousness, the king took courage and opened his eyes, and beating his head sighed out, "She has smitten me in the most vital part." He saw her standing before him, burning with rage, as if it were fury's own sword drawn from the sheath, with a malicious mind for its hilt and remorselessness for its edge. Whetted on the grindstone in the shape of the humpback mantra, the king saw that the sword was dreadful and inflexible and said to himself, "Is it really going to take my life?" Then, steeling his heart, he politely spoke to her in endearing terms. "My darling, why should you utter such unbecoming words, casting all confidence and affection to the winds? O timid lady, Bharat and Ram are my two eyes. I vouch for it, calling Shankarji as my witness. I will positively dispatch a messenger at daybreak, and the two brothers, Bharat and Shatrughan, will speedily come on hearing the message. Then, after fixing an auspicious date and making all preparations, I will solemnly bestow the kingdom on Bharat. Ram has no greed of sovereignty and is deeply attached to Bharat. I was only going to follow the usage obtaining among the princes, considering the seniority and juniority of the two princes. I sincerely tell you, swearing Ram 100 times, that his mother, Kaushalya, never said a word to me in this connection. No doubt I arranged everything without consulting you, and that is why my cherished desire has not been realized. Now give up your anger and put on a festal garb. A few days hence, Bharat will be the Prince Regent. Only one thing has caused me pain. The second boon that you have asked for is something incongruous. My heart is still burning with the agony caused by it. Is it anger or jest? Or is it all really true? Tell me with a cool mind Sri Ram's guilt. Everybody says Ram is extremely well behaved. You too spoke well of him and loved him. Hearing now what you have asked, I have begun to suspect whether your profession of love was genuine. How could he, whose temperament was congenial even to an enemy, act contrary to the will of his own mother? No more of jesting or anger, my darling. Make a reasonable and thoughtful request, so that I may now regale my eyes on the sight of Bharat's installation on the throne. A fish may rather survive even without water, and a serpent may drag on a miserable and wretched existence without the gem in its head. But I tell you sincerely, with a guileless heart, that I cannot live without Ram. Be assured in your mind, my wise darling, that my very existence depends on the sight of Sri Ram. Hearing these soft words, the evil-minded queen blazed up like the fire on which has fallen an oblation of clarified butter. She said, "You might as well try millions of devices, but your stratagem shall not avail with me. Either grant my request or earn a bad reputation by refusing it. I am not fond of much wiles. Ram is virtuous, you too are virtuous and wise, and no less virtuous is Ram's mother Kaushalya. I have known all of you. I will repay with a vengeance the benefit she has sought to confer upon me. If Ram does not retire to the woods, assuming the garb of a hermit as soon as the day breaks, death for me and ill repute for you will be the result. Bear this in mind, O king." So saying, the wicked woman rose and stood up as though it were a swollen stream of passion that had issued from the mountain of sin, and overflowing with the water of anger was too terrible to look at. The two wounds she had asked for represented its banks. Her inexorable obstinacy corresponded to its current, and the impelling force of Manthara's words stood for its eddies. Uprooting the king like a tree, the river headed towards the ocean of adversity. The king now perceived that the demand of the queen was really true, and that it was death itself which was dancing over his head in the disguise of his own consort. Clasping her feet, he persuaded her to sit down and implored her, "Pray do not play the axe with the respect to the solar race. Ask of me my own head, and I will forthwith give it to you. But kill me not by tearing Ram from me. Retain Ram by any means whatsoever, or your bosom will burn with anguish all your life." When the king saw the melody uncontrollable, he dropped on the ground, beating his head and sobbing out in most piteous tones, "Ram, O Lord of Raghus." The king was stricken with grief, and his limbs began to droop. It looked as if a wish-yielding tree had been knocked down by a female elephant. His throat was dry, and speech failed his lips. He felt miserable like a fish out of water. Kaikeyi piled him once more with pungent and harsh words, injecting poison as it were into his wound. If this was what you intended doing in the long run, what emboldened you to say, "Ask, ask"? Can both these things happen at the same time, O sovereign of the earth? To laugh a boisterous laugh and to look grave, to enjoy the reputation of being generous and yet be stingy? Is it possible to remain unscathed while playing the hero? Either go back upon your word or forbear. Pray do not wail like a woman. Life and wife, sons, home, wealth, and land have been spoken of as no better than a straw in the eyes of a man who is true to his word. On hearing these poignant words, the king exclaimed, "Say what you will, you are not to blame for it. It is my doom which has possessed you like a devil and is using as its mouthpiece." Bharat would never covet sovereignty even unwittingly. By the decree of fate, however, evil counsel has taken possession of your mind. All that is the outcome of my sins, due to which the tide has turned against me at an inopportune moment. Beautiful Ayodhya shall flourish again under the sovereignty of Ram, the abode of all virtues. All his brothers shall serve him, and his fame shall spread through all the three spheres of the creation. The stain on your reputation and my remorse shall not disappear even after our death, and shall never go till eternity. Now do whatever pleases you, only keep out of my sight, hiding your face. So long as I live, I beseech you with the joined palms, pray speak not a word to me again. You will repent in the end, O hapless woman, that you killed a cow for the sake of gut. Thus arguing with her in numberless way, the king dropped on the ground crying, Why do you bring ruin to all? But a past master in wiles, the queen did not utter a word, as though busy performing magical rites in a crematorium to acquire control over the ghosts. Stricken with grief, the king repeated the word Ram again and again, and felt miserable like a bird that has been shorn of its wings. He prayed in his heart, May the day never dawn, nor may anyone go and tell Ram. Rise not, O sun god, the progenitor of Raghu's race, for you will be painted at heart to see the plight of Ayodhya. The king's affection and the relentlessness of Kaikeyi both were the highest of their kind in God's creation. While the king was yet wailing, the day broke, and the music of lute, flute, and conch was heard at his door. Bards extolled him, and minstrels sang his praises. They, however, pierced the king like shafts as he heard them. These and other tokens of rejoicing pleased him, not even as ornaments repel a widow who has decided to accompany her deceased husband to the other world. None could have a wink of sleep that night, since everyone was eagerly longing for the sight of Sri Ramji. At the door waited a crowd of servants, ministers, who said to one another at the sight of the rising sun, The Lord of Ayodhya has not yet woken up. What special reason can there be? The king used to wake up during the last watch of the night every day. His behavior today appears most strange to us. Getting into the palace, O Sumantra, you go and rouse him. On receiving his orders, we may proceed with our work. Sumantra then entered the gynecium, but it wore such a dismal appearance that he was afraid to advance. It looked like a monster that would spring on him and devour him. Its sight was so repelling. It seemed to be the very abode of calamity and sorrow. Since nobody answered his questions, he proceeded to the apartment where the king and queen Kaikeyi were. Greeting the king with the words, Be victorious and live forever, and bowing his head, he sat down. He turned pale to behold the condition of the king, who lay on the ground distracted with the grief and colorless like a lotus stalk torn from its roots. The minister being too alarmed to ask any question, Kaikeyi, who was full of evil and void of all good, broke the silence. The king had no sleep last night. Heaven alone knows the reason. He has been simply repeating Ram, Ram till daybreak and refuses to disclose the secret. Therefore, call on Ram and bring him soon. Thereafter, when you have come back, you may ask further details. Judging from his master's looks that the king approved of the idea, Sumantra left. He concluded that the queen had contrived some evil design. He felt so distressed with anxiety that his legs refused to move ahead. What will the king speak to Ram after calling him? He wondered. Recovering himself, he repaired to the gate, and seeing him disconsolable, all began to question him. He, however, reassured them all and proceeded to the apartment where the ornament of the solar rays, Sri Ramji, was. When Sri Ramji saw Sumantra coming, he received him with honor. treating the minister on an equal footing with his father. Looking Sri Ramji in the face, Sumantra conveyed to him the royal command and returned with the light of Raghu's rays Sri Ramji. Sri Ramji followed the minister in an unbecoming manner. People here and there were grieved to see this. The jewel of Raghu's race went and saw the king in an utterly wretched state, like an aged elephant who had dropped down in terror at the sight of a lioness. His lips got parched and his whole frame burned. He looked like a helpless snake bereft of the gem on his hood. The Lord beheld by the side of his father angry Kaikeyi, who stood there like death personified, counting the last minutes of his life. Sri Ramji was compassionate and soft by nature. He witnessed sorrow for the first time in his life. He had never heard of it before. Yet, recovering himself as the occasion demanded, addressed his mother Kaikeyi in the following sweet words. Tell me, my dear mother, the cause of my father's distress, so that an attempt may be made to remove it. Listen, Ram, the sole cause is this. The king is very fond of you. He had promised me 2 boons of my choice, and I asked whatever I liked. The king, however, was stricken with grief to hear my request, for he cannot shake off the hesitation on your score. Love for his son on one side and his plighted word on the other, the king is placed on the haunts of dilemma. Obey his command if you can and rid him a severe mental torture. Kaikeyi unhesitatingly spoke these pungent words, which callousness itself was sore distressed to hear. With the tongue for a bow and words for so many shafts, and with the king for delicate target as it were, it looked as if stiffness had taken the form of a great hero and practiced bowmanship. Having communicated the whole incident to the Lord of Raghus, Sri Ramji, she sat like the very incarnation of heartlessness. The son of the solar dynasty, Sri Ramji, the natural fountain of joy, smiled within himself and spoke words which were free from all blemish and were so sweet and agreeable that they seemed to be the very ornaments of speech. Listen, O mother, that son alone is blessed who is devoted to the words of his parents. A son who gratifies his father and mother is rare in this wide world, mother. In the forest I shall get more frequent opportunities of meeting hermits, which will be beneficial to me in every way. On top of it, I have my father's command and your approval to boot, mother. Again, Bharat, who is dear to me as life, will get sovereignty. God is propitious to me in every respect today. If I refuse to proceed to the woods, even under such circumstances, I should be reckoned foremost in an assembly of fools. Those who nurture a castor oil plant, leaving the trees of paradise and barter away nectar for poison, they too will not lose an opportunity like this, should they ever get it. Ponder this fact in your mind and realize it, my mother. Only one thing pains me most, mother. I am grieved to see the king sore distressed. That my father should be so overwhelmed with grief over a trifling matter is more than I can believe, my dear mother. The king is stout of heart and a fathomless ocean of goodness. I must have committed some great offense which prevents the king from speaking out his mind to me. I adjure you, therefore, to tell me the truth. The words of Sri Ramji, the chief of Raghus, were artless and straightforward. Yet the evil-minded Kaikeyi gave them a perverse twist. A leech must always move obliquely, even though the water on which it moves has a smooth surface. The queen rejoiced to find that Ramji inclined towards her proposal and said with a false show of affection, I swear by yourself and Bharat that no other cause of the king's affliction is known to me. You are hardly capable of any offense, dear son, a source of delight that you are to your parents and brothers. What you say is all true. You are devoted to the words of your father and mother. I adjure you to argue with your father that he may not incur opprobrium in the evening of his life. It is hardly desirable for him to disregard the virtues, truthfulness, etc. that have fetched him a son like you. These polite words adorned her detestable mouth, even as sacred spots like Gaya beautify the accursed land of Magadh. All these words from his stepmother sounded pleasant to Ramji in the same way as waters of all kinds are hallowed through their confluence with the holy Ganga. The king's spell of unconsciousness now left him. He remembered Ram and then changed sides. And the minister Sumantra informed him of Sri Ramji's arrival and made humble submission to him in words appropriate to the occasion. Hearing that Sri Ram had come, the king recovered himself and opened his eyes. The minister Sumantra helped his sovereign to a sitting posture when the latter beheld Ram falling at his feet. Overwhelmed with emotion, the king clasped him to his bosom as though a serpent had regained its lost gem. The monarch kept gazing on Sri Ramji, and a torrent of tears streamed forth from his eyes. Overpowered with grief, he could not utter a word and pressed the prince to his heart again and again. He inwardly prayed to God that the Lord of Raghus, Sri Ram, might not be able to proceed to the woods. Invoking the mighty Lord Shivji, he saluted him saying, Hear my prayer, O ever blissful Lord. Quickly pleased and indiscreetly generous as you are, pray relieve my affliction, knowing me as to be in distress. Dwelling as you do in the heart of all the prompter of actions, so inspire Ram that he may not flout my word and stay at home, casting to the wind all sense of propriety and final affection. Let worldwide disrepute be my lot, and let my good name perish. I would fain be damned to perdition and forgo heaven, the abode of immortals. Subject me to all severe hardships, but let not Ram be screened from your view. The king thus prayed within his heart, but did not open his lips. His mind quivered like an aspen leaf. Perceiving that his father was overpowered with affection, and apprehending that Mother Kaikeyi might utter something again, the Lord of Raghus, Sri Ramji, spoke after due deliberation words which were not only humble but also suited to the place, time and circumstances. Dear father, I make bold to submit something. Pray forgive this impropriety on my part, knowing that I am yet tender of age. You have suffered for a most trifling matter, and the pity of it is that nobody apprised me of it before. When I saw you, I asked Mother Kaikeyi and was consoled to hear what she has told me. Grieve not out of affection at a time of rejoicing, dear father, and command me with a glad heart. The Lord felt a thrill of joy all over his body as he spoke these words. Blessed is his birth on the surface of this earth, whose father is rejoiced to hear of his doings. He has in his hand all the four prizes of life, that is, religious merit, material riches, sensuous gratification, and final beatitude. to whom his parents are dear as life. After carrying out your order and having obtained the reward of my life, I shall come back soon. Therefore, be pleased to command me. In the meantime, I shall ask leave of Mother Kaushalyaji and return forthwith. Then I shall proceed to the woods after throwing myself once more at your feet. So spoke Sri Ramji and then departed, while the king was too overpowered with grief to make any answer. This most unwelcome news spread throughout the city, as though the sting of a scorpion had circulated its poison throughout the body. Every man and woman who heard this was distressed, even as trees and creepers are blasted at the very sight of the forest fire. Whoever heard it beat his head wherever he happened to be. The grief was too great to be borne. Their mouths were parched, their eyes streamed, and their heart could not contain their sorrows. It seems as though the army of Pathos has openly pitched its camp at Ayodhya. When everything was ready, God upset the whole plan. Everywhere people abused Kaikeyi. What sense could there be in this wicked woman having set fire to a house that had been newly thatched? She seeks to perceive after tearing out her eyes with her own hands, and wishes to taste poison, throwing away nectar. The crooked, hard-hearted and evil-minded wretch has appeared as fire to burn the cluster of bamboos in the shape of Raghu's race. Sitting on a twig, she has hewn the tree itself. In the midst of joy, she has raised the structure of sorrow. Sri Ramji had always been dear to her as life. What has led to her to resort to such perversity? Seers have truly said that woman's mind is altogether incomprehensible, unfathomable, and shrouded in mystery. Sooner may a man catch his own reflection than know the ways of a woman. What is there that fire cannot consume? What is there that cannot be engulfed by the ocean? What is there that a powerful woman, miscalled powerless Abala in the common parlance, cannot accomplish? And what creature is there in the perishable world that death cannot devour? Having first ordained one thing, the Creator has now ordained quite the reverse of it. Having shown us one spectacle, He would not show us quite another. Some people said, the king has not done well. He has not been discreet in granting the wicked woman her request, whereby he has willfully courted all this tragedy. By allowing himself to be ruled by a woman, he has lost his wisdom and goodness, as it were. Others who as saner did not blame the king, recognizing as they did his high standard of morality. They repeated at length to one another the narratives of Shibiji, Dadichiji, and Harishchandraji. Some suggested that Bharat's connivance, while still others passively heard what their companion said. Others stopped their ears with their hands and bit their tongue as they exclaimed, "This is untrue. All your merits will be destroyed as you utter these words. Sri Ramji is dear to Bharat as his own life. Sooner shall the moon rain sparks of fire or nectar have the same effect as poison than Bharat ever dream of doing anything prejudicial to the interest of Sri Ramji." Some blamed the Creator who had offered nectar but actually given them poison. The whole city was astir and everyone felt distressed. There was deep agony in their heart and their briskness was gone. Brahmana matrons and other venerable and elderly ladies of the royal family and such other ladies as were most dear to Kaikeyi began to expostulate with her, praising her amiability, but their words pierced her like shafts. "You have always said, and the whole world knows it, that Bharat is not so dear to you as Ramji. you have borne natural affection towards Ramji. For what offense do you exile him to the woods today? You have never harbored jealousy towards your co-wives. Your loving disposition and credulity are known throughout the land. What wrong has Kausalyaji done you now due to which you should have hurled this thunderbolt against the whole city? Will Sitaji forego the company of Sri Ramji or Lakshman choose to stay at home? Will Bharat enjoy the sovereignty of Ayodhya or the king survive without Ramji? Pondering thus, banish anger from your breast, nor make yourself a storehouse of grief and infamy. By all means, install Bharat as the Prince Regent. But what need is there for exiling Ramji to the forest? Ramji is not covetous of sovereignty. He is a champion of righteousness and has no relish for sensuous pleasures. Let Ramji abandon his home and live with his preceptor. Ask this of the king as your second boon. In case you do not follow our advice, you will gain nothing. If you have only played some joke, let us know by openly declaring it. Does a son like Ramji deserve to be exiled to the woods? What will the world say about you when they hear of it? Up quickly and devise some means to avert grief and obloquy. Devise some means to avert grief and infamy and save your family. Forcibly dissuade Ramji from proceeding to the woods and make no other suggestion. As the day without the sun, as the body without the life, and the night without the moon, so the city of Ayodhya without the Lord of Tulsidas ji, Sri Ramji. Just consider this, O irascible lady. The advice that Kaikeyi's friends gave her was agreeable to hear and salutary in consequence, but she gave no ear to it, tutored as she was by the mischievous humpback. She gave no reply and wore a sullen look due to the anger that could not be easily curbed. She stared at them as a hungry tigress would gaze on the herd of does. Finding her disease incurable, her friends left her saying as they went, "Wretched fool, fate could not brook her sovereignty and has betrayed her. She has done what nobody else would do." Men and women of the city thus lamented and showered numberless abuses on the wicked woman. They burned with terrible agony and sighed, "There can be no hope of life without Ramji," they said. The people were disconcerted at the thought of long separation, even as aquatic creatures get disturbed when the water in which they live begins to fail. Men and women alike were overcome with excessive grief. In the meantime, Lord Sri Ramji called on his mother, Kaushalyaji. He wore a cheerful look and had fourfold joy in his heart. He no longer feared lest the king should detain him. The mind of Sri Ramji, the hero of Raghu's race, resembled a young elephant newly caught with kingship for its chain. When he heard of the proposal for exiling him to the forest, he took himself as freed and felt overjoyed in his heart. The crown of Raghu's race, Sri Ramji, joined both his palms and cheerfully bowed his head at his mother's feet. She blessed him and clasped him to her bosom and scattered jewels and raiment around him in order to protect him from evil. The mother kissed his lips again and again with the tears of affection in her eyes and her limbs thrilling over with joy. Seating him in her lap, she pressed him once more to her heart, while milk flowed from her graceful breast due to excess of love. Her affection and joy were altogether beyond description. It seemed as if a pauper had attained the position of Kubera, the god of riches. Fondly regarding his lovely countenance, the mother spoke to him in endearing terms. Tell me, my dear child, I beseech you, when will be that delightful and auspicious hour, the beautiful culmination of piety, virtue and joy, and the highest reward of human birth, and for which all men and women long as anxiously as a thirsty pair of kataka birds for an autumnal shower during the brief period when the sun is in the same longitude as the constellation named Swati. I adjure you, my darling, to bathe quickly and take some sweet dish of your choice. See your father after that, my boy, for I protest it is already too late. Even on hearing these most agreeable words of his mother, which were blossoms, as it were, of the celestial tree of affection, laden with honey of joy and fountains of worldly prosperity, the bee of Sri Ramji's mind could not be lured by their charm. A champion of righteousness that he was, he clearly discerned the path of duty and spoke to his mother in exceedingly polite terms. Father has bestowed on me the kingdom of the forest, where there will be great opportunities for me in every way. Therefore, grant me leave with a cheerful heart, so that my journey to the forest may be attended with joy and blessing. Be not obsessed with erroneous fears due to affection, dear mother. By your goodwill, I shall be ever happy. Spending 4 years and 10 in the forest, and having obeyed my father's commands, I will come back and behold your feet again. Be not sad at heart. The gentle and sweet words of Sri Ramji, the chief of Raghus, pierced the mother's heart and rankled there. Alarmed to hear his serene speech, she turned pale in the same way as the Javasa plant is blasted by a shower in the monsoon. The agony of her heart was beyond description, like that of a dove that has heard a lion's roar. Her eyes were wet with tears, and her body violently shook like a fish that had got inebriated by sucking the scum raised by the first monsoon shower. Recovering herself and looking her son in the face, the mother spoke in faltering accents. My boy, you are dear as life to your father, to whom it is a constant delight to watch your doings from day to day. He had got an auspicious day fixed for installing you as the Prince Regent. For what offense has he asked you to proceed to the woods? Let me know the reason, my darling. Who is it that has served as fire to consume the solar rays? Reading in Sri Ramji's eyes his tacit consent, Sumantra's son, who had obviously accompanied the prince, explained the reason. The mother was struck dumb, as it were, to hear the episode. The state of her mind could not be described in words. She could neither detain her son nor yet say, "Go." She felt terrible agony in her heart in either event. It seemed as though one was going to write moon and wrote Rahu instead through a slip of the pen. She said to herself, "The ways of the Creator Brahmaji are always adverse to all," she concluded. Kaushalyaji's judgment was swayed on the one hand by her sense of duty, and on the other, she found herself on the haunts of a dilemma like a snake that has caught hold of a muskrat. If I press my son and detain him, the moral code will be violated and bad blood would be created between brothers. And if I allow him to proceed to the woods, it will be a grievous loss. The queen thus found herself faced with an embarrassing situation and was overwhelmed with grief. Again, realizing the duty of a woman and remembering that both Ramji and Bharatji were equally her sons, the prudent Kaushalyaji, Sri Ramji's mother, who had a guileless disposition, spoke as follows with great courage. You have done well, my child. I swear a father's command is the most sacred of all obligations. That having promised to bestow on the kingdom of Ayodhya, your father has now decided to exile you to the woods does not make me the least sorry. But your absence from our midst will mean a terrible ordeal to Bharat, to the king himself and to the people. In any case, if it be your father's command alone, my boy, then go not, remembering that a mother ranks higher than one's father. If, on the other hand, both father and mother have asked you to proceed to the woods, then, of course, the forest will equal 100 cities like Ayodhya with the sylvan gods for your father, the sylvan goddesses for your mother, and the birds and beasts to wait upon your lotus feet. At all events, it is but proper for a king to dwell in a forest in the evening of his life. It is your tender age which fills my heart with agony. How blessed is the forest and how luckless Ayodhya that will be deserted by you, O crown of Raghu's line. If I ask you, my boy, to take me with you, your mind will be filled with doubt. You are supremely dear to all, my child. You are the life of our life, the vitality of our soul. As such, you say, Mother, I go to the forest, while I remain rooted to my seat, even on hearing these words, and repent. Realizing this, I do not press my suit, exaggerating my false love. I only pray that remembering me as the mother, you should not allow me to slip out of your mind. May all the gods and manes protect you, O Lord of the earth, as the eyelids protect the eyes. The term of exile is like water, while your near and dear ones resemble the fish that live on it. As for yourself, you are a fountain of mercy and a champion of virtue. Remembering this, please devise some means to see that you come back in time to find them all alive. I adjure you to proceed to the woods in good cheer, abandoning your servants, family, and the whole city. The fruit of everyone's meritorious deeds is exhausted today, and the tide of fortune has turned against us, assuming a sullen aspect. Thus, wailing in many ways, Mother Kaushalyaji clung to Sri Ramji's feet, accounting herself the most unlucky woman. Her heart was filled with terrible and deep agony, and the profusion of her wailings was beyond all description. Sri Ramji lifted his mother and pressed her to his bosom, and then comforted her with soothing words. That very moment Sitaji heard the news and rose in great agitation. She approached her mother-in-law, reverenced her lotus feet, and sat down bowing her head. The mother-in-law blessed her in gentle accents and felt distressed when she regarded her most delicate frame. With her head bent low, Sitaji, who was beauty personified and cherished unalloyed love towards her lord, sat reflecting. The lord of my life would depart to the forest. It is yet to be seen who will be the good fortune to accompany him, my body and soul together, or my soul alone. What good intends to do cannot be foreseen even partly. As she scratched the ground with the lovely nails of her toes, her anklets produced a musical sound, as if, so declared the poets, they lovingly prayed that Sitaji's feet may never abandon them. Seeing her shed tears from her charming eyes, Sri Ramji's mother broke the silence. Listen, my dear child, Sita is exceedingly delicate and the pet of her father-in-law and mother-in-law and the whole family. She has for her father Janakji, the jewel among princes, while her father-in-law is no other than the son of the solar race, your father. As for the Lord yourself, he is veritable moon for the lily-like progeny of the sun god and a repository of goodness and beauty. Again, I have found in her beloved daughter-in-law who is amiable and accomplished and beauty personified. I have treated her as the very apple of my eye and loved her even more. Nay, my very life is centered in Janaki ji. I have fostered her in many ways as the celestial creeper and nourished her by feeding her with the water of affection. Just when the creeper was about to blossom and bear fruit, God turned against me, and there is no knowing what will be the consequence. Born invariably on a bedstead, seat, swing, or my own lap, Sita has never set her foot on hard ground. I have been tending her like a life-giving herb and never asked her even to stir the wick of a lamp. The same Sita would accompany you to the woods and awaits your brothers, O Lord of the Raghus. How can a female kakora bird who loves to feed on the nectar borne on the rays of the moon bear to fix her gaze on the sun? Hosts of wild elephants, lions, demons, and other fell creatures roam about in the woods. Can a beautiful life-giving herb fit in with a poison wood, my boy? For residing in the forest, God has created coal and beal girls who are foreign to sensuous pleasures. Adamantine by nature, like the insect living on stone, they never experience any hardship in the woods. Another class fit for the forest is the hermit woman, who has renounced all pleasures for the sake of penance. But how, my son, will Sita live in the forest? She who is frightened to see even the picture of a monkey is a female cygnet, who disports in the lovely lotus beds of the Manas lake, fit for a muddy puddle. First ponder this, then as you order, I will instruct Janakji's daughter. If she stays at home, the mother continued, that will mean a great solace to me. When Sri Ramji, the hero of Raghu's race, heard this endearing speech of his mother, imbued as it were with the nectar of grace and affection, he comforted her by addressing tender and wise words to her, and then he started admonishing Janaki by disclosing to her the advantages and disadvantages of the forest life. Even though he hesitated in speaking to her in the presence of his mother, he realized within himself the emergency of the situation and said, "Listen to my advice, O princess, and do not misunderstand me. If you wish well of me as well as of yourself, please accept my suggestion and stay at home. You will be obeying my order and rendering service to your mother-in-law by remaining at home. O good lady, you will be benefited in every way. For a woman, there is no other duty more sacred than reverently adoring the feet of her husband's parents. Whenever my mother thinks of me and feeling disconsolable due to her love for me, loses her balance of mind, you console her, my love, with soothing words by narrating old legends to her. I tell you sincerely and solemnly, it is for my mother's sake, O charming lady, that I leave you here. By staying at home in deference to my wishes, you will easily obtain the reward of virtue approved by one's elders and the Vedas, whereas by giving themselves over to obduracy, the sage Galav and King Nahush and all others suffered great hardships. As for myself, Listen, O fair and sensible lady, I will soon return after redeeming my father's word. Days will steal away quickly, therefore heed my advice, O charming lady. If on the other hand you persist in your obstinacy due to your affection for me, O pretty girl, you will eventually come to grief. The forest is rugged and most dreadful with this terrible heat, cold, rain and blasts. The tracks are beset with prickly grass and thorns and stones of various kinds, and you will have to tread them without any protection for the feet. Your lotus-like feet are delicate and lovely, while the paths are most difficult and intercepted by huge mountains, caves and chasms, streams, rivers, rivulets that are unapproachable, unfathomable and terrible to look at. Bears and tigers, wolves and lions and elephants raise such a cry as staggers one's presence of mind. The ground will be your couch and the bark of trees your raiment, while bulbs, fruits and roots will be your food. And do you think even these things will be available to you all round the year? You will get everything according to its season. Man-eating demons roams about in the woods and assume all sorts of deceptive forms. The water of the hills is exceedingly unwholesome. The hardships of the forest are beyond all description. There are terrible serpents and fierce wild birds and multitudes of demons who steal both men and women. The boldest shudder at the very thought of the forest, while you, O fawn-eyed lady, are timid by nature. You are not fit for the woods, O fair lady. The world will revile me when they hear that I am taking you to the forest. Can a female cygnet who has been brought up in the nectarian water of the Manas lake live in the salt water of the ocean? Can a cuckoo that has made merry in a young mango grove have its appropriate place in a thicket of karila bushes? Pondering this in your heart, stay at home, O moon-faced lady. The hardships of the forest are great. He who does not reverently follow the advice of a disinterested friend, preceptor and master has to repent fully at heart and surely harms himself. When Sitaji heard these soft and winning words of her beloved Lord, her lovely eyes filled with tears. His soothing advice proved as scorching to her as a moonlit autumnal night to a female Chakravaka bird. Videha's daughter could make no answer. She was filled with agony to think that her pious and loving Lord would leave her behind. Perforce restraining her tears, Earth's daughter took courage and throwing herself at her mother-in-law's feet, spoke to her with her two palms joined together. Forgive, O venerable lady, my great impudence. The Lord of my life has tendered me only such advice as conducive to my best interests. I have, however, pondered within myself and realized that there is no calamity in this wood as great as being torn away from one's beloved Lord. O Lord of my life, O abode of mercy, handsome, genial and wise, O moon for the lily-like rays of Raghu, without you, heaven would be as obnoxious as hell. Father and mother, sisters and dear brothers, beloved kinsmen and friends, father-in-law and mother-in-law, preceptor and relatives, allies and even sons, however good-looking, well-behaved and congenial, nay, whatever ties of affection and kinship there exist to a woman bereft of her beloved Lord, they are far more tormenting than the scorching sun. Life, riches, house, land, city and kingdom, All these are mere accoutrements of woe to a woman bereft of her Lord. Luxury to her is loathsome like a disease, and ornaments a burden, while the world is like the torments of hell. Without you, O Lord of my life, nothing in this world is delightful to me. As the body without a soul and river without water, even so my Lord is a woman without her husband. In your company, my Lord, I shall be happy in every way so long as I behold your countenance resembling the cloudless moon of an autumnal night. Birds and beasts will be my kindred, the forest my city, and the bark of trees my spotless robes. And a hut of leaves in the company of my Lord will be as comfortable as the abode of gods. The generous-hearted sylvan gods and goddesses will take care of me like my own father-in-law and my mother-in-law. A charming litter of grass and tender leaves will in the company of my Lord vie with Cupid's own lovely cushion. Bulbs, roots and fruits will be my ambrosial food, while mountains will be as good as 100 royal mansions of Ayodhya. Gazing on the lotus feet of my Lord every moment, I shall remain as cheerful as a female Chakravaka bird during the daytime. You have mentioned a number of hardships and perils, woes and afflictions attendant with forest life, but all this put together will hardly compare with an iota of the pangs of separation from my Lord, O fountain of mercy. Bearing this in mind, O crest jewel of wise men, take me with you. Pray do not leave me behind. I refrain from making a lengthy submission, my Lord, knowing as I do that you are all merciful and have access to the hearts of all. If you leave me in Ayodhya till the expiry of your exile, you may rest be assured that I shall not survive. O friend of the afflicted, O handsome and congenial Lord, O storehouse of amiability and affection. As I walk along the road, I shall know no fatigue gazing on your lotus feet all the while. I shall render all sorts of service to my beloved Lord, and shall relieve him of all the toil occasioned by the journey. Laving your feet and resting in the shade of a tree, I shall fan you with a cheerful heart. Beholding your swarthy form bedwed with the sweat and casting a look on the Lord of my life, I can have no occasion for grief. Spreading grass and leaves of trees on an even patch of ground, this handmaid of yours will knead your feet overnight. Even as I gaze on your tender form again and again, hot winds will have no effect on me. Who can dare look at me when I am by the side of my Lord, any more than a hare or jackal would regard a lioness? How true it is that I am delicate of body, while my Lord is fit to bear the hardships of a forest life, that it behoves you to undergo penance, while it is worthwhile for me to loll in luxuries. When my heart refuses to be rent even on hearing such cruel words, I am sure my wretched self shall live to bear the terrible pangs of separation from my Lord. So saying, Sita ji was overwhelmed with distress. She could not bear her Lord's separation even in words. Seeing her condition, the Lord of Raghus was convinced in his heart of hearts that if left behind against her will, she would not survive. The all-merciful Lord of the solar rays therefore said, Give up lamentation and accompany me to the forest. Grief is out of season today. Prepare yourself for the journey to the woods at once. Consoling his beloved consort with these endearing words, the Lord threw himself at his mother's feet and received her blessings. Pray return soon, relieve the people's distress, and see that your heartless mother is not forgotten. Shall the tide of my fortune ever turn, O goodness, that I may behold the charming pair with my own eyes again? When my dear son will arrive, that auspicious day, and blessed hour that your mother shall live to see your moon-like countenance. When again shall I call you my darling, my pet child, O Lord of Raghus, O Chief of Raghu's race, my boy, and summoning you, clasp you to my bosom, and gaze upon your limbs with delight. Seeing that his mother was too overwhelmed with emotion to speak any more and was greatly agitated, Sri Ramji consoled her in various ways. The gravity of the occasion and the intensity of affection was more than one could describe. Janakji's daughter then threw herself at her mother-in-law's feet and said, I tell you, mother, I am most unlucky in that at a time when I should have served you, heaven has exiled me to the forest and has refused to grant my desire. Pray be not perturbed anymore, but at the same time cease not to entertain kindly feelings towards me. Relentless is fate, and there is no fault of mine either. The mother-in-law was so distressed to hear Sitaji's words that I have no words to describe her condition. Again and again she pressed her daughter-in-law to her breast and recovering herself admonished and blessed her. May the blessed state of your wifehood, the longevity of your husband know no break and endure so long as the streams of the Ganga and Yamuna continues to flow. The mother-in-law blessed and admonished Sitaji in various ways, and the latter parted from her most affectionately, bowing her head at her lotus feet again and again. When Lakshman got the news, he started up in confusion and ran with a doleful face, trembling all over, with his hair standing on end and eyes full of tears. He clasped Sri Ramji's feet, much excited with emotion. He was unable to speak and stood gazing piteously like a fish taken out of water. There was anxiety in his heart. What is going to happen, O good heavens? He said to himself. All my joy and merits are over now. What will the Lord of Raghus commend me to do? Will he leave me at home or take me with him? When Sri Ramji saw his brother with joined palms, having renounced his home and reckless about his own body, he addressed him in the following words, well versed as he was in the rules of correct behavior and an ocean of amiability, love, artlessness and joy. Pray do not lose your balance of mind out of affection, dear brother, and be convinced in your heart of hearts that the end will be a happy one. Those who reverently and unconstrainedly follow the advice of their father and mother, preceptor and master, have reaped the fruit of their birth, or else their coming into this world has been in vain. Bearing this in mind, brother, listen to my advice and wait upon the feet of our father and mothers. Bharat and Shatrughan are not at home while the king is aged and full of grief for my sake. If I proceed to the woods taking you with me, Ayodhya will be rendered completely masterless, and the preceptor and parents, the people as well as the family, all will be subjected to a spell of terrible suffering. Stay then to comfort all, otherwise, brother, we shall incur great sin. A king whose reign brings suffering to his beloved people surely deserves an abode in hell. Bearing in mind this maxim, dear brother, stay at home. Hearing this, Lakshman felt much distressed. He turned pale at these soothing words in the same way as a lotus is blessed when touched by frost. Overwhelmed with emotion, he could not answer, but clasped his brother's feet in anguish. My lord, I am your slave, and you my master. If you abandon me, what help? My lord, you have given me a sound advice, but due to my faint-heartedness, it sounds impracticable to me. Only those noblemen who are self-possessed and champion of the cause of virtue are fit to be taught and gospel of the Vedas and moral philosophy. I am a mere child fostered by your loving care. Can a cygnet lift Mount Mandara or Meru? I know no preceptor, nor father, nor mother. I tell you sincerely, believe me, my lord, whatever ties of affection, love and confidence exist in the world as declared by the Vedas, for me they are all centered in you and you alone, my lord. O friend of the afflicted, O knower of the innermost heart of all, piety and propriety should be taught to him who is fond of glory, fortune and a noble destiny. He, however, who is devoted to your feet in thought, word and deed, should he be abandoned, O ocean of grace? Hearing these soft and polite words of his noble brother, the all-compassionate Lord clasped him to his bosom and consoled him, perceiving that he had lost his nerve through love. Go and ask leave of your mother, then quickly return and accompany me to the woods. Lakshman rejoiced to hear these words from the chief of Raghus. Great was his gain, and a mighty loss was averted. He went up to his mother, delighted at heart as a blind man who had regained his lost vision. Approaching her, he bowed his head at her feet, while his heart was with Sri Ramji, the delighter of Raghu's race, and Janakji's daughter. Finding him depressed in spirit, the mother inquired the reason. When Lakshman related at length the whole incident, Sumitraji was alarmed to hear his cruel report as a doe on finding wildfire all about her. Lakshman apprehended that things would take a wrong turn that day and that his mother would frustrate his plans due to her affection. He therefore felt nervous and hesitated in asking leave of her, for he thought within himself, "Good God, will she allow me to accompany Sri Ramji or not?" Remembering the beauty, amiability and noble disposition of Sri Ramji and Sitaji, and considering the king's affection for them, Sumitraji beat her head, and she perceived that the wicked queen Kaikeyi had played him foul. Perceiving that the time was unpropitious to them, she collected herself and, possessing as she did a naturally good heart, spoke in gentle words. "My dear son, Videha's daughter is your mother, while Ram, who loves you in every way, is your father. Ayodhya is there where Ram dwells. There alone is the day where there is sunlight. If Sita and Ram are really proceeding to the woods, you have no business in Ayodhya. One's preceptor, parents, brother, gods and master, all this should be tended as one's own life. Ram, however, is dearer than life, the soul of our soul and the disinterested friend of all. Whosoever are worthy of adoration and most dear to us should be accounted as such only in so far as they are related to Ram. Bearing this in mind, accompany him to the forest and derive, my boy, the benefit of your existence in the world. It is your great good fortune as well as of mine. I solemnly declare that your mind has sincerely taken up its abode in Ram's feet. That woman alone can be said to have borne a male issue whose son is a devotee of Ram, the Lord of Raghus. Otherwise, she had better remain issueless, for she who deems herself fortunate in having a son hostile to Ram, has yeaned in vain. It is due to your good fortune that Ram is proceeding to the forest. There is no other ground for his doing so, my boy. The highest reward of all meritorious acts is verily this, to have spontaneous love for the feet of Sita and Ram. Never give way even in a dream to passion, anger, jealousy, arrogance or infatuation. Giving up all sorts of morbid feelings, serve them in thought, word and deed. You will be happy in every way in the forest, since you will have with you your father and mother in Ram and Sita. Take care, my son, that Ram may be put to no trouble in the woods. That is my admonition to you. My admonition to you, my dear child, is this. It is up to you to see that Ram and Sita lead a happy life in the forest through your good offices, and forget their father and mother, near and dear ones, as well as the amenities of city life. Having thus admonished the Lord of Tulsidas ji, Sumitra ji granted him leave to accompany Sri Ram ji, and then invoked her blessing on him. May your devotion to the feet of Sita and the hero of Raghu's race be constant and untainted and ever new. Bowing his head at his mother's feet, Lakshman left at once, with a timid heart apprehending any further development that might balk his plans and interfere with his accompanying Sri Ramji to the forest. It looked as if a deer had luckily succeeded in bursting a strong snare and made good his escape. Lakshman went straight to where the Lord of Janki, Janakji's daughter, was. He was glad at heart to find himself in the company of his beloved brother. Bowing to the charming feet of Sri Ramji and Sitaji, he accompanied them to the king's palace. The men and women of the city said to one another, "How strange that God well-nigh fulfilled our hopes and then shattered them." With emaciated bodies, a sorrowful heart and a doleful face, they felt miserable as a bee that has been robbed of its honey. They wrung their hands, beat their heads, and lamented like birds that had been clipped of their wings and were restless without them. A huge crowd had collected at the entrance of the royal palace, and there was untold grief which knew no bounds. The minister Sumantraji raised the king and seated him, communicating to him the agreeable news that Sri Ramji had come. When he saw his two sons with Sita, his distress was profound. The king felt much agitated as he gazed on his two sons with Sita. Overwhelmed with emotion, he pressed them to his bosom again and again. The king was too restless to speak. There was terrible agony in his heart due to excess of grief. Most affectionately bowing his head at his father's feet, the hero of Raghu's race then arose and asked his permission to proceed to the woods. "Father, give me your blessings and commands. Why should you be sorrowing at this hour of jubilation? By swerving from the path of duty due to attachment for a beloved object, dear father, one's reputation is lost and obloquy incurred." Hearing this, king got up in his love and holding Sri Ramji, the Lord of Raghus, by the arm, he made him sit down and said, "Listen, my boy. Of you the sages declare that Ram is the Lord of the entire creation, both animate and inanimate. God requits our actions according as they are good or bad, weighing them in the scale of his judgment. He alone who does an act reap its consequences. Such is the law of the Vedas, and so declare all. But in this case, we find that one commits the offense and another reaps the fruit. Highly mysterious are the ways of God. No one in this world is competent to know them. The king sincerely tried every means to detain Sri Ramji, but he discovered Sri Ramji's intention and came to know that he was not going to stay. A champion of righteousness, strong-minded and foresighted as he was, the king thereupon clasped Sita to his bosom and most lovingly admonished her in many ways. He described the terrible hardships of forest life and explained to her the comforts she would enjoy if she chose to stay with her husband's parents or her own father. Sitaji's mind, however, was attached to Sri Ramji's feet. Hence, neither home seemed attractive to her nor the forest repulsive. Everyone else too expostulated with Sitaji dwelling on the many miseries of the forest. The ministers, Sumantra's wife, as well as the preceptors, Vashishtaji's and other prudent ladies fondly urged her in gentle tone. Nobody has exiled you to the forest. Therefore, do as your husband's parents and preceptor bid you. This advice, soothing, friendly, agreeable, and tender as it was, did not sound pleasing to Sitaji's ears. It seemed as if the touch of the rays of the autumnal moon had made a female Chakravaka bird restless. Sitaji was too modest to give any reply, but Kaikeyi flared up on hearing their talk. She brought hermit's robes, ornaments and vessels, and placing them before Sri Ramji, addressed him in soft accents. You are dear as life to the king, O hero of Raghu's line. He is too soft to shake off his scruple and attachment for you. He would sooner forfeit his virtue, good reputation, and his happiness in the other world than ask you to proceed to the woods. Bearing this in mind, do as you please. Sri Ramji rejoiced to hear his stepmother's admonition, but her words pierced the king like shafts. Will my wretched life never depart? He said to himself. The people felt much distressed while the king fainted. No one knew what to do. Sri Ramji presently dressed himself as a hermit and bowing his head to his parents departed. Having completed all the equipment and preparations for a journey to the woods, the Lord with his spouse and brother bowed to the feet of Brahmanas and the preceptor Vashishtaji and departed, leaving everyone in bewilderment. Issuing out of the palace, the party halted at Vashishtaji's door and found the people scorched with the fire of impending separation. The hero of Raghu's race comforted all with soothing words and then summoned hosts of Brahmanas. He requested his preceptor to give them subsistence for a year and captivated their hearts through courtesy, gift and humility. He gratified mendicants with gifts and attentions and sated his friends with pure love. He then called his men servants and maid servants and entrusting them to the care of his guru spoke to him with joined palms. My lord, pray look after them and tend them as their own father and mother. Again and again, with joined palms, Sri Ramji addressed each one present there in soft accents. He alone is friendly to me in every way, through whose good offices the king derives solace. Take care, all of you, my most clever citizens, to see that none of my mothers is smitten with the pangs of separation from me. In this way, Sri Ramji consoled all and cheerfully bowed his head at the lotus feet of his preceptor. Invoking Lord Ganpati-ji, Goddess Gauri-ji, and the Lord of Kailas, and receiving the blessings of his Guru, the lord of Raghus, proceeded further. There was great lamentation as he sailed forth. The piteous wail of the citizens was revolting to his ears. Evil omens appeared in Lanka, and Ayodhya was plunged in grief, while the abode of gods was overcome with a mixed feeling of joy and sorrow. When the spell of unconsciousness broke, the king woke, and calling Sumantra thus began, "Ram has left for the woods, but my life refuses to depart. I wonder what joy it seeks after by clinging to this body. What agony more severe than this can I have that will draw my breath out of my body?" Then, recovering himself, the king said, "Follow him, my friend, with your chariot." Too tender-bodied are the two princes, and delicate of frame is Janakji's daughter. Pick them up on the chariot, show them round the forest, and return after 3 or 4 days. If the two strong-minded brothers refuse to return, for the Lord of Raghus is the true to his word and firm of resolve, then do you entreat him with joined palms. My lord, kindly send back the daughter of Mithila's king. When Sitaji gets alarmed at the sight of the jungle, avail yourself of that opportunity and tell her my advice in the following words. The parents of your husband have sent this message to you. Please return home, my daughter. There is much hardship in the forest. Now with your parents and now in your husband's home, stay wherever you please. In this way, try all possible means. If she comes back, there will be support to my life. Otherwise, all this will end in my death. Nothing can avail against an adverse fate. So saying, the king dropped unconscious on the ground, exclaiming, "Bring Ram, Lakshman and Sita and show them to me." Receiving the king's command, Sumantra bowed his head to him, and having got ready a most swift chariot, went to the outskirts of the city, where Sitaji and the two princely brothers were. Then Sumantra delivered to them the king's message, and with humble submission persuaded Sri Ramji to ascend the chariot. Having mounted the chariot, Sitaji and the two brothers set out on their journey, mentally bowing their head to Ayodhya. Finding Ayodhya masterless with the departure of Sri Ramji, all those who had assembled there followed in their wake with an agitated mind. Sri Ramji remonstrated in many ways, an ocean of compassion that he was, and the crowd turned homewards. But dragged by the affection they bore for him, they came back and joined the party once more. Ayodhya presented a most dismal appearance, as though it were the dark night of the final dissolution of the universe. The men and women of the city looked like ghastly creatures and were frightened to see one another. Their houses appeared like so many crematories, their retainers like ghosts, and their sons, relations, and friends like messengers of death. Trees and creepers in the gardens withered, while streams and ponds repelled the eyes. The numberless horses and elephants, animals kept for pleasure, urban cattle, kataka birds, peacocks, cuckoos, chakravakas, parrots and mynas, cranes and swans, and kakoras. All stood restless due to their separation from Sri Ramji. They looked like so many pictures drawn here and there. The city resembled an extensive and thick forest full of fruits, and the many men and women residing therein represented so many birds and beasts. God assigned Kaikeyi the role of a Bhil woman who set the whole forest in a fierce blaze. The people could not bear the fire of separation from the chief of Raghus, and they all ran away in distress. They all came to this conclusion in their mind: There can be no happiness without Ramji, Lakshman and Sitaji. The whole community will live where Ramji takes up his abode. Without the hero of Raghu's race, we have no business in Ayodhya. Having thus firmly resolved, they followed him, forsaking their happy homes, which were the envy of gods. Can the pleasures of sense overpower those who hold the lotus feet of Sri Ramji dear to their heart? Leaving the children and aged people in their homes, all the citizens accompanied Sri Ramji, and the Lord of Raghus made his first day's halt on the bank of the Tamsa river. When the Lord of Raghus saw his people overwhelmed with love, his tender heart was much afflicted. Lord Sri Ramji, who is all compassion, he is readily touched by others' pain. Addressing them in affectionate, soft and agreeable tones, he comforted all in ways more than one. He also gave them varied instructions in their moral duty, but overmastered by love, they would not turn back, even though urged to return. Sri Ramji could not afford to take leave of his amiable disposition and loving nature. The Lord of Raghus thus found himself in a fix. Overpowered by grief and toil, the people fell asleep, and the deluding potency of gods further helped to benumb their mind. When 2 watches of the night had passed, Sri Ramji addressed the minister in endearing terms. Father, drive the chariot in such a way as to mix up with the tracks. By no other means can our object be accomplished. Bowing their head to the feet of Lord Shambhuji, Sri Ramji, Lakshman and Sitaji mounted the car, and the minister Sumantra immediately drove the chariot now in one direction and now in another, thus confusing the tracks. All the people woke up at daybreak. The Lord of Raghus has gone, they loudly exclaimed. Nowhere could they find the tracks of the chariot and ran about in all directions crying, Ramji, oh Ramji! It seemed as if a bark had foundered in the ocean, as a result of which the party of merchants that had boarded it felt much agitated. Everyone explained to the other how Ramji had forsaken them, perceiving their distress. They condemned themselves and praised the fish that died as soon as they were taken out of water, and said to one another, a curse on our life without the hero of Raghu's race. If God has torn us from our beloved, why did he not vouchsafe death to us on our asking? Thus wailing in a variety of ways, they all returned to Ayodhya full of remorse. The anguish of the parting was terrible beyond words. Everyone survived in the hope of seeing Ramji on the expiry of the term of exile. Men and women alike started religious observances and fasts for ensuring Sri Ramji's return. They were as miserable as the male and female Chakravaka bird and the lotus flower are in the absence of the sun. Accompanied by Sitaji and the minister of two brothers, arrived at Sri Rangvirpur. Beholding the celestial stream Ganga, Sri Ramji alighted from his car and fell prostrate on the ground with great joy. Lakshman, Sitaji and the minister too made obeisance, and Sri Ramji rejoiced in common with them all. A fount of all joys and blessings, the Ganga brings all delight and drives away all sorrow. Narrating numerous anecdotes connected with it, Sri Ramji gazed on the waves of the Ganga and told the minister, his younger brother Lakshman and his beloved consort, the transcendent glory of the celestial stream. They took a plunge in the river, and the fatigue of the journey was gone, and their hearts rejoiced when they drank of its holy water. That he whose very thought relieves the great toil of transmigration should feel fatigued shows that he imitated the ways of the world. The glory of Raghu's race, who is a fountain of pure existence, knowledge and bliss, performed actions similar to those of a human being and which constitute a bridge to cross the ocean of mundane existence. When Guha, the Nishad, got this news, he gladly called together his near and dear ones, and taking by way of presents, fruits and roots in baskets slung across their shoulders, he proceeded to meet the Lord with infinite joy in his heart. Prostrating himself on the ground and placing the presents before the Lord, he gazed on him with great affection. The Lord of Raghus, who is won by natural affection, seated him by his side and inquired about his welfare. The sight of your lotus feet, my Lord, is the root of all welfare. I can now count myself as a blessed man. My land, house and fortune are yours, Holy Sire. My family and myself are your humble servants. Do me the favor of visiting my town and confer dignity on me. Let everyone envy my lot. Everything you have said is true, my wise friend, but my father has commanded me otherwise. The 4 years and 10 my home shall be in the woods, and my mode of life, dress and food shall be that of a hermit. Hence my staying in a village would be hardly advisable. Guha was deeply distressed to hear this. Beholding the beauty of Sri Ramji, Lakshman and Sita ji, men and women of the village feelingly said, "What sort of parents or friend can they be who have sent such children to the forest?" Other people said, "The king has done well in that God has thereby rewarded our eyes." The chief of the Nishads then pondered within himself and perceived a charming Ashoka tree. He took the Lord of Raghus to the spot and showed it to him. When Sri Ramji declared that the place was beautiful in every way, the people of the town then returned home after paying their respects to him, while the chief of Raghus retired for performing his evening devotions. In the meantime, Guha prepared a soft and beautiful bed of kusha grass and tender leaves and spread it on the ground. He also placed beside him with his own hands cups of leaves full of fruits and roots which he knew to be pure, delicious and soft. Having partaken of the bulbs, roots and the fruits along with Sita ji, Sumantra and his brother Lakshman, the jewel of Raghu's race, lay down to sleep, while his brother kneaded his feet. When Lakshman perceived that his lord had fallen asleep, he rose and asked the minister in soft accents to retire. As for himself, he got ready his bow and arrows, and sitting at some distance in the posture of a hero, he kept watch. Guha called his trusted watchmen and stationed them at different points with great love, while he himself went and took his seat beside Lakshman with the quiver fastened to his waist and an arrow fitted to his bow. When the Nishad chief saw his lord lying on a bed of grass and leaves, he felt great sorrow in his heart due to excess of love. The hair on his body bristled, tears flowed from his eyes, and he addressed the following affectionate words to Lakshman. The king's palace is naturally charming. Even Indraji's residence can hardly stand comparison with it. Its beautiful attics are built of precious gems and are so lovely as though the god of love has constructed them with his own hands. Free from impurities, exceedingly marvelous of design, abounding in exquisite luxuries, and scented with fragrance of flowers, they are furnished with lovely beds and lighted with gems and are full of amenities of every description. Again, they are equipped with coverlets and sheets, pillows and cushions of various kinds, all soft, white and charming as the froth of milk. It is in such attics that Sitaji and Ramji used to sleep at night, and humbled by their beauty, the pride of Ratiji and her consort, the god of love. Those very Sitaji and Ramji are now lying on a pallet, exhausted and uncovered, a sight one cannot bear to see. The same Lord Ramji, whom his father and mother, his own family and the people of the city, his good-natured companions, men servants and maid servants, all cherished as their own life, sleeps on the ground. Nay, Sitaji, whose father Janakji is famed throughout the world, whose father-in-law is King Dasharathji, the chief of Raghus and an ally of Indraji, the lord of immortals, and whose spouse is Ramchandraji, is lying on the ground. As adverse fate spares none, do Sitaji and the hero of Raghu's race deserve to be exiled to the woods? They say, fate is supreme. The foolish daughter of Kekaya has wrought a cruel mischief in that she has brought trouble on Sitaji and the delighter of Raghu's race at a time of enjoyment. The wicked woman has played the axe in felling the tree of the solar race and plunged the whole universe in woe. The Nishad chief was sore distressed to see Ramji and Sitaji sleeping on the ground. Lakshman spoke to him sweet and gentle words, imbued with the nectar of wisdom, dispassion and devotion. No one is a source of delight or pain to another. Everyone reaps the fruit of one's own actions, brother. Union and separation, pleasurable and painful experiences, friends, foes and neutrals, snares of delusion are these. Even so, birth and death, prosperity and adversity, destiny and time, and all the illusion of the world, lands, houses, wealth, town and family, heaven and hell, and all the phenomena of the world, nay, whatever is seen, heard, or thought of with the mind has its root in ignorance. Nothing exists in reality. Suppose in dream a beggar is crowned king, or the lord of the paradise is reduced to the state of a pauper. On waking, the one does not gain, nor does the other lose anything. So must you look upon this world. Reasoning thus, be not angry, nor blame anyone in vain. Everyone is slumbering in the night of delusion, and while asleep, one sees dreams of various kinds. In this night of mundane existence, it is yogis alone who keep awake, yogis who are in the quest of the highest truth and remain aloof from the world. A soul should be deemed as having awoke from the night of the world only when he develops an aversion for the enjoyments of the world of sense. It is only when right understanding comes that the error of delusion disappears, and then alone one develops love for the feet of Sri Ramji, the Lord of Raghus. O friend, the highest spiritual goal is this, to be devoted to the feet of Sri Ramji in thought, word and deed. Sri Ramji is no other than Brahmaji the God, the supreme reality, unknown, imperceptible, beginningless, incomparable, free from all change and beyond all diversity. The Vedas ever speak of him in negative terms? For the sake of his devotees, earth, the Brahmanas, cows and gods, the gracious Lord takes the form of a man and performs actions by hearing of which the snares of the world are broken asunder. Realizing this, O friend, shed all infatuation and be devoted to the feet of Sitaji and the hero of Raghu's race. While Lakshman was yet recounting Sri Ramji's virtues, the day dawned and the joy and delighter of the world woke up. After finishing all purificatory acts, Sri Ramji, who was all pure and wise, performed his ablutions and sent for some milk of the banyan tree. He as well as his brother then matted the hair on their heads, a sight which filled the eyes of Sumantra with tears. With great agony in his heart and a doleful face, he joined his palms and spoke in most piteous accents. The king of Kaushala, my lord, charged me thus: take the chariot and go with Ramji. Let him see the forest and bathe in the Ganga, and then speedily bring the two brothers back. Setting at rest all their doubts and scruples, do bring Lakshman, Ramji and Sitaji back to their home. The king has commanded me thus. I shall, however, do as my lord bids me. I assure you. Having supplicated in this way, Sumantra fell at the Lord's feet and wept like a child. Have compassion, my darling, and take steps to see that Ayodhya is not left without a master. Sri Ramji raised the minister and thus admonished him: Dear father, you have investigated the truths of religion in their entirety. Shibiji, Dadishiji, and the king Harishchandraji suffered untold hardships for the sake of virtue. The wise kings Rantidev and Bali upheld virtue even through many trials. There is no virtue equal to truthfulness, so declare the Agams, Vedas and Puranas. That virtue I have found by an easy road. By abandoning it, I shall be reviled in all the three worlds. To a man who is highly esteemed, infamy causes agony as terrible as 1,000,000 deaths. Father, what more shall I say to you? By urging something in reply, I shall incur sin. Clasping the feet of my father and conveying my repeated obeisance to him, pray to him with joined palms. Be not troubled in any way on my account, dear father. You too are extremely kind to me as my own father. Hence I pray with my joined palms, sire, do everything in your power to see that my father does not feel miserable on account of grief for us. Hearing this conversation between the Lord of Raghus and the minister Sumantra, the Nishat chief and his people felt much distressed. Thereafter Lakshman made some poignant remarks, but the Lord stopped him, knowing his words to be highly objectionable. Feeling much abashed, Sri Ramji adjured Sumantraji by the love he bore him not to repeat Lakshman's words. Sumantraji then reproduced the king's message. Sitaji will not be able to endure the hardships of the forest. Therefore, both Ramji, the chief of Raghus, and yourself, Sumantraji, should endeavor to see that Sitaji returns to Ayodhya. Otherwise, left entirely without any support, I shall not survive even as a fish without water. There is every comfort both in our parents' home as well as with the parents of our Lord. Therefore, Sitaji can live at ease wherever she pleases at a particular time till this adversity ends. The piteous and affection with which the king's entreaty was attended cannot be expressed in words. On hearing his father's message, the all-merciful Lord admonished Sitaji in countless ways. If you return, the affliction of your mother-in-law and father-in-law, your preceptor, and all your near and dear ones will cease. In response to her lord's advice, King Videha's daughter said, Listen, most loving lord of my life, my all-compassionate and supremely wise master, can a shadow be torn away from its substance. The sunlight can never exist apart from the sun, nor can the radiance of the sun leave the moon. Having submitted her loving entreaty to her lord, she spoke these charming words to the minister. "You are as good to me as my own father or father-in-law. It is therefore most undesirable that I should urge something in reply. It is due to grief that I am constrained to address you. Do not take offense at it, sire. In the absence of the lotus feet of my lord, all other ties of kinship are of little account. I have witnessed the glory of my father's fortune. His footstool is kissed by the crowns of the greatest monarchs. Bereft of my lord, my parents' home, which is such an abode of bliss, does not attract my mind even in an unguarded moment. My father-in-law is no less a personage than the king of Kaushala, the suzerain lord of the entire globe, whose glory is manifest in all the 14 spheres comprising the universe. Even Indraji, the lord of the celestials, goes ahead to receive him and seats him besides himself on his own throne. Such is my father-in-law. Ayodhya is my abode. Agreeable is my family, and my mother-in-law love me as my own mother. But without the dust from the lotus feet of my husband, the Lord of Raghus, none affords me pleasure even in a dream. On the other hand, impassable roads, forest regions and hills, elephants and lions, lakes and streams that cannot be crossed, wild tribes such as kolas and bheels, deers and birds, all these are delightful to me in the company of my beloved Lord. Falling at the feet of my father-in-law and mother-in-law, request them on my behalf not to grieve the least for me, for I feel naturally happy in the woods. I have by my side the Lord of my life as well as his younger brother, the foremost of the heroes, both carrying a bow and a quiver full of arrows with them. My mind does not feel the toil of the journey, and there is no giddiness or sorrow. Therefore, pray grieves not on my account, even unwittingly. On hearing these soothing words from Sitaji's lips, Sumantraji felt uneasy as a serpent at the loss of its gem. He saw not with his eyes and heard not with his ears, and he was too agitated to speak. Sri Ramji comforted him in many ways, yet his heart would not be pacified. He made many efforts even to accompany the Lord, but the delighter of the Raghus gave him suitable replies each time. Sri Ramji's command could not be violated either. Cruel was the turn fate had taken, there was no help. Bowing his head at the feet of Sri Ramji, Lakshman and Sitaji, he turned back as a merchant who had lost his capital. As he drove the chariot, the horses turned their eyes towards Sri Ramji and neighed. Overcome with grief at the sight, the Nishuds, Guha's men, beat their heads and lamented. When even beasts felt so miserable on being torn away from him, how could his subjects and his father and mother hope to live without him? Sri Ramji dismissed Sumantra against the latter's will and himself arrived at the bank of the heavenly stream Ganga immediately afterwards. He called for a boat, but the ferryman would not bring it. The latter said, "I know your secret about the dust of your lotus feet. Everyone says it is some drug possessing the quality of turning things into human beings. By its very touch, a rock was transformed into a charming woman, and wood is not harder than stone. If my boat itself gets converted into a hermit's wife like Ahilya, I shall be robbed of my very means of my subsistence, in that my boat will disappear. It is by means of this boat that I maintain the whole of my family. I know no other trade. If therefore, my lord, you must cross the river, command me to lave your lotus feet. I will let you board the boat only when I have bathed your lotus feet. I seek no toll from you. I swear by you, O Ramji, as well as by King Dasharathji, that what I tell you is all true. Let Lakshmanji shoot me with his arrows if he will. But until I have washed your feet, I will not, O gracious Lord of Tulsidas ji, ferry you across. On hearing these words of the ferryman, mysterious though imbued with love, the all-merciful Lord looked at Janakji's daughter and Lakshman and smiled. The all-compassionate Lord smilingly said, "Do that which may prevent the loss of your boat. Bring water at once and lave my feet. We are getting late. Take us across." The same gracious Lord, by uttering whose name only once men crossed the boundless ocean of mundane existence, and for whose 3 strides the universe proved too small, thus importuned an ordinary boatman. Though bewildered by the Lord's words, the celestial river Ganga rejoiced on beholding the nails of his toes. On receiving Sri Ramji's command, the ferryman brought a wood basin full of water. In great joy and with a heart overflowing with love, he proceeded to bathe the Lord's lotus feet. Raining flowers on him, all the gods envied his lot and said there was none so meritorious as he is. Having laved the Lord's feet and drunk of the water in which they had been immersed along with the other members of his family, he thereby transported the souls of his deceased forebears across the ocean of metempsychosis and then gladly took the lotus across the Ganga. Getting down from the boat, Sitaji and Ramji stood on the sands of the Ganga along with Guha and Lakshman. The ferryman too got down and fell prostrate before the Lord, who felt uncomfortable at the thought that he had given nothing to the ferryman. Sitaji, however, who could read the mind of her beloved Lord, took off her bejeweled ring with a cheerful heart. The gracious Lord said, "Take your toll." But the ferryman clasped his feet in great distress. "What have I not already received, my Lord? The fire of my errors, sorrows, and indigence has been quenched today. I worked for my livelihood for a long time. It is only today that God has given me an adequate and handsome return. By your grace, my compassionate Lord, I want nothing now. While returning whatever you bestow on me, I shall thankfully accept that boon." The Lord as well as Lakshman and Sitaji did their utmost, but the ferryman would not accept anything. The all-merciful Ramji therefore dismissed him after bestowing on him the boon of unalloyed devotion. The Lord of Raghu's race then bathed in Ganga, and after worshipping a newly made clay image of Shivji, bowed his head to the deity. With joined palms, Sitaji addressed the celestial river Ganga. "Mother, pray accomplish my desire that I may return with my husband and his younger brother and worship you." In response to Sitaji's prayer, steeped as it was in the nectar of love, the following happy utterances came from the holy stream. "Listen, O Vaidehi, Videha's daughter, beloved consort of Sri Ram, the chief of Raghu's line, who in this world is not aware of your glory. People become masters of the heavens' quarters the moment you look at them, and all supernatural powers wait upon you with joined palms. By addressing an humble prayer to me, you have done me a favor and exalted me. Yet, O venerable lady, bless you I must, just in order to fulfill my speech. With your beloved Lord and his younger brother, you shall safely return to Ayodhya. Every wish of your heart shall be accomplished, and your bright glory shall spread throughout the world. Sitaji rejoiced to hear these benedictory words of Goddess Ganga and to find her favorably disposed. Then the Lord said to Guha, "Go home." The moment he heard this, his face turned pale, and there was great agony in his heart. With joined palms, Guha addressed the Lord in pathetic terms. "Hear my prayer, O jewel of Raghu's race. Let me remain with you, my Lord, and show you the road. After serving you for a few days, I shall prepare a beautiful hut of leaves for you in whichever forest, O Lord of Raghus. You may go and take up your abode. Thereafter, I swear by you, O Chief of Raghus, to do as you bid me." Perceiving this natural love, Sri Ramji took him with him, and Guha felt much joy in his heart. Then Guha summoned all his kinsmen, and having gratified them, sent them away. Then the Lord invoked the gods Ganeshaji and Shivji, and bowing his head to the celestial stream Ganga, the Lord of Raghus proceeded to the woods with his friend Guha, his younger brother Lakshman and Sitaji. That day he halted under a tree. Lakshman and his friend Guha provided for all his comforts. At dawn, the Lord of Raghus performed his morning duties, and then the Lord proceeded further and visited Prayag, the king of holy places. This king has truth for his minister, piety for his beloved consort, and a beneficent friend like Bindu Madhav, the deity presiding over Prayag. His treasury is replete with the four prizes of human life, while the sacred region surrounding the confluence of the Ganga and the Yamuna marks his most beautiful dominion. The holy Prayag represents his inaccessible, strong and lovely fortress that no enemy has ever dreamt of possessing. All the sacred spots are his chosen and valiant warriors who are staunch in battle and capable of crushing the host of sins. The confluence of the Ganga and Yamuna constitutes his exquisite throne, while the immortal banyan tree, known by the name Akshayvat, represents his royal umbrella, which captivates the heart even of the sages. The waves of the Ganga and Jamuna constitute his chowris, whose very sight destroys sorrow and want. Virtuous and holy saints wait upon this king and attain all that they desire, while the Vedas and Puranas are the rhapsodists who recount his stainless virtues. Who can describe the glory of Prayag, a lion as it were for the herd of elephants in the shape of sins? The chief of Raghu's race, who is an ocean of bliss, was filled with delight to see the glorious king of holy places. With his own gracious lips, he told Sitaji, Lakshman and his friend Guha the greatness of Prayag. Making obeisance to the holy place, he cast a look round the groves and gardens and expatiated on its glory with the utmost devotion. In this way, he arrived at and saw the confluence of the Ganga and Yamuna, the very thought of which bestows all the choice blessings. After bathing in the confluence, he gladly adored Lord Shivji and worshipped the deities presiding over the holy Prayag according to the prescribed ritual. The Lord then called on Bharadwaj, and the sage clasped him to his bosom as he fell prostrate before him. The joy that the sage felt within his heart cannot be described in words. It looked as if he had found the bliss of oneness with Brahmaji incarnate. The chief of sages, Bharadwaj, invoked his blessings on the Lord. He felt great joy in his heart to perceive that God had, as it were, set before him in visible form the reward of all his virtues. After inquiring of their welfare, the sage allotted seats to the royal guests and offering homage to them, sated them all with his love. He then brought and presented to them bulbs, roots, fruits and sprouts, all sweet as ambrosia. Sri Ramji with Sitaji, Lakshman and his devotee Guha partook of these delicious roots and fruits with much relish. Relieved of his toil, Sri Ramji felt much happy and Bharadwaj addressed him in gentle tones. Today my penance, pilgrimage and renunciation have been rewarded. Today my prayer, meditation and dispassion have borne fruit. Nay, all my pious practices have been rewarded by your very sight, O Ram. There is no culmination of gain, no culmination of joy other than this. In beholding you, all my hopes have been realized. Now be pleased to grant me this one boon, that is, spontaneous attachment to your lotus feet. Until a man gets sincerely devoted to you in thought, word and deed, he cannot even dream of happiness in spite of all his devices. Sri Ramji felt abashed to hear the words of the sage, much as he was sated with joy by his love and devotion. The chief of Raghus then told all in countless ways the fair and bright renown of the sage. Great indeed is he, and he the repository of all virtues, whom, O chief of sages, you are pleased to honor. The sage Bharadwaj and the hero of Raghu's line thus exchanged civilities and experienced ineffable joy. On receiving this news, the people of Prayag, including religious students, ascetics, hermits, accomplished saints and recluses, all flocked to the hermitage of Bharadwaj in order to have a look at the charming sons of King Dasharathji. Sri Ramji made obeisance to them all, who were delighted to obtain the reward of their eyes. Deriving supreme joy, they gave their blessings and returned, extolling the beauty of the royal guests. Sri Ramji reposed in the hermitage overnight. At daybreak, he bathed at Prayag in the confluence of the Ganga and Yamuna and proceeded on his journey with Sitaji, Lakshman and his attendant Guha, gladly bowing his head to the sage. Sri Ramji lovingly asked the sage, "Tell me, my lord, by which route we should go?" Smilingly inwardly, the sage replied to Ramji, "All roads are easy to you." The sage then called his pupils in order that they may escort Sri Ramji. Hearing his call, some 50 of them came, glad at heart. They all cherished boundless love for Sri Ramji, and each of them said he had seen the path. The sage then sent with the royal party 4 religious students who had practiced all kinds of virtues in a series of previous births. Making obeisance to the sage and receiving his permission, the Lord of Raghus proceeded with a cheerful heart. As the party passed by, some village men and women of the village ran to have a look at them. They felt gratified in having attained the fruit of their life and returned disconsolable, sending their heart after the strangers. With great courtesy, Sri Ramji dismissed the students, who returned having obtained their heart's desire. The Lord then went below and bathed in the stream of the Yamuna, which was dark as his own body. Hearing of their arrival, the people inhabiting the river banks ran to see them unmindful of their duties. Beholding the beauty of Lakshman, Ramji and Sitaji, they congratulated themselves on their good luck. Their hearts were seized with intense longing, but they felt shy in inquiring the names and residence of the newcomers. Such of them, however, as were advanced in years and intellect, were able to recognize Ramji by dint of their wit. They related to him the whole story, telling them how Sri Ramji had proceeded to the woods in obedience to his father's commands. They were all sad to hear this and lamented, "The king and queen have not done well." In the meanwhile, there arrived an ascetic who was an embodiment of spiritual glow, young in years and charming in appearance. His ways were unknown to the poet. He was attired in the garb of a recluse and was devoted to Ramji in thought, word and deed. His eyes were wet with tears and thrill ran through his body when he came to recognize his beloved deity, Sri Ramji. He fell prostrate on the ground, and the state of his body and mind could not be described in words. Thrilling all over with emotion, Sri Ramji pressed him to his bosom, as though a pauper had found a philosopher's stone. Everyone who saw them suggested as though love on the one hand and the supreme reality on the other embraced each other in living form. Next, he threw himself at the feet of Lakshman, who lifted him with a heart overflowing with love. Again, he placed on his head the dust of Sitaji's feet, and the mother gave him her blessing, knowing him to be her own child. The Nishad chief, in his turn, fell prostrate before the hermit, who gladly embraced him, recognizing him to be a friend of Sri Ramji. With the cup of his eyes, he drank the nectar of Sri Ramji's beauty and was delighted as a hungry soul who had secured excellent food. Tell me, friend, what are those father and mother like that have exiled to the woods children such as these? Beholding the beauty of Sri Ramji, Lakshman and Sitaji, men and women alike were ill at ease on account of love. The hero of Raghu's race then admonished his friend Guha in ways more than one, and bowing to Sri Ramji's commands, he left for his home. Then, with joined palms, Sitaji, Ramji and Lakshman made renewed obeisance to the Yamuna. Accompanied by Sitaji, the two brothers gladly proceeded further, extolling the daughter of the sun god as they went. Many a traveler met them on the way, and beholding the two brothers, they fondly exclaimed, "Finding all the marks of royalty on your person, we are sore troubled at heart. When you wend your way on foot, the science of astrology, which tells us that men possessing such and such features should always be borne on some vehicle, is misleading to our mind. The road is difficult and lies through big mountains and forests. On top of it, you have a delicate girl with you. Infested with elephants and lions, the forest is too terrible to look at. We are ready to accompany you if you enjoin us to do so. We will escort you as far as you go and will then return, bowing our heads to you." In this way, they offered their services. Overmastered as they were by love, a thrill ran through their body and tears came to their eyes. The all-merciful Lord, however, dismissed them with polite and gentle words. The hamlets and the villages that lay on the road were the envy of the towns of the Nagas and gods. The deities presiding over these towns said to one another, "By what blessed soul and what auspicious hour were these hamlets and villages founded? They are so lucky, meritorious, and of such exquisite beauty. Even Amravati stood no comparison with the spots which were trodden by Sri Ramji's feet. The dwellers on the wayside were all embodiments of virtue. They evoked the praise of the denizens of heaven inasmuch as they feasted their eyes on Sri Ramji, who was dark as a cloud, as well as on Sitaji and Lakshman. The lakes and streams in which Sri Ramji bathed were the envy of the lakes and rivers of gods. The tree under which the Lord sat was glorified by the trees of paradise. Nay, kissing the dust of Sri Ramji's lotus feet, earth deemed herself most lucky. Clouds screened him from the sun, the gods rained flowers and regarded him with wistful eyes as Sri Ramji wended his way, looking at the mountains, forests, birds and beasts. Whenever Sitaji, Lakshman and the Lord of Raghus happened to pass by some village, all those who heard of his coming, young and old, men and women alike, came out at once, unmindful of their household duties. Beholding the beauty of Sri Ramji, Lakshman and Sitaji, they obtained the reward of their eyes and felt gratified. Their eyes were wet with tears, a thrill ran through their body, and they were all enraptured to behold the two brothers. The state of their mind could not be described in words. It seemed as if paupers had stumbled on a pile of heavenly gems. Calling their neighbors, they admonished one another, "Obtain the reward of your eyes this very moment." Some were enraptured to see Ramji and went with him, gazing on him all the time. Others took his image into the heart through the door of their eyes and were utterly overpowered in body, mind and speech. Seeing the cool shade of a banyan tree, some spread soft grass and leaves under it and said, "Pray rest a while and you may then depart, either just now or preferably next morning." Others brought a pitcher full of water and said in soft accents, "My lord, rinse your mouth." Hearing their agreeable words and seeing their extreme love, the tender-hearted and most amiable Sri Ramji mentally perceived that Sitaji was fatigued and rested a while in the shade of the banyan tree. Men and women regarded his loveliness with great delight. His peerless beauty captivated their eyes and mind. Standing in a circle with their gaze fixed on the countenance of Sri Ramchandraji, they all shone like a group of kakora birds encircling the moon. With his graceful form possessing the hue of a young tamla tree, he fascinated by his looks the mind of a million cupids. Lakshman too, who had fair limbs, bright as lightning and charming from head to foot, appeared most lovely and attracted the mind. With the bark of trees wrapped round their loins and a quiver fastened to their waist, the two brothers carried a bow and arrow in their lotus hands. Their matted locks were coiled on their head in the shape of a beautiful crown. They had a broad chest, long arms and big eyes, while their lovely faces, which resembled the autumnal full moon, glistened with beads of sweet. The pair were charming beyond words. Their loveliness was unbounded, and my wits are too poor. Everyone gazed on the beauty of Sri Ramji, Lakshman and Sitaji with their mind, intellect and reason fully absorbed. Thirsting for love, the villagers, both men and women, stood motionless even as bucks and does are dazed by light. The village women approached Sitaji. In their extreme love, they would put questions to her but hesitated to do so. Again and again they threw themselves at her feet and addressed to her soft and guileless words which came straight from their heart. Princess, we have a request to make to you, but due to our womanly modesty, we are afraid to ask you. Forgive our incivility, ma'am, and be not offended, knowing that we are after all rustic women. Both these princes are naturally graceful in form. It is from them that emerald and gold have borrowed their green and yellow luster, respectively. The one dark and the other fair, but both of tender age, which is so attractive, handsome, and all beauteous. They have faces resembling the autumnal moon and eyes like the autumnal lotus. Putting to shame by their comeliness millions of cupids, tell us, O fair lady, how stand they to you? Hearing their loving and sweet words, Sita ji felt abashed and smiled within herself. Looking at them in the first instance, she then cast her eyes towards the earth. The fair-complexioned lady felt a twofold delicacy. With a voice sweet as the notes of a cuckoo, the fawn-eyed princess bashfully replied in loving and sweet accents. The one who's artless in manners and has a fair and graceful form is called Lakshman, and is my younger brother-in-law. Again, wheeling her moon-like face with an end of her sari, she looked at her beloved lord, and then bending her eyebrows and casting a sidelong glance with her beautiful eyes that resembled the Kanjan bird, a species of wagtail, in their quick movements, she indicated to them by signs that he was her husband. All the village women were as delighted as paupers that had been allowed free access to hoards of riches. Falling at Sita ji's feet in their great love, they invoked upon her many a blessing and said, "May you ever enjoy a happy married life so long as earth rests on the head of the serpent god Sesha. Be as dear to your lord as Parvati ji to Shiv ji. Yet cease not to be kind to us, O good lady. Again and again we pray with joined palms, should you return by this very route, allow us to see you, remembering us as your handmaids." Sita ji found them full of love and comforted them with many soothing words, even as lilies are refreshed by moonlight. Presently, reading Sri Ramji's mind, Lakshman gently asked the villagers about the road they should take. The moment they heard this, the villagers, both men and women, became sad. A thrill ran through their body and tears rushed to their eyes. Their joy disappeared and they felt depressed at heart, as though God was snatching back the treasure He had bestowed upon them. Reflecting on the ways of fate, they took courage and fixing upon the easiest road, they gave it out to him. Accompanied by Lakshman and Janakji's daughter, the Lord of Raghus then proceeded on his way as people tried to follow him. He sent back all with soothing words, though he took their hearts with him. While returning to their homes, the villagers, men and women alike, grievously lamented and blamed Providence in their heart. In doleful accents, they said to one another, "The Creator's doings are all perverse. He is absolutely uncontrollable, heartless, and remorseless. It is He who made the moon sickly, subject to periodical waning, and disguised it with a dark patch. Again, it is He who made the wish-yielding tree a member of the vegetable kingdom and the ocean salt. It is the same Creator who has sent these princes into the woods. If he has chosen the forest as a fit abode for them, in vain has he provided luxuries and enjoyments. If they traverse the road barefooted, in vain has he created vehicles of various kinds. If they repose on the ground littered with grass and leaves, why does God take the trouble of making lovely beds? If God has assigned them an abode in the shade of umbrageous trees, in vain has he taken pains to erect milk-white palaces. If these handsome and most delicate boys are attired in the robes of hermits and wear matted locks of hair, in vain has God created ornaments and costumes of various kinds. If they live on bulbs, roots and fruits alone, foods such as ambrosia exist in vain. Some people remarked, naturally charming as they are, these princes must have appeared on the earth of their own accord and were not made by God. In all the 14 spheres, ransack, if you will, the entire range of God's creation, described at length in the Vedas as perceptible by the ears, eyes and mind. But where can you find such a man and such a woman as these? At their very sight, Brahmaji's mind got enamored of them, and he proceeded to make their match. He toiled much, but none of his products could even approach the prototype, and due to that jealousy, he has brought these princes to the woods and hid them. Others said, we do not claim to know much, but account ourselves supremely blessed. They too are meritorious in our opinion who see these princes or have seen them or shall see them. Making such fond remarks, they filled their eyes with tears and added, most delicate of frame, how shall they be able to traverse such an impassable road? Overmastered by love, the women felt as uneasy as the female Chakravaka bird does at evening time. Reflecting on the tender lotus-like feet of the princess and the rough road they were required to tread, the women said in polite phrases with their heart stirred with deep feeling. At the touch of their soft and rosy souls, the earth shrinks even as our hearts. If the Lord of the universe chose to exile them into the woods, why did he not at the same time strew their path with flowers? If we can secure from heaven the boon of our asking, let us keep these princes, O friend, within the lids of our eyes. Those men and women who did not come in time were unable to behold Sitaji and Ramji. Hearing of their exquisite beauty, they anxiously asked, how far, brother, must have they gone by now? The stronger of them ran on and saw the princess and returned triumphant, attaining the end of their existence. Women, children, and the aged, however, wrung their hands and lamented. In this way the people were smitten with love wherever Sri Ramji went. In every village there was similar rejoicing at the sight of Sri Ramji, who was a moon to the lily-like solar rays. Those who could get some information as to the circumstances that had led to Sri Ramji's banishment blamed the king and queen. Others said the king is too benevolent in that he has vouchsafed to us the reward of our eyes. Men and women talked about themselves in straight, loving and agreeable faces. Blessed are the parents who gave birth to these princes, and happy the town from which they hail. Happy is the land, hill, forest, village, and every spot which they visit. Nay, the Creator must have felt happy in creating him who looks upon these princes as his near and dear ones. The delightful story as to how Sri Ramji and Lakshman travelled in the woods was broadcast all along the route and throughout the forest, thus bringing joy to the people on the roadside. Sri Ramji, who was a veritable sun to the lotus-like solar rays, proceeded with Sita ji and Sumitra's son Lakshman looking at the forest. Sri Ramji walked in front while Lakshman followed in the rear, both conspicuous in their robes of ascetics. Between the two, Sita ji shone like Maya, the divine energy that stands between Brahmaji the god on the one hand and the individual soul on the other. To illustrate her beauty as it exists in my mind in another way, she looked like Ratiji, the wife of the god of love, shining between Madhu, the spirit presiding over the vernal season, and the god of love. Beating my brains for another illustration, let me say she shone like Rohini between Buddha and the moon god. Sita ji trod on the path with meticulous care, planting her feet in the space between her lord's footprints. Avoiding the footprints both of Sita ji and Ramji, Lakshman traversed the road, always keeping them to the right. The ideal affection of Sri Ramji, Lakshman and Sita ji was pastelling. How can one describe it? Even birds and beasts were enraptured to behold their beauty. Their hearts were stolen by Ramji, the wayfarer. Whoever saw the beloved travelers, Sita ji and the two brothers, Ramji and Lakshman, joyously reached the end of the toilsome journey of life without any exertion. Nay, to this very day, anyone in whose heart the wayfarers Lakshman, Sita ji and Ramji should ever lodge even in a dream shall find the road leading to Sri Ramji's abode, the divine region known by the name of Saket, the road that scarce any anchorite may find. Then perceiving that Sita ji was tired and seeing a banyan tree and cool water hard by, the hero of Raghu's line partook of bulbs, roots and fruits, staying there overnight and bathing at dawn. The Lord of Raghus proceeded further, and beholding lovely woods, lakes and hills, the Lord reached the hermitage of Valmiki ji. Sri Ramji saw the sage's beautiful dwelling with its charming hills and forest and its sacred waters. The lotuses in the ponds and the trees in the woods were in blossom. Intoxicated with their honeybees sweetly hummed over them. Birds and beasts made a tumultuous noise and moved about in joy, free from all animosities. The lotus-eyed Ramji rejoiced to behold the sacred and lovely hermitage, and hearing of the arrival of Sri Ramji, the chief of Raghu's line, the sage came forth to receive him. Sri Ramji fell prostrate before the sage, and the holy Brahmana blessed him in return. The sight of Sri Ramji's beauty gladdened his eyes, and with due honor he took the Lord into the hermitage. Finding the guest as dear to him as the life itself, the holy sage sent for delicious bulbs, roots and fruits. Sita ji, Lakshman and Ramji partook of those fruits, and the sage then assigned them beautiful quarters. Great was the joy of Valmiki ji's heart as he beheld with his own eyes Sri Ramji, who was bliss personified. Joining his lotus palm, the Lord of Raghus then spoke to him in words which were delightful to the ears. You directly perceive everything relating to the past, present and future, O Lord of sages. The whole universe is as if in the palm of your hand. Saying so, the Lord related to him the whole story as to how the Queen Kaikeyi had exiled him into the woods. compliance with my father's commands, gratification of my mother, the installation of a brother like Bharat to the throne, and my seeing you, all this, my lord, is the result of my meritorious acts. In beholding your feet, O King of sages, all my good deeds have been rewarded. Now I intend to go wherever you command me to go, and where no anchorite may feel disturbed. For such monarchs as prove a source of annoyance to hermits and ascetics are consumed without fire. While the satisfaction of Brahmanas is the root of happiness, their wrath consumes billions of generations. Bearing this in mind, pray tell me a place to which I may proceed with Sita and Lakshman. And building a charming hut of leaves and grass may spend some time there, O good sir. Hearing these guileless and unsophisticated words of Sri Ramji, the chief of Raghu's line, the enlightened sage exclaimed, "Quite so, right you are. Why should you not speak thus, O glory of Raghu's line, ever busy as you are in maintaining the laws laid down by the Vedas? While you are the custodian of the Vedic laws and the Lord of the universe, Sita ji, Janakji's daughter, is your Maya, divine energy, who creates, preserves and dissolves the universe on receiving the tacit approval of your gracious self. As for Lakshman, he is no other than the thousand-headed Sesha, the Lord of serpents, the supporter of the globe and the Lord of the entire creation, both animate and inanimate. Having assumed the form of a king for the sake of the gods, you are out to crush the host of wicked demons. Your being, O Ram, is beyond the range of speech and beyond conception, unknown, unutterable and infinite. The Vedas ever speak of it as not that, not that. This world is a spectacle and you are its spectator. Nay, you make even Brahmaji the creator, Vishnuji the preserver and Shambhuji the destroyer dance to your tune. Even these latter know not your secret. Who else can know you? In fact, he alone can know you, to whom you make yourself known, and the moment he knows you, he becomes one with you. It is by your grace, O delighter of Raghus, that your votaries come to know you, O comforter of the heart of devotees. Your body is all consciousness and bliss and is devoid of change. It is the component alone who realize this. It is for the sake of saints and gods that you have assumed a human semblance and speak and act even worldly monarchs do. The stupid get puzzled while the wise feel delighted when they see or hear of your doings. All that you say or do is true, for one should play the role one has assumed on the stage. You ask me, where should I take up my residence? But I ask you with a diffidence, tell me first the place where you are not, then alone I can show you a suitable place. On hearing the sage's words, imbued as they were with love, Sri Ramji felt abashed and smiled within himself. Valmiki ji too smiled and spoke to him again in words as sweet as though they were steeped in nectar. Listen, Ram, I tell you now the places where you should abide with Sita and Lakshman. The heart of those whose ears are like the ocean, constantly replenished with a number of lovely streams in the shape of your stories. But no surfeit shall be your charming abode. Again, the heart of those whose eyes long to see you, even as the Kataka bird longs to see the rain cloud, and disdaining like the same bird rivers, oceans, and big lakes, derive satisfaction from a drop of your rain-like beauty. It is their heart alone which shall serve as your delightful home, where you and your younger brother Lakshman and Sita may take up your abode. Nay, you should dwell in the heart of him whose swan-like tongue picks up pearls in the shape of your virtues in the holy Mansarovar lake of your fame. Abide, O Ram, in the mind of those whose nose devotedly inhales every day the fragrance of the sacred and lovely offerings in the shape of flowers, sandal paste, etc., made to their Lord, who eat only that which has been offered to you and put on clothes and ornaments first dedicated to you, whose heads bow down most submissively and lovingly at the sight of a god, preceptor or Brahmana, whose hands adore Sri Ramji's feet every day, who cherish in their heart faith in Ramji and none else, and whose feet take them to holy places sacred to Ramji. Again, those who are ever engaged in muttering the Ram mantra, Sri Ramaya Namaha, the king of all sacred formulas, and worship you along with your associates, who offer water to the mains and pour oblations into the sacred fire in diverse ways, who feed the Brahmanas and bestow liberal gifts on them, and who look upon their preceptor as greater than yourself and wait upon him with due honor and entire devotion, and who, having done all this, ask only one boon as their reward. Let me have your devotion to Sri Ramji's feet. Enthrone yourself in the temple of their heart, both Sitaji and yourself, the delighter of Raghus. Those who have no lust, anger, arrogance, pride or infatuation are without greed, excitement, attraction or aversion, and who are free from fraud, hypocrisy and deceit. It is in their heart that you should abide, O Chief of Raghus. Again, those who are beloved of all and friendly to all, to whom joy and sorrow, applause and abuse are alike, and who scrupulously utter truthful and polite words, nay, who are resigned to you whether awake or asleep, and who have no support other than yourself, it is in their mind, O Ram, that you should dwell. Again, those who look upon another's wife as their own mother, and to whom another's wealth is the deadliest of all poisons, who rejoice to see others' prosperity and are particularly grieved to see another's distress, and to whom, O Ram, you are dear as their own life, their minds are your blessed abodes. Nay, those to whom, my dear, you are at once master and companion, father and mother, preceptor and everything else. It is in the temple of their mind that Sitaji and you two brothers should reside. Those who overlook others' faults and pick out their virtues and endure hardships for the sake of Brahmanas and cows, nay, who have established their reputation in the world as well versed in the laws of propriety, their mind is your excellent abode. Again, he who attributes his virtues to you and holds himself responsible for his faults, nay, who entirely depends on you and loves Sri Ramji's, your devotees, it is his heart that you should stay along with Videha's daughter Sitaji. He who, renouncing his caste and kinsmen, wealth, faith and glory, his near and dear ones, his happy home, and everything else cherishes you in his bosom. In his heart you should take up your residence, O Lord of Raghus. Again, he whom heaven and hell and even freedom from birth and death are the same, inasmuch as he beholds you armed with a bow and arrow here, there, and everywhere, and who is your servant in thought, word, and deed. Make his heart, O Ram, your permanent abode. Lastly, he who wants nothing at any moment and bears natural affinity to you incessantly dwell in his mind, for that is your own home. The eminent sage Valmiki ji thus showed him many a dwelling place, and his loving words gladdened Sri Ramji's soul. Listen, O Lord of the solar rays, the sage continued. I now tell you a retreat that will be delightful in the existing circumstances. Take up your abode on the Chitrakoot hill. There you will have comforts of every kind. Charming is the hill and lovely the forest, which is the haunt of elephants, lions, and deer, as well as of birds. It is a holy river glorified in the Puranas, which was brought by the sage Atri's wife by dint of her penance. It is a side stream of the Ganga and is known by the name Mandakini, which is quick to destroy sins even as a witch strangles infants. Many great sages like Atri dwell there practicing yoga and muttering sacred formulas and wasting their bodies with penance. Wend your way thither, Ram, and reward the labors of all, conferring dignity on this great mountain as well. The great sage Valmiki then described at length the infinite glory of Chitrakoot, and the two brothers proceeded with Sitaji and bathed in the sacred stream. Sri Ramji, the crest of Raghu's line, said, Lakshman, here is a good descent into the river. Now make arrangements for our stay somewhere. Lakshman presently surveyed the north bank of the Payaswini river and said, Lo, our rivulet bends round this bank like a bow with the river itself for its string. Control of the mind and senses and charity of its arrows, and all the sins of the Kali Yuga for its many queries. Armed with this bow, Mount Chitrakoot looks like an immovable huntsman who takes unerring aim and makes a frontal attack. With these words, Lakshman showed the spot, and Sri Ramji was delighted to see the sight. When the gods learnt that the sight had captivated Sri Ramji's mind, they proceeded to Chitrakoot with Vishwakarma ji, the chief of heavenly architects. They all came in the guise of kolas and bheels and put up beautiful dwellings of leaves and grass. They made a pair of huts which were lovely beyond words. The one a fine little cottage and the other larger in size. Adorning the beautiful cottage with the Lakshman and Janakji's daughter Sitaji, the Lord looked as charming as the god of love, accompanied by his consort Ratiji, and the deity presiding over spring, the king of seasons, all attired as hermits. Gods, Nagas, Kinnaras, and the guardians of the 8 quarters flocked to the Chitrakoot on that occasion. Sri Ramji made obeisance to them all, and the gods were glad to obtain the reward of their eyes. Raining flowers, the heavenly host exclaimed, Lord, we feel secure today. With great supplication they described their terrible woes and returned joyfully to their several abodes. Hermits streamed in as they heard the news that Sri Ramji, the delighter of Raghus, had taken up his abode at Chitrakoot. The moon of the solar rays fell prostrate when he saw the holy company coming with a cheerful countenance. The hermit pressed Sri Ramji, the chief of Raghu's line, to their bosom and invoked their blessings on him just in order to see them come true. As they gazed on the beauty of Sitaji, Lakshman, Sumitra's son, and Ramji, they accounted all their spiritual practices fully rewarded. After paying them due honors, the Lord dismissed the holy throng and they practiced yoga, contemplation, jap, muttering of prayers and austerities and performed sacrifices unmolested in their own retreats. When the Kolas and Bheels got this news, they felt as delighted as though the 9 heavenly treasures of Kuvera had found their way to their own house. With cups of leaves full of bulbs, roots and fruits, they sallied forth as paupers to gather gold as spoils. Such of them as had already seen the two brothers were questioned about them by the others who proceeded along with the same road. Describing and hearing of Sri Ramji's beauty, they all came and beheld the Lord of Raghus. Placing their offerings before the Lord, they greeted him and regarded him with deep affection. They stood here and there as so many painted figures, thrilling all over and with tears streaming from their eyes. Sri Ramji perceived that they were all overwhelmed with emotion and addressing kind words to them, treated them all with honor, while they in their turn greeted the Lord again and again and with joined palms spoke to him in polite terms. Having seen your feet, O Lord, we all feel secure now. Our good luck is responsible for your visit to this place, O Lord of Ayodhya. Blessed is the land, forest, road and hill where you have planted your foot, my Lord. Fortunate are the birds and the beasts of the forest whose life has been crowned by your sight. And lucky are we all, along with our family, in that we have been able to feast our eyes on your beauty. You have chosen an excellent spot wherein to take up your abode. You will be comfortable here during all the seasons. We will render all sorts of services to you, keeping away elephants and lions, serpents and tigers. The dreary forest, hills, caves and ravines have all been explored by us foot by foot, O Lord. We will take you for hunting to the different haunts of game, and we will show you lakes and springs and other reservoirs of water. We and our people are your servants, therefore do not hesitate to command us, O Lord. The same gracious Lord whom Vedic texts fail to describe and the mind of hermits cannot reach listen to the words of the Bheels, even as a father listens to the words of his children. Love alone affects Sri Ramji. Let those who are curious take note of it. Sri Ramji then gratified all the foresters by addressing to them gentle words sweetened by love. Dismissed by him, they bowed their head to him and departed. And discussing the virtues of the Lord, they returned to their respective homes. In this way, Sitaji and the two brothers lived in the forest, delighting the gods and the hermits. Ever since the Lord of Raghus came and took up his abode there, the forest became a fountain of blessings. Trees of various kinds blossomed and bore fruit, and lovely creepers that coiled about them formed an excellent canopy. They were all naturally beautiful like the trees of the heaven. It seemed as if the latter had abandoned the celestial groves and migrated to that spot. Strings of bees made an exceedingly sweet humming sound, and a delightful breeze breathed soft, cool and fragrant. The bull jay, cuckoos, parrots, katakas, chakravakas, kakoras, and the other birds delighted the ear and ravished the soul with their varied notes. Elephants, lions, monkeys, boars and deer all sported together, free from enmity. Herds of deer were enraptured when they beheld the beauty of Sri Ramji roaming about in search of prey. All the forests of gods existing in the universe were filled with envy at the sight of Sri Ramji's forest. The heavenly river Ganga, Saraswati, the sun-born Yamuna, Narmada, the daughter of Mount Mekala, the blessed Godavari, and the various other lakes, seas, streams and rivers all extolled the Mandakini. The eastern and western hills from and behind which the sun is believed to emerge and disappear every morning and evening, Mount Kailas, the abode of Lord Shivji, Mandara, Meru, all abodes of gods, and mountains like the Himalayas, all sang praises of Chitrakoot. Glad was the deity presiding over the Vindhya range, whose delight was more than his heart could contain, to think that he had won such great renown without much exertion. Blessed and full of merit are all the birds and deer, creepers, trees, and the various species of herbage of Chitrakoot. So declared the gods day and night. Having beheld the chief of Raghu's line, those who had eyes attained the end of their life and were rid of sorrow, whereas inanimate objects rejoiced at the touch of the very dust of his feet and became eligible for attaining the highest state, blessedness. The forest and hill where that ocean of bliss, Sri Ramji, took up his abode were naturally lovely, auspicious, and the holiest of the holy. How could it be possible to glorify them? The exquisite beauty of the forest where Sitaji, Lakshman, and Sri Ramji came and settled, taking leave of the ocean of milk and bidding adieu to Ayodhya, could not be described even by 100,000 seshas, each with 1,000 pairs of tongues. How then can I describe it at some length any more than a tortoise of living in a puddle can lift Mount Mandara? Lakshman waited upon Sri Ramji's in thought, word and deed with an amiability and devotion more than one could tell. Gazing on the feet of Sitaji and Ramji every moment and conscious of their love for him, Lakshman never recalled even a dream his younger brother Shatrughan, father, mother, or even his home. In Sri Ramji's company, Sitaji lived a happy life, forgetting her own Ayodhya, family and home. Ever watching the moon-like face of her beloved Lord, she was extremely glad, like the young of a kakora bird. Finding her Lord's affection grow from day to day, she remained happy as a chakravaka bird during the day. Her mind was so enamored of Sri Ramji's feet that the forest appeared to her as dear as 1,000 Ayodhyas. Dear was the hut of leaves in the company of her most beloved Lord, while fawns and birds constituted her beloved family. The holy hermits appeared to her as her own father-in-law and their spouses as her mother-in-law, while her diet consisting of bulbs, roots and fruits tasted like ambrosia. Shared with her spouse, even the lovely litter of leaves delighted her as hundreds of Cupid's own beds. Can the charm of sensuous enjoyments ever enchant her, whose very look confers the sovereignty of a sphere? Fixing their thoughts on Sri Ramji, his devotees spurn the pleasure of sense as with no more than a piece of straw. It is no wonder then, in the case of Sitaji, Sri Ramji's beloved consort and the mother of the universe, the Lord of Raghus would do and say only that which would please Sitaji and Lakshman. He would narrate old legends and stories to which Lakshman and Sitaji would listen with great delight. Every time Sri Ramji thought of Ayodhya, his eyes filled with tears. The gracious Lord became sad when he recalled his father and mother, his family and brothers, and particularly the affection, amiability and devotion to Bharat. But he recovered himself when he realized that the time was unpropitious. Perceiving this, Sitaji and Lakshman felt distressed, even as the shadow of a man behaves just like him. When he saw the condition of his beloved consort and his brother Lakshman, the self-possessed and compassionate Ramji, the delighter of the Raghus and the soother of his devotee's heart, began to narrate some sacred legends, hearing which Lakshman and Sitaji felt relieved. Accompanied by Lakshman and Sitaji, Sri Ramji shone in his hut of leaves, even as Indraji, who dwells in the city of immortals with his spouse Sashi and his son Jayant. The Lord watched over Sitaji and Lakshman in the same way as the eyelids protect the eyeballs, while Lakshman in his turn waited upon Sitaji and Sri Ramji, the hero of Raghu's race, just as a fool who identifies himself with his body tends his own body. In this way the Lord, who was as friendly to birds and fawns as to gods and ascetics, lived happily in the forest. Thus have I told the delightful story of Sri Ramji's journey to the woods. Now hear how Sumantra reached Ayodhya. When the Nishad chief returned after escorting the Lord, he saw the minister Sumantra with a chariot. The minister was distressed to see the Nishad chief. Words fail to describe the agony with which he felt at that moment. Crying out, "Ramji, Ramji, Sitaji, Lakshman!" He, Sumantra, dropped on the ground utterly helpless, while the horses kept looking on the south and neighed. They were as restless as birds shorn of their wings. They would neither eat grass nor drink water, while their eyes kept shedding tears. The whole party of Nishads was distressed to see the horses of Sri Ramji, the chief of Raghu's line. Then, recovering himself, the Nishad said, "Sumantra, cease sorrowing now. You are a man of wisdom and a knower of the highest truth. Therefore, compose yourself, realizing that fate is unpropitious to you." Narrating various legends in soft accents, he took him by force and seated him in the chariot. But overpowered by the grief, he could not drive the chariot. The agony of separation from Ramji, the chief of Raghu's line, was severe in his heart. The horses would not move along the road. They were getting fidgety. It seemed as if wild animals had been caught and put in harness. They would topple down and turn to look behind, torn away from Ramji and smarting with deep anguish. If anyone mentioned the name of Ramji, Lakshman or Sitaji, Janakji's daughter, they would start neighing and regard him with love. How could anyone describe the anguish of separation the horses felt? They were as restless as a snake robbed of its gem. The Nishad was overcome with grief as he beheld the minister and his horses. He then called 4 trusted grooms and sent them with the charioteer Sumantra. Seeing of the charioteer, Guha returned. The agony of his separation was too deep for words. and the Nishats drove off to Ayodhya, plunged in sorrow every moment. Agitated and stricken with grief, Sumantra lamented, "Accursed is life without the hero of Raghu's race. This wretched body will not survive in the long run. But what a pity it did not earn fame by perishing at the time of its parting from the hero of Raghu's race. This life has become a sink of infamy and sin. I wonder what prevents it from departing. Alas, this wild soul has missed its chance. Oh, that my heart does not break in twain even now." Wringing in his hands and beating his head, he rued his lot like a miser who has lost his hoard of riches. It seemed as if after assuming the role of and posing as an eminent hero, a great warrior had taken to flight. The minister gave himself up to grief like a discreet Brahmana of noble descent, who thought well versed in the Vedas and esteemed by the virtuous, has been deluded into drinking. The minister felt in his heart agony as terrible as that of virtuous and discreet lady of high birth, who is devoted to her lord in thought, word, and deed, and who is compelled by evil destiny to live apart from her husband. His eyes were full of tears and lacking in vision, his ears deaf, and his mind was agitated and confused. Nay, his lips were getting dry and his tongue had cleaved to the palate. Yet his life breath did not depart, the term of exile serving as a door to prevent its departure from his heart. He had turned pale and repelled the sight as if he had murdered his own father and mother. Great was the despondency which preyed upon his mind as a result of the loss he had just suffered. He looked like a sinner mourning while on his way to the abode of death. Words failed him and he lamented within himself, "What shall I see on reaching Ayodhya? Whoever shall find the chariot devoid of Ramji will shun my sight. When the agitated citizens run to make enquiries of me, I shall answer them with a heavy load on my heart. When all the helpless and afflicted mothers question me, good God, what shall I say to them? When Lakshman's mother Sumitraji puts questions to me, what glad tidings shall I convey to her? And when Ramji's mother Kaushalyaji comes running like a cow that has recently born a calf and has her thoughts fixed on it, the only answer I can make to her queries will be, Ramji, Lakshman and Sitaji, Videha's daughter, have left for the woods. Whosoever question me must be answered. This is the treat I shall have on reaching Ayodhya. Again, when the king, who is oppressed by grief and whose life hangs on Ramji, puts questions to me, with what faith shall I tell him in reply that having safely escorted the princess, I have come back? The moment he hears the news of Lakshman, Sitaji and Ramji, the king will drop his body like a piece of straw. The swampy ground of my heart did not crack, even though the moisture in the shape of my most beloved Ramji has left. From this I conclude that in this very frame God has endowed me with a body fit for suffering the tortures of hell. While Sumantra was thus lamenting on the way, his chariot presently reached the bank of the Tamas river. He politely dismissed the Nishats, who fell at his feet and returned with a heart stricken with grief. The minister hesitated to enter the city as if he had murdered his own preceptor, killed a Brahman or butchered a cow. He passed the days sitting under a tree and found his opportunity only when it was dusk. he entered Ayodhya in the dark and slunk into the palace, leaving the chariot at the gate. All who heard the news flocked to the entrance of the royal palace to see the chariot. When they recognized the chariot and found the horses restless with their body, wasting away as hail in the sun, the citizens, both men and women, were sore distressed as fish when the water runs short. The moment they heard of the minister's arrival, the whole gymnasium was restless. To him, the palace looked as dreary as though it were an abode of spirits. In deep agony, all the queens questioned him, but no reply came from him. His voice failed him. His ears could not hear, nor could his eyes see. He asked whomsoever he met, "Tell me, where is the king?" Seeing his confusion, the maidservants conducted him to Kaushalyaji's apartments. Arriving there, Sumantra found the king as pale and as lusterless as the moon without the nectar. Without a seat, couch, or ornaments, he lay on the ground in a most wretched condition. Heaving a sigh, he lamented ever as Yayati when he had fallen from the abode of gods. With his heart bursting with grief every moment, he looked like Sampati, who had dropped from the heavens on account of his wings having been singed. That great lover of Ramji cried, "Ramji, Ramji," and again, "Ramji, Lakshman, Sitaji." The minister, on seeing the king, exclaimed, "Be victorious and live long," and made obeisance to him by falling prostrate on the ground. The moment he heard this, the king rose in bewilderment and said, "Tell me, Sumantra, where is Ram?" The king pressed Sumantra to his bosom as if a drowning man had laid hold of some support. Seating him affectionately by his side and with his eyes full of tears, the king asked him, "Apprise me of Ram's welfare, O loving friend. Where are Ram, the lord of Raghus, Lakshman, and Videha's daughter Sita? Have you brought them back, or have they left for the woods?" At these words, tears rushed to the minister's eyes. Overwhelmed with grief, the king asked again, "Tell me the news about Sita, Ram, and Lakshman." Recalling again and again Sri Ramji's beauty, virtues, amiability, and temperament, the king sorrowed within himself. Proclaiming my intention to install him as regent, I exiled him to the woods. But the news neither delighted his soul nor grieved it. But my life did not depart, even though I had to part from such a son. Who can be such a great sinner as I? Take me, my friend, to the place where Ram, Sita, and Lakshman are. If not, I sincerely tell you, my life is going to depart very soon. Again and again the king asked the minister, "Communicate to me the news of my most beloved sons. Quickly contrive, my friend, some means whereby you may be able to bring before my eyes Ram, Lakshman, and Sita." Recovering himself, the minister gently replied, "Your Majesty is learned and wise. Nay, you are a leader of the brave and courageous, my lord, and have always attended assemblies of holy men. All painful and pleasurable experiences, loss and gain, union with and separation from friends, all these, my lord, take place under the unalterable laws of time and destiny, like the succession of night and day. Fools rejoice in prosperity and mourn in adversity, while the wise account both alike. Therefore, exercising your mature judgment, take up courage and cease sorrowing, O friend of all." Their first halt was made by the side of the Tamas river and the next on the bank of the celestial river Ganga. Having bathed and drunk water, Sitaji and the two brothers remained without food that day. The Nishad showed great hospitality, and the party spent that night in the village of Sringaverpur. At daybreak they sent for the milk of the banyan tree, and the two brothers coiled up their matted hair in the shape of a crown. Then Ramji's friend Guha called for a boat, and after helping Sitaji to board it, Sri Ramji followed suit. Lakshman placed on it in an orderly way the two bows and quivers as himself boarded the boat on receiving the Lord's command. Seeing my distress, the hero of Raghu's race summoned up courage and addressed me in sweet accents. Sire, convey my obeisances to dear father and clasp his lotus feet again and again. Then, falling at his feet, submit to him thus: Father, be not worried on my account. By your grace and goodwill, and as a reward of your meritorious acts, my journey to and sojourn in the woods will be happy and full of blessings. By your grace, my dear father, I shall have all sorts of comforts on my journey, and having obeyed your commands, shall come back safe to behold your lotus feet once more. Nay, consoling all my mothers, fall at their feet again and again, and with profuse entreaties make every effort, say Tulsidachi, to see that the Lord of Ayodhya, my father, passes his days happily. Clasping my preceptor's lotus feet again and again, give him my message. Pray, so exhort the Lord of Ayodhya that he may no longer grieve on my account. Humbly approaching all the citizens and all my people, convey to them my submission. He alone is my friend in every way, who ensures the king's happiness. Again, when Bharat comes, give him my message. Abandon not the path of rectitude on assuming the office of regent. Cherish your subjects in thought, word and deed, and serve your mothers, treating them all alike. Again, brother, vindicate your brotherliness till the last day by serving our parents and kinsmen. And last but not the least, look after the king in such a way that he may never sorrow on my account. Here, Lakshman interposed some harsh words, but Ramji checked him and then entreated me, adjuring me by himself again and again, make no mention, dear father, of Lakshman's childishness. Sending her greetings, Sitaji opened her lips to say something, but was overwhelmed with emotion. Her voice failed, her eyes filled with tears, and a thrill ran through her body. At this moment, in response to a hint from the chief of Raghus, Sri Ramji, the boatmen propelled the boat towards the opposite bank. So departed the crown of Raghu's race, while I stood looking on with a heavy load on my heart. How am I to describe my own anguish in that I came back alive bearing Ramji's message? At this stage, Sumantra's speech failed him. Overpowered as he was by grief and remorse due to separation from Sri Ramji, no sooner had he heard the charioteer's speech than the king dropped to the ground, his heart burning with deep anguish. His mind being unhinged by excessive infatuation, he tossed about like a fish that had been inebriated by sucking the foam of early rainwater, which is intoxicating to the fish. All the queens wailed and wept. How can their great misfortune be described? At the sound of their wails, sorrow itself was sorrowful, and endurance could no longer endure. Ayodhya was in great tumult at the sound of the outcry in the royal gymnasium. It seemed as if a cruel thunderbolt had fallen at night, on a large habitat of birds. The life breath of the king had now stuck to his throat. He felt uneasy like a serpent robbed of his gem. All his senses were blighted as a cluster of lotuses in a lake that had been left without water. When Kaushalyaji saw the king withered and blasted, she concluded in her mind that the sun of the solar rays was about to set. Summoning up courage, therefore, Sri Ramji's mother spoke words appropriate to the occasion. Ponder in your heart, my lord, and reflect that separation from Ram is a vast ocean. You are the helmsman and Ayodhya the bark, which has been boarded by our near and dear ones as its passengers. We can hope to reach ashore only if you have patience. If not, the whole family will be drowned. If you take to heart this entreaty of mine, my beloved lord, we are sure to see Ram, Lakshman and Sita again. Hearing these soft words of his beloved queen, the king opened his eyes and looked up like a writhing wretched fish that had been sprinkled with cold water. Recovering himself, the king got up and sat down. Tell me, Sumantra, where is my gracious Ram? Where is Lakshman and where is my loving Ram? Where is my beloved daughter-in-law Vaidehi? The restless monarch wailed in many ways. The night seemed to him like an age, and he felt as though it would never end. He was reminded of the blind hermit's curse, and he narrated the whole story to Kaushalyaji. He was filled with agony as he related the circumstances. Fie on the hope of surviving without Ram! What shall I gain by preserving this body, which has failed to keep my vow of love? O delighter of Raghus, who are dear to me as life, already I have lived too long without you. O Janakji's daughter and Lakshman, O chief of Raghu's line, who gladdened the loving heart of your father as a rain cloud delights the Kataka bird. Crying, Ram, Ram, and again Ram, and yet again Ram, Ram, Ram. The king cast off his body in his agony of separation from the chief of Raghu's line and ascended to the abode of God. It was King Dasharath-ji who reaped the reward both of his life and death. His untarnished fame spread through a number of universes. As long as he lived, he gazed on Sri Ramji's moon-like countenance and brought glory to his death by making the separation from Sri Ramji his excuse for it. Stricken with grief, all the queens wept and praised his comeliness of form, amiable manners, bodily might and majesty. They lamented in a variety of ways, throwing themselves upon the ground again and again. Men servants and maid servants alike wailed in anguish, and there was weeping in every house throughout the city. Today has set the sun of the solar rays, the perfection of the righteousness, the repository of beauty and virtues. Everyone abused Kaikeyi, who had dropped the world of its very eyes. In this way they wailed till the close of night, when all the great and enlightened hermits arrived. Then the sage Vasishtaji narrated a number of legends befitting the occasion and dispersed the gloom that hung over them, all by light of his wisdom. The sage caused a boat to be filled with oil and had the king's body placed in it to guard against decomposition. He then summoned envoys and spoke to them thus: "Run quickly and go to Bharat, but break not the news about the king to anyone at any place. Approaching Bharat, tell him only this much: the preceptor has sent for you two brothers. Hearing the sage's orders, the couriers rushed along with a speed that would put an excellent steed to shame. Ever since things began to take a vicious turn in Ayodhya, evil omens occurred before Bharat. He saw fearful dreams at night and on waking indulged in all sorts of unpleasant speculations. He would feast Brahmanas daily and bestow gifts on them. With elaborate ritual, he would sprinkle water over an image of Bhagwan Shivji and invoking the great Lord in his heart, begged of him the welfare of his parents, family and brothers. While Bharat was thus passing an anxious time, the courier arrived, and hearing the Guru's commands, he proceeded with an invocation of Lord Ganesha Ji. Urging the horses to run as fast as the wind, he went on his journey crossing difficult streams, hills and forests. There was such a great anxiety in his heart that nothing would please him. He thought to himself, "Would that I could fly home?" Every moment hung heavy like an ear. In this way Bharat drew near to the city. Evil omens occurred to him as he entered the city. Crows cawed in an ominous way at undesirable places. Donkeys and jackals gave a cry that foreboded evil and which pierced Bharat to the heart as he listened to it. Lakes and rivers, groves and gardens had lost their charm, while the city wore a particularly dismal look. Birds and fawns, horses and elephants were too wretched to look at, undone by the fell disease of separation from Ramji. The people of the city, both men and women, were extremely miserable, as though all of them had lost everything they had in their possession. The citizens met him but spoke not a word. They made obeisance and quietly passed on. Bharat too could not inquire after their welfare, his mind being obsessed with the fear and grief. The bazaars and the streets repelled the sight as though a wild conflagration had broken out in the city on all sides. Kaikeyi, who was to the solar rays what the moon is to the lotuses, was rejoiced to hear of her son's approach. Preparing lights for waving round his head, she sprang up and ran glad at heart, and meeting him at the very door, conducted him into her apartments. Bharat saw with wonder that while the household wore a wretched appearance like a bed of lotuses blasted by frost, Kaikeyi was as happy as a Bhil woman who had set a whole forest ablaze. Seeing her son melancholy and depressed in spirits, she asked him, "Is all well in my mother's house?" Bharat assured her that everything was well and then inquired after the health and welfare of his own family. "Tell me, where is my father and where all mothers, and where is Sita ji and my beloved brothers Sri Ramji and Lakshman?" On hearing her son's affectionate words, the sinful woman brought crocodile tears to her eyes and spoke words that pierced his ears and soul as so many shafts. "I have accomplished everything for you, my son, and poor Manthara has been of great help to me. Only God has marred our plans a little before they could be completed. The king has departed to Indraji's paradise." As soon as he heard this, Bharat was overcome with grief as an elephant who is terrified at the roar of a lion. Crying, "Father, father, oh my father," he fell to the ground much agitated. "I could not see you before you left, nor did you, my father, entrust me to the care of Sri Ramji." Then, collecting himself, he got up with some effort and said, "Tell me, mother, the cause of my father's demise." Hearing the words of her son, she replied as one who had cut a vital part and inserted poison into it. with a glad heart, the cruel and wicked woman recounted from the very beginning all that she had done. Hearing of Sri Ramji's exile to the forest, Bharat forgot his father's death, and realizing in his heart that he was the root cause of it, he remained mute and stupefied. Observing his son's distress, she comforted him like one who applied salt to a burn. The king, my son, is not fit for lamentation. He not only reaped a rich harvest of merit and renown, but enjoyed life also. During his lifetime, he obtained all the rewards of human existence and in the end ascended to the abode of Indraji, the Lord of Immortals. Pondering thus, cease sorrowing and rule the kingdom with all its limbs, such as the army, the exchequer, and the ministers and so on. The prince was utterly dismayed to hear these words, as though a festering sore had been touched by a live coal. Recovering himself, he heaved a deep sigh and said, "O wicked woman, you have brought complete ruin to our family. If you bore such deep malice, why did you not kill me as soon as I was born? Cutting down the tree, you have watered a leaf, and you have drained the pond for keeping the fish alive. Claiming my descent from the sun god, with King Dasharath-ji for my father, and Ram-ji and Lakshman for my brothers, I have had you, mother, for my mother. One are powerless against providence. The moment, O malicious woman, you contrived the evil design in your mind, how is it your heart did not break into pieces? While asking for the boons, you did not feel the stings of conscience. Your tongue did not fall off, nor did your mouth fester. How did the king trust you? Surely God must have robbed him of his senses on the eve of his death. Even the Creator has not been able to know the working of a woman's heart, the repository of all deceit, sin, and vice. Simple, amiable, and pious as the king was, how could he know the nature of a woman? What living creature is there in this world to whom the Lord of Raghus is not dear as life itself? Yet, even that Ramji appeared to you as great enemy. Tell me the truth, therefore, to what species do you belong? Whatever you may be, you had better bedaub your face with ink and leaving my presence move to some place out of my sight. Nay, God has created me out of heart hostile to Ramji. Who's there so sinful as myself? In vain, therefore, do I taunt you. When Shatrughan heard of Mother Kaikeyi's wickedness, he burned all over with rage, but there was no help. That very moment came the hunchback Manthara, clad in variety of rich costumes and adorned with various ornaments. The very sight of that woman filled with Lakshman's younger brother with anger, as though clarified butter had been poured into fire. Springing forward, he kicked her with such steady aim at the hump that she fell flat on her face and screamed aloud. Her bump was smashed, her head split, and her teeth broken, and her mouth emitted blood. Oh my God, what harm have I done? Surely this is an ill recompense for my services. Hearing this and seeing her wild from head to foot, Shatrughan, the slayer of his foes, seized her by the hair on her head and began to drag her till the merciful Bharat rescued her. The two brothers then called on Mother Kaushalya-ji. In sordid attire, pale, agitated, and oppressed with woe, and with a wasted frame, she looked like a lovely celestial creeper of gold blasted by frost in the forest. When Mother Kaushalya-ji saw Bharat, she sprang up and ran to meet him, but she felt giddy and dropped unconscious on the ground. Bharat was deeply moved to see her plight and threw himself at her feet, forgetting the condition of his own body. Mother, show me my father. Where is Sita ji and the two brothers, Sri Ram ji and Lakshman? Why was Kaikeyi ji born into this world at all? And if born, why did she not remain barren instead of bearing me, a blot on my family, a very sink of infamy and an enemy of near and dear ones? Who in these three spheres is so wretched as I, on whose account, mother, you have been reduced to such a plight? My father is in heaven, and Sri Ramji, the chief of Raghu's line, is in the woods. It is I who, like a shooting star, am responsible for the whole trouble. Oh, be to me, who have proved to be for my family a very fire among the bamboos, and a victim of terrible agony, suffering, and censure. On hearing Bharat's tender words, Kaushalya ji rose with a renewed effort, and lifting him, clasped him to her bosom, while tears streamed from her eyes. Guileless by nature, Mother Kaushalya ji pressed him to her bosom with utmost affection, as though Sri Ramji himself had come back. She then embraced Lakshman's younger brother Shatrughan. Her heart was full with grief and love. Everyone who saw her loving disposition said, Ramji's mother that she is, no wonder she should be so loving. The mother seated Bharat in her lap and wiping away his tears, spoke to him in soothing words. I adjure you, my child, to compose yourself even now, knowing this to be an unpropitious time, sorrow no more. Take not to heart the loss we have sustained, and feel no remorse for it, remembering that the course of time and fate is unalterable. Do not blame anyone, my son. It is Providence that has turned hostile to me in every way. And when he makes me survive even under such trying circumstances, who knows what may be his pleasure with regard to me even now. At his father's command, dear child, the hero of Raghu's line discarded his ornaments and princely apparel and put on a hermit's dress consisting of the bark of trees, without either sorrow or exultation. With a cheerful countenance and without either joy or anger, he comforted all in every way and proceeded to the forest. Hearing this, Sita ji followed him and would not stay, devoted as she was to Ram's feet. Lakshman also, when he heard this, sprang up and accompanied them. He would not be left behind, even though the Lord of Raghus tried his best to detain him. The Lord of Raghus then bowed his head to all and departed with Sita ji and his younger brother Lakshman. So Ram, Lakshman and Sita left for the woods, whereas I neither accompanied them nor sent my soul after them, leaving my body here. All this happened before these eyes, and yet this wretched soul did not take leave of the body. I am not ashamed of my love, to think that a son like Ram should have a mother like me. The king knew well how to live and how to die, whereas my heart is 100 times harder than adamant. Hearing Kaushalyaji's words, Bharat and the whole gynecium wailed in distress. The king's palace seemed the very abode of sorrow. Much agitated, the two brothers, Bharat and Shatrughan, loudly lamented, and Kaushalyaji clasped them to her bosom. She comforted Bharat in many ways and tendered words of wisdom to him. Bharat too, in his turn, consoled all his mothers, narrating legends from the Puranas and Vedas. Joining both his palms, he addressed them in guileless, innocent, simple, and charming words. The sins attaching to the murder of one's mother, father, or son, and to the act of setting fire to a cowpen or a village of Brahmanas, and those incurred by slaying a woman or child, and by administering poison to a friend or a monarch. Nay, all the major and minor sins of thought, word or deed that have been enumerated by the seers, let all such sins be mine if, my mother, this plot has my concurrence. May Providence award me the fate of those who, forsaking the feet of Sri Hariji and Lord Shivji, worship frightful ghosts. If, mother, I have complicity in this plot. If, mother, all this has my approval, let me share the terrible fate of those who sell Vedas, exploit their piety, are given to backbiting and expose other sins, who are deceitful, wicked, quarrelsome, and irascible, who revile the Vedas and are hostile to the world, nay, who are greedy and lecherous and behave as the rapacious do, and who cast their eyes on others' wealth and others' wife. Nay, mother, if I ever knew this secret, my Lord Shivji allot me the fate of those wretches who love not the company of the virtuous, who have rejected the path leading to God realization, who worship not Hariji, even though blessed with a human form, and take no delight in the glory of Sri Hariji and Lord Shivji, who have abandoned the path of Vedas and follow the contrary way, and who are impostors and deceive the world by assuming false appearances. Hearing Bharat's truthful, artless and sincere words, Mother Kaushalyaji said, "You, my dear child, have always loved Ram in thought, word and deed. Ram is dearer to you than your own life, and likewise you are dearer to the Lord of Raghus than his own life. The moon may diffuse poison through her rays and snow emit fire. Nay, an aquatic creature may shun water and spiritual enlightenment may fail to eradicate error. But in no case will you turn hostile to Ram. Those in this world who alleged this plot was contrived with your connivance shall never attain happiness or salvation even in a dream." So saying, Mother Kaushalyaji clasped Bharat to her bosom. Milk began to flow from her breast and her eyes filled with tears. In this way they squatted away the whole night, lamenting in profusion. The sages Vamdevji and Vashishtaji then came and summoned all the ministers and the elite of the city. Vashishtaji admonished Bharat in many ways, speaking to him words of wisdom appropriate to the occasion. "Have courage in your heart, dear son, and do what the occasion demands today." Hearing this preceptor's commands, Bharat rose and asked everything to be got ready. He had the king's body washed in accordance with the Vedic rites and caused a most splendid funeral bier to be prepared for him. Clasping the feet of his mothers, Bharat prevented them from ascending the funeral pile. They all stayed behind in the hope of seeing Sri Ramji. There arrived many loads of sandalwood and aloes and divers other excellent aromatic herbs of untold varieties. The pile was raised in an artistic way on the bank of the Sharayu river and looked like a lovely ladder reaching to heaven. In this way all the rites of cremation were gone through, and then the funeral party bathed with due ceremony and offered a handful of water and sesame seeds to the departed soul. After ascertaining the views of all the Smriti texts, the Vedas and the Puranas, Bharat performed the ceremony of Dasharathji. Whatever orders the great sage Vashishtaji gave on a particular point, Bharat carried out all of them in 1,000 ways. He bestowed all sorts of gifts on attaining purity. he gave away cows, horses, elephants, and conveyances of various sorts. And even so thrones, ornaments and costumes, food grains, lands, money and houses, and the Brahmanas had all their desires fulfilled on receiving them. Whatever rites Bharat performed for the benefit of his father in the other world were more than 100,000 tongues could recount. Then, after determining an auspicious date, the great sage Vasishtaji came and summoned all the ministers as well as the elite of the city. They all repaired to the council chamber and sat there. The two brothers, Bharat and Shatrughan, were also sent for. Vasishtaji seated Bharat by his side and spoke to him words full of wisdom and piety. First of all, the great sage repeated the whole story of Kaikeyiji's willy-doing and paid his tribute to the vow of piety and truthfulness of King Dasharathji, who remained true to his love even at the cost of his life. And as the great hermit spoke of Sri Ramji's virtues, amiably and kind disposition tears came to his eyes and thrill ran through his body. Again, when he extolled the affection that Lakshman and Sitaji bore towards Ramji, the enlightened sage was overwhelmed with grief and emotion. Listen, Bharat, formidable is fate, the Lord of sages sorrowfully exclaimed. Loss and gain, life and death, glory and infamy, all these lie in the hands of Providence. Arguing this, whom should we blame? And with whom should we be angry without any cause? Ponder in your heart, my son, that King Dasharathji is not worth grieving for. Pitiable is the Brahmana who is ignorant of the Vedas and who has abandoned his own duty and is engrossed in the pleasures of sense. Pitiable the king who has no knowledge of politics and who does not love his people as his own life. Pitiable the Vaishya, a member of the trading class, who is niggardly though rich, and who is not perfect in hospitality nor in devotion to Lord Shivji. Pitiable the Shudra, a member of the laboring or artisan class, who is disrespectful towards the Brahmanas. Loquacious and proud of his knowledge and loves to be honored. Pitiable again is the woman who deceives her own husband, is crooked and quarrelsome and follows her own will. Pitiable the religious student who breaks his own vow and obeys not the orders of his preceptor. Nay, pitiable is the householder who out of ignorance forsakes the path of duty, and pitiable the recluse who is attached to the world and lacks discretion and dispassion. Pitiable is the anchorite who has given up penance and developed a liking for luxuries. Pitiable the backbiter who is angry without cause and an enemy of his own parents, preceptor and brothers. Pitiable in everywhere is he who harms others, cherishes his own body and is exceedingly heartless. And pitiable in every respect is he who is not sincerely devoted to Sri Hariji. The Lord of Kaushala he is not worth grieving for, his glory being manifest through all the 14 spheres. There never was, nor is, nor shall be hereafter a monarch like your father Bharat. Brahmaji, Vishnuji, Shivji, Indraji, the Lord of Celestials and the guardians of the quarters, all sing praises of King Dasharathji. Tell me, my dear child, who can glorify him who begot such pious sons as Ramji, Lakshman, Shatrughan and yourself? The king was blessed in every way. It is no use mourning for him. Hearing and realizing this, sorrow no more and reverently obey the king's command. The king has bestowed the kinship on you. It behoves you, therefore, to redeem the words of your father, who abandoned Ram for the sake of his word and quitted his body in his anguish of separation from Ram. The king did not love his own life as he did his word. Therefore, dear son, redeem your father's word. Reverently obey the king's command. This will do you good in every way. Parashuram executed the command of his father and killed his own mother. The whole world will bear testimony to this fact. Yayati's son, Puru, exchanged his own youth for the old age of his father and incurred no sin or blame because he did so in obedience to his father's command. Those who cherish their father's word, minding not whether it is reasonable or otherwise, attain happiness and fair renown and dwell in the abode of Indraji, the Lord of Immortals. Therefore, you must redeem the king's word, cherish your subjects and cease to grieve. The king in heaven will receive solace while you will earn merit and good fame and shall incur no blame. It is well known in the Vedas and has the sanction of all that the crown goes to him on whose the father bestows it. Therefore, rule the kingdom, feel no remorse and accept my advice as salutary. Ram and Vaidehi's daughter Sita will be gratified when they hear of it, and no wise man will call it wrong. Kaushalyaji and all the other mothers too will be happy in the happiness of the people. Nay, he who will know when Ram returns home, you may hand over the kingdom to him and serve him with ideal affection. The ministers submitted with joined palms. You need to obey the order of your preceptor. When the Lord of Raghus comes back, you may do what you think fit then. Summoning courage, Kaushalyaji said, Salutary, my son, is your Guru's command. The same should be respected and obeyed by you as conducive to your good. Cease to grieve, realizing the vicissitudes of life. The Lord of Raghus is in the forest and the king is in heaven, the abode of gods, while you, my son, are thus giving way to faint-heartedness. You, my child, are the only support of all, including your family, subjects, ministers, and all your mothers. Perceiving the antipathy of God and the relentlessness of fate, I adjure you by my life to have courage. Reverently obey your Guru's command. Cherish your subjects and relieve the affection of your family. Bharat listened to the advice of his preceptor and the ministers, appeal endorsing the same, which were as soothing to his heart as sandal paste. He further heard the mother's soft words, imbued with the nectar of amiability, affection, and guilelessness. Bharat grew restless when he heard Mother Kaushalyaji's speech, imbued as it was with the nectar of sincerity. His lotus eyes shed tears that watered the fresh shoots of the dissolution in his heart. All those who saw his condition at that time forgot their own existence. Everyone, says Tulsidas Ji, reverently extolled him as the perfection of artless love. Joining his lotus palms, Bharat, who was foremost among the strong-minded, took courage and proceeded to give fitting replies to all in words steeped as it were in nectar. My preceptor has given me excellent advice, which has been endorsed by my subjects, ministers, and all. Mother Kaushalyaji too has enjoined on me what she has thought fit and which I certainly wish to carry out with reverence. The advice of one's preceptor, parents, master, and friend ought to be acted upon with a cheerful heart as conducive to one's good. By pausing to think whether it is right or wrong, one fails in one's duty and incurs a load sin. You are surely giving me sincere advice, which, if followed, will do me good. Even though I fully realize this, my heart is not satisfied. Now hear my request and give me advice that may suit me. Forgive me my presumption in returning an answer to you, for good people reckon not the virtues of the faults of the distressed. My good lies in the service of Sri Ramji, although I have been deprived of that privilege through my mother's perversity. I have pondered in my heart and realized that my good lies in no other way. Of that account is this kingdom, which is nothing but an abode of sorrow, when the feet of Lakshman, Ramji and Sitaji are no longer to be seen. A load of jewels is of no use without clothes. An inquiry about Brahmaji, the Absolute, is of little use without dispassion. Abundant enjoyments are of no use to a deceased body. Of little use are jap, muttering of prayers, and yoga, exercises of mind control without devotion to Sri Hariji. A handsome body is of no use without life, and all I have is not without the Lord of Raghus. Grant me leave to go where Ramji is. My good exclusively lies in this. And if you urge that you seek your own good by crowning me king, you say so only through ignorance caused by affection. It is through infatuation that you expect happiness from the reign of a wretch like me, who is Kaikeyi's son, of perverted intellect, hostile to Ramji and lost to shame. I tell you the truth, you should all listen and believe what I say. A virtuous man alone should be crowned as king. The moment you install me on the throne, perforce the earth will sink into the lowest depths. Who is such an inveterate sinner as I, on whose account Sitaji and Ramji have been exiled into the forest? The king sent Ramji into exile and himself ascended to heaven the moment the latter left him. My wretched self, which is the root of all evil, is sitting quietly and hears all talk unmoved. Even though I find the palace without Ramji, I have survived and endured the world's jeers. Devoid of attraction for Sri Ramji, who is a sacred object of love, my soul is rapacious and hungers for land, domination and enjoyment. I have no words to depict the cruelty of my heart that has attained notoriety by surpassing even adamant. An effect is as a rule harder than its cause, and I am not to blame for it. The thunderbolt is more formidable and harder than bone, of which it was made, and iron than rock, from which it is quarried. Clinging to this body born of Kaikeyi, my wretched life is exceedingly unfortunate. When life has been dear to me, even though I have been torn from my beloved brother, I shall have much to see and hear yet. Kaikeyi has sent Lakshman, Ramji and Sita into exile and has done a good turn to her husband by dispatching him to the abode of immortals. She has taken widowhood and infamy upon herself and bestowed grief and affliction on the people. And to me she has allotted happiness, good reputation and a thriving kingdom. In this way she has served the interests of all. I cannot expect greater good than this at present. Over and above that you proclaim your intention to crown me king. Since I have been born into this world through Kaikeyi's womb, this is not at all unbecoming of me. God himself has accomplished everything for me. Why then should you all, as well as the people, help my cause? If a man who is possessed by some evil spirit and is also affected by delirium and has been further stung by a scorpion is given a cup of wine, tell me, what kind of treatment is this? God in His wisdom has ordained for me everything in this world that is worthy of Kaikeyi's son. He has, however, bestowed on me in vain the honor of being a son of King Dasharathji and a younger brother of Sri Ramji. All of you urge me to accept the throne, and the king's command is good for all. How shall I answer all individually? Let everyone gladly say what one pleases. Barring me and my vile mother, tell me, who will say the right thing has been done? Excepting myself, who is there in the whole animate and inanimate creation that does not love Sitaji and Ramji as one's own life? What is most baneful appears to you all as mighty gain. This is my misfortune, and none is to be blamed for it. You are in the grip of doubt, amiability and affection, and whatever you all say is right. Sri Ramji's mother, Kaushalyaji, is most guileless of heart and loves me in a special degree. Finding me in distress, she has said all this under impulse of natural affection. My Guru Vishishtaji, as all the world knows, is an ocean of wisdom. The universe is like a plum in the palm of his hand. Even he is making preparations for my coronation. When fate is adverse, everyone else turns hostile. With the exception of Sri Ramji and Sitaji, no one in this world will say the plot did not have my approval. All this I must hear and endure with a cheerful heart. For wherever there is water, mud must be there eventually. I shudder not to think that the world will call me vile, and I have little anxiety about the other world either. There is one terrible anguish that plagues my heart. It is that Sitaji and Ramji are suffering hardships on my account. Lakshman has fully reaped the reward of his existence. Discarding everything else, he has fixed his mind on Sri Ramji's feet. As for myself, I was born for Sri Ramji's banishment. In vain do I lament, wretched that I am. Bowing my head to all, I lay open my terrible distress before you. Unless I behold Sri Ramji's feet, the agony of my soul shall not go. I find no other remedy. Who else than the chief of Raghus can know what passes in my heart? There is only one resolve in my mind. At daybreak, I must proceed to meet the Lord. Even though I am a vile offender and am at the foot of all troubles, yet when the Lord finds me before Him in a suppliant mien, He will forgive all my faults and shower His special grace on me. The Lord of Raghus is an embodiment of amiability, meekness, extreme guilelessness of disposition, compassion and love. Sri Ramji has never injured even an enemy, to say nothing of me, a mere child, and his servant too, though hostile to him. Therefore, do allow me, all of you, to depart and bless me in an auspicious strain, knowing it to be for my good, so that on hearing my supplication and recognizing me as his servant, Sri Ramji may return to his capital. Though I am born of wicked mother and am myself a rogue and ever guilty, I am confident of Ramji that he will never forsake me, knowing me for his own. Bharat's words pleased all, imbued as they were with the nectar of devotion to Sri Ramji. The people who had been burning with the deadly poison of separation from Sri Ramji were roused to their senses on hearing, as it were, a charm against snake poison, along with its seed letter. The mothers, the ministers, the preceptor, and the people of the city all were overwhelmed with emotion. They praised Bharat again and again and said, "Your body is the very personification of affection for Sri Ramji. It is no wonder that you should say so, dear Bharat, since you are dear to Sri Ramji as his own life. The wild man who through his ignorance hates you because of your mother's perversity, the wretch shall abide in hell for 100 kalpas with millions of his past generations. A gem on the head of a serpent is not affected by the sins and faults of the serpent. On the other hand, it counteracts poison, sorrow, and indigence. Bharat, you have thought out a good plan. By all means, let us proceed to the woods where Sri Ramji is. You have held out helping hand to us, all while we were being drowned in an ocean of grief." Everyone felt as great a joy as when the Kataka birds and the peacocks hear a clap of thunder. When the people came to know of Bharat's welcome resolve to start the very next morning, they all began to love him as their own life. After reverencing the sage and bowing their head to Bharat, they all took leave and proceeded to their respective homes, praising as they went his amiability, affection, and exclaiming, "Blessed is Bharat's life in this world." They said to one another, "A great object has been accomplished." Everyone began to make preparations for the journey. Whomsoever they left behind, saying, "You should stay behind to guard the house," felt as if he was smitten on the neck. Someone said, "Nobody should be asked to remain behind. Who in this world would not have the reward of his life? Perish that property, house, happiness, friend, father, mother or brother who does not gladly help one to turn one's face towards Sri Ramji's feet." In every house they got ready vehicles of various kinds. Their soul rejoiced at the thought of starting early next morning. On reaching his own apartments, Bharat thought to himself, "The city, horses, elephants, houses, and the treasury, everything belongs to the Lord of Raghus. If I leave it unprotected, the result will not be good for me. For disloyalty to one's master is the greatest of all sins. A servant is he who serves the interests of his master, no matter if anyone brings millions of imputations against him." Pondering thus, he summoned faithful servants who had never dreamt of flinching from their duty. Confiding to them all the secrets, he taught them their paramount duty and entrusted them with the work for which they were severely fit. After making all arrangements and posting guards, Bharat went to Sri Ramji's mother, Kaushalyaji. Knowing all the mothers in distress, Bharat, who understood the ways of love, ordered palanquins to be got ready and sedan chairs to be equipped. Much afflicted at heart, like the male and female Chakravaka birds, the men and women of the city longed for the dawn. They slept awake the whole night till it was daybreak, when Bharat summoned his wise counselors and said to them, "Take all that is necessary for the installation ceremony. The sage Vashishtaji will crown Sri Ramji even in the forest. Start expeditiously." Hearing this, the ministers greeted him and had the horses, chariots, and elephants immediately equipped. Taking with him his wife Arundhati and the requisites for Agnihotra, offering oblations into the sacred fire, the chief of sages, Vashishtaji, was the first to mount the chariot and led the way. Hosts of Brahmanas, who were all repositories of austerity and spiritual glow, followed in vehicles of various kinds. The people of the city followed next. Having equipped their own conveyances, they all left for Chitrakoot. All the queens journeyed in palanquins, which were lovely beyond words. leaving the city in the charge of faithful servants and respectfully sending the whole party ahead, the two brothers, Bharat and Shatrughan, started last of all, remembering the feet of Sri Ramji and Sitaji. Seized with a longing for the sight of Sri Ramji, all the people, including both men and women, headed with the same zeal as male and female elephants rush in pursuit of water. Realizing in their heart that Sitaji and Ramji were in the woods, Bharat and his younger brother journeyed on foot. Seeing their affection, the people were overcome with emotion and dismounting walked on foot, leaving their horses, elephants and chariots. Going up to Bharat, Sri Ramji's mother, Kaushalyaji, stopped her palanquin by his side and spoke in soft accents. I adjure you by my life to mount the chariot, dear child, or else all our near and dear ones will be put to trouble. If you walk on foot, the whole party will follow suit, and you know they are all wasted with sorrow and hardly fit to undertake the journey on foot. Reverently obeying her command and bowing their head, at her feet the two brothers mounted their chariot and proceeded on the journey. They halted the first day on the bank of the Tamas river and made the next halt on the bank of the Gomati river. Some of them lived on milk and some on fruits, while others took their meals by night. Renouncing ornaments and luxuries, they observed vows and fasts for the sake of Sri Ramji. Halting on the bank of the Sai river, they resumed their journey at daybreak, and the whole party drew near to Srirangverpur. When the Nishad chief Guha heard the whole story, he anxiously thought within himself, what motive can Bharat have in journeying to the woods? He must have some evil design at heart. If he had no mischievous intention at heart, why should he have brought an army with him? He must have thought that after killing Ramji and his younger brother Lakshman, he would reign peacefully and happily. But Bharat did not take to heart the maxims of the sound polity. Latterly, he brought on himself stigma alone, but this time he will meet a sure death. If all the warriors among the gods and demons combine against Sri Ramji, even they will fail to conquer him in battle. But what wonder that Bharat should behave as he is doing, for venomous plants, after all, can never bear fruits of ambrosia. Pondering thus, Guha said to his kinsmen, Be alert all of you, collect the boats and sink them and blockade the ghats, that is, flights of steps leading to the river landing place. Equip yourself and blockade the ghats. Be prepared in every way to face death. I go to encounter Bharat in open combat and would not let him cross the Ganga so long as there is life in me. To die in battle, and that too on the bank of the Ganga, and to lay down this frail body in Sri Ramji's cause, when Bharat is Sri Ramji's own brother and a king, while I am an humble servant. It is through a great good fortune that one meets with a death like this. In the cause of my master, I'll fight on the battlefield and will brighten the 14 spheres with my glory. I am going to lay down my life for the sake of Sri Ramji, the Lord of Raghus, and will be a gainer either way. If I win the battle, I will have served the cause of my master, and if I die, I will attain the eternal abode of the Lord and his constant service. He who is not reckoned among the virtuous and is neither counted among Sri Ramji's devotees lives in vain in this world. He is veritable burden to the earth and an axe to the tree of his mother's youth. The Nishad chief, who was not the least troubled at heart, encouraged all, and fixing his thought on Sri Ramji, forthwith demanded his quiver, bow, and coat of mail. Make haste, brethren, to get ready the necessary equipment. On hearing my command, let no one shrink in fear. All right, my lord, they all joyfully responded and roused the spirit of one another. Greeting their chief one after another, the Nishads left. They were all brave and loved to fight on the battlefield. Invoking the shoes of Sri Ramji's lotus feet, they fastened their quiver and strung their bow. Nay, they donned their coat of mail, placed the helmet on their head, and straightened their axe, bludgeon and spear. Some of them, who were exceptionally clever at fencing, sprang with such agility that it seemed they never touched the ground and moved in the air. Equipped themselves with their weapons, etc., and forming themselves into batches, they all went up to their chief Guhaji and greeted him. Seeing his gallant warriors and finding them all fit for active service, he addressed them each by his name and duly honored them. Spare not your life, brethren, there is a great issue before me today. At this, the gallant warriors spiritedly exclaimed, Have patience, our brave chieftain! Through the majesty of Sri Ramji and by your might, my lord, we shall leave no fighting man or horse in the enemy's ranks. We shall never retrace our steps so long as there is life in us. Nay, we shall strew the earth with the trunks and heads of fallen warriors. The Nishad chief saw that he had a good band of warriors and exclaimed, Beat the martial drum! Even as he said so, someone sneezed on the left. The soothsayer said, The sneeze has come from an auspicious quarter. The issue will be a happy one. An old man thought over the meaning of the omen and exclaimed, Let us go and meet Bharat. There will be no conflict. Bharat is out to persuade Sri Ramji to return. The omen tells us that there will be no discord. On hearing this, Guha said, The old man says right. Fools act precipitatedly and repent. If we come to a clash without knowing Bharat's intentions and ascertaining his temper and disposition, we shall be doing much harm to our own cause. Close up all my warriors and blockade the ghats till I meet Bharat and find out what is in his mind. When I have ascertained his friendly, hostile, or neutral attitude, I shall act accordingly. After that, I shall test his love on the touchstone of his friendly disposition for hatred, and love cannot be disguised even if one tries to do so. So saying, he began to collect articles for making a present and sent for bulbs, roots, and fruits, as well as birds and deer. Men of the porter class also brought loads of fat and dry fish of the Pahina species. Thus equipping himself with presents, he proceeded to meet Bharat and met with auspicious and happy omens. As soon as he saw the chief of sages, Vashishtaji, he mentioned his own name and prostrated himself before the sage from a distance. The sage, who knew him to be a friend of Sri Ramji, bestowed his blessings on him and told Bharat in detail about him. Hearing that he was a friend of Sri Ramji, Bharat alighted from his chariot and leaving it behind, advanced towards him with a heart overflowing with love. Guha, on his part, mentioned his village, caste, and name and greeted him by placing his head on the ground. When Bharat saw him falling prostrate on the ground, he lifted him and pressed him to his bosom. He felt as if he had met Lakshman, and the surging emotion of his heart could not be repressed. Bharat embraced him with great affection, and the people admired the mode of his love. Raising a jubilant cry of applause, the gods extolled him and rained flowers on him. This man is low in the eyes of the world as well as from the point of view of the Vedas, so much so that one must bathe even on crossing his shadow. Yet, Sri Ramji's younger brother Bharat has met him in close embrace, his body thrilling all over with joy. Hosts of sins turn away from them who utter the name of Ramji even while yawning. As for this man, he was embraced by Sri Ramji himself, who thereby bestowed on him and his family the efficacy of sanctifying the whole world. Where the water of the Karmanash river joins the celestial stream the Ganga, tell me, who would not place it on his head? The whole world knows how Valmiki ji became as good as a Brahma, God himself, by repeating the name Ramji in the reverse way as Mara. Even a Pariya, a Shabara, Bhil, a Khasi, the stupid barbarian, and the wild Kola and Kirata get supremely sanctified and get renowned through all the spheres by uttering the name of Sri Ramji. It is no wonder it has been so for ages. Who has not been exalted through contact with the hero of Raghu's race? In this way, the gods glorified Sri Ramji's name, and the people of Ayodhya rejoiced as they heard the praise. Having thus met Sri Ramji's friend Guha, Bharat lovingly inquired after his health, welfare, and happiness. Seeing Bharat's amiability and affection on that occasion, the Nishad forgot all about himself. His bashfulness, love, and soul's delight grew, and he stood gazing at Bharat with unwinking eyes. Collecting himself, he bowed at Bharat's feet again, and with joined palms lovingly submitted. Now that I have beheld your lotus feet, which are the very fountain of happiness, I have accounted myself blessed for all time. And now, my Lord, by your supreme grace, my welfare is assured for millions of generations. Remembering my doings and my descent on the one hand, and realizing the Lord's greatness on the other, he who does not devote himself to Sri Ramji's feet has been befooled in this world by providence. False, cowardly, evil-minded, and low-born as I am, and cast off from the society as well as from the fold of the Vedas in every way, I have become the ornament of the world ever since Sri Ramji took me for his own. Seeing his affection and hearing his humble submission, Bharat's younger brother Shatrughan embraced him next. The Nishad chief then greeted all the Dowager queens in polite and respectful terms, mentioning his name each time. Treating him on the same footing as Lakshman, they gave him their blessing. May you live happily for millions of years. The men and women of the city were as glad to see the Nishad chief as if they saw Lakshman, and said, "He has surely reaped the reward of his existence in that our beloved Ramji folded him in his arms." Hearing them extol his good fortune, the Nishad chief led them with a cheerful heart. Receiving a signal from him and learning their master's will, all his attendants dispersed, and reaching the residential quarters, the foot of the trees, ponds, orchards, and groves, they made room for the guests to take up their lodging. When Bharat beheld the town of Srirangverpur, all his limbs were overpowered with emotion. Leaning on the Nishad chief, he presented a goodly sight. It appeared as if meekness and love had taken a living form. In this way, Bharat with all his army went and saw the stream of the Ganga, which purifies the whole world. He made obeisance to the ghat where Sri Ramji had bathed, and said his prayers, and his soul was as enraptured as if he had met Sri Ramji himself. The men and women of the city bowed low, They were glad to see the divine stream. Taking a dip into the river, they begged with joined palms to be favored with abundant love for Sri Ramchandraji's feet. Bharat exclaimed, Mother Ganga, your sands are delightful to all, and the very cow of plenty to your devotees. With joined palms, therefore, I ask of you only one boon, that is, spontaneous love for the feet of Sitaji and Sri Ramji. In this way, after taking a dip into the Ganga and receiving his Guru's commands, and on learning that all his mothers had finished their bath, he had the tents shifted. The people took up their lodgings at different places, and Bharat made inquiries about all. After worshipping the gods and taking leave of them, the two brothers, Bharat and Shatrughan, went up to Sri Ramji's mother, Kaushalyaji. Bharat showed respect to all his mothers by kneading their feet and speaking to each in polite terms. Then, entrusting his brother with the service of his mothers, he himself summoned the Nishad chief and went hand in hand with him, his body empowered with excess of love. He asked his friend to show him the spot and thereby soothe the agony of his eyes and soul to some extent, where Sitaji, Sri Ramji and Lakshman had slept at night. Even as he spoke, the corners of his eyes were filled with tears. The Nishad chief was distressed to hear Bharat's words and presently took him to the spot where the chief of Raghu's line had rested under a holy Ashoka tree. With great affection and reverence, Bharat prostrated himself there. Beholding a lovely litter of kusha grass, he paced round it clockwise and made obeisance. He also placed the dust of Sri Ramji's footprints on his eyes with an excess of love which could not be described in words. He saw there a few gold spangles which he placed on his hand and treated them on par with Sitaji. With tears in his eyes and a heart full of remorse, he spoke to his friend in sweet accents. These spangles have lost their charm and appear lusterless due to their separation from Sitaji. Even as the people of Ayodhya, both men and women, are spent through sorrow, to whom shall I liken her father, Janakji, who in this world is a master of asceticism and enjoyment both? And she had for her father-in-law King Dasharathji, the son of the solar race, who was the envy even of the Lord of Paradise, Indraji. And her beloved Lord is no other than Lord Sri Ramji, from whose glory all great ones derived their greatness. Even as I gaze on the litter used by Sitaji, the jewel among various women devoted to the Lord, my heart does not break in horror. It is harder than adamant, my God. And my younger brother Lakshman is so comely and worth fondling. Never was there such a brother, nor is there, nor will be. Beloved of the people and the darling of his parents, he is dear as life to both Sitaji and the hero of Raghu's line. Nay, he is so delicate of frame and tender of disposition, and his body has never been exposed to hot winds. Yet he is bearing hardships of every kind in the woods. Oh, my breast has outdone millions of thunderbolts. As for Sri Ramji, he has illumined the world by being born in it. He is such an ocean of beauty, amiability, joy, and all excellences. Sri Ramji's disposition is the delight of the people of Ayodhya and his own family, much more of his preceptor and parents. Even enemies praise Sri Ramji, who steals the heart by his polite speech, agreeable manners, and modesty of behavior. Millions of Shardajis, goddesses of speech, and hundreds of millions of Seshas, serpent gods, are unable to reckon up the virtues of the Lord. That jewel of Raghu's line, who is bliss personified and mine of joy and blessings, sleeps on the ground, spreading the kusha grass on it. The ways of providence are inexorable indeed. Sri Ramji had never heard any mention of sorrow. The king, our father, tended him like the tree of life. Nay, all the mothers cherished him day and night, even as the eyelids protect the eyes or a serpent guards the gem on his head. The same Ramji now wanders through the forest on foot, living on bulbs, roots and fruits and flowers. Accursed is Kaikeyi, my mother, the root of evil, who turned hostile to him, her own husband, who was the dearest object of her life, and twice accursed is my own wretched self, the ocean of sin and the occasion of all trouble. While God created me as a blot on my family, my wicked mother has made me the enemy of my master. Hearing this, the Nishad chief lovingly comforted him. Why should you lament in vain? Sri Ramji is dear to you, and you are dear to Sri Ramji. This is a settled fact, and the blame rests with an adverse fate. Cruel indeed are the doings of an adverse fate, which drove Mother Kaikeyi mad. The Lord reverently praised you again and again that night. There is no one, says Tulsidas ji, so supremely dear to Sri Ramji as you are. I declare this on oath. Therefore, be assured that all will be well in the end, and take courage in your heart. Sri Ramji knows the heart of all. Nay, he is an embodiment of tenderness, affection and compassion. Considering this and summoning courage in your heart, please go and take rest. Bharat took comfort at the words of his friend and proceeded towards his lodgings with his thoughts directed towards the hero of Raghu's race. On receiving this news, the men and women of the city sallied forth to see the place where Sri Ramji had slept one night, much distressed at heart. Pacing round the spot clockwise, they made obeisance to it and blamed Kaikeyi to their heart's content. Tears rushed to their eyes again and again, and they reproached cruel fate. Some would praise Bharat's love, while others said the king had vindicated his affection. They would reproach themselves and praise the Nishad chief. Who can describe their confusion and woe? In this way, they all kept vigil overnight, and at daybreak the passage across the river began. The Guru was put on a good and handsome boat, and all the mothers on another newly built one. In an hour and a half, everyone was taken across. When Bharat had alighted, he made sure that all had come. Having finished the morning duties, Bharat adored his mother's feet and bowed his head to the preceptor, and sending a party of the Nishads ahead, started the whole host. He made the Nishad chief lead the van and then started palanquins carrying the queen mothers, and summoning his younger brother Shatrughan, told off as their escort. The Guru proceeded next along with the other Brahmanas. He himself then made obeisance to the celestial river, invoked Sitaji, Ramji and Lakshman, and set forth on foot, while riding horses meant for the king were led by the bridle along with him. Again and again his faithful servant said, "Be pleased, sire, to mount your horse." Sri Ramji has gone on foot, while chariots, elephants and horses are intended for me. What behoves me is that I should walk on my head, for the duty of a servant is harder than any other duty. Seeing his behavior and hearing his polite speech, all his servants melted out of a feeling of self-disparagement. Bharat entered the limits of Prayag. The area surrounded the confluence of the Ganga and Yamuna near Allahabad. In the afternoon, overflowing with love, he cried, Ramji, Sitaji, Ramji, Sitaji, even as he went. The blisters on the soles of his feet glistened like a dewdrops on a lotus bud. The whole company was grieved to hear that Bharat had made the day's march on foot. After ascertaining that all had finished their ablutions, he repaired to the confluence of the Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati and did homage to it. He bathed in the party-colored waters and with due ceremony and honored the Brahmanas, bestowing gifts on them. As he watched the coming of the dark and white waves, Bharat felt a thrill of joy over his body and he joined his palms in prayer. You are the bestower of all desired objects, O King of sacred places. Your glory is known to the Vedas and manifest throughout the world. Abandoning the course of conduct prescribed for Kshatriya, I beg alms of you. But what vile act is there that an afflicted soul would not stoop to? Realizing this in their heart of hearts, the wise and generous donors accomplish in this world the prayer of the suppliant. I have no liking for wealth, nor for religious merit, nor for sensuous enjoyment, nor again do I seek the state of perfect and perpetual calm. Birth after birth, let me have devotion to Sri Ramji's feet. This is the holy boon I ask and not else. Let Sri Ramji take me for a wicked fellow, and let the people call me an enemy of preceptor and master. All the same, by your grace, may my devotion to the feet of Sitaji and Sri Ramji grow day by day. The cloud may neglect the Kataka bird all its life, and on its asking water may discharge thunderbolt and hail. But the bird will fall in the estimation of others if it ceases to call out to the cloud. It will gain in every way only by intensifying its love for the latter. Just as gold gets brighter by being put into the fire, even so the lover shines by sticking to his vow of devotion to the feet of his most beloved Lord. In response to Bharat's prayer, there came a sweet and benedictory utterance from the midst of the Triveni. Dear Bharat, you are pious in every way, and your love for Sri Ramji's feet is unbounded. In vain do you harbor depressing thoughts in your mind. There is no one so dear to Ram as you are. A thrill ran through Bharat's body, and his soul rejoiced to hear the agreeable words of the deity presiding over Triveni, exclaiming, Bharat is praiseworthy, all praise to him, the gods joyfully rain flowers. The inhabitants of Prayag, the king of sacred places, including anchorites, religious students, householders and recluses, were transported with joy. Meeting in batches of 5 to 10, they said to one another, Bharat's affection and amiability are artless and genuine. Hearing of Sri Ramji's charming virtues, he came to the great sage Bharadwaj. The sage saw him falling prostrate before him and looked upon him as his own good luck personified. Running up and lifting him, the sage clasping him to his bosom and gratified him by bestowing his blessing on him. Offered a seat by the sage, he sat down with his head bent low, as if he would run away and hide his face in a den of bashfulness. He felt much perturbed at the thought that the sage might ask him any question. Seeing his amiability and confusion of mind, the sage said to him, Listen, Bharat, I have already heard everything, but we have no control over the doings of fate. Be not distressed at heart by the thought of what your mother has done. It is no fault of Kaikeyi, my dear child. It was the goddess of speech who deluded her mind. Nobody would approve of it, even if I said so, for the wise recognize worldly opinion as well as the judgment of the Vedas. By singing your unsullied glory, however, the world and the Vedas both will be exalted. The world as well as the Vedas admit it, and everyone says that of king's sons he alone gets the throne on whom his father bestows it. The king, who was above all true to his vow, would have called you and bestowed the kingdom on you, and this would have brought him joy, religious merit and glory. But the root of all trouble was Ramji's exile to the forest, and the whole universe was pained to hear of it. It was, however, as fate would have it, much as the foolish queen Kaikeyi did wrong. She now repents for it, but he who lays the least blame for it on you is vile, ignorant and wicked. Even if you accepted the sovereignty, no blame would attach to you, even if Ramji would have been gratified to hear of it. But what you have done now is excellent. Your standpoint is quite justified, for devotion to Sri Ramji's feet is the root of all choice blessings in this world, and that is your wealth and life, nay, your vital breath. Who is then so highly blessed as you? This is, however, not to be wondered at in your case, who are a son of King Dasharath ji and a beloved brother of Ram. I tell you, Bharat, there is no one held so dear in his heart by the chief of Raghu's line as you. Lakshman, Ram and Sita most fondly praised you the whole night. I came to know of the secret only when they were bathing at Prayag. They would feel overwhelmed with love for you. The chief of Raghu's line cherishes the same love for you as the fool does for a life of ease in this world. This is, however, no great tribute to the hero of Raghu's race who cherishes the whole family of the suppliant. As for yourself, Bharat, my opinion is that you are the very incarnation of love for Ram. What to your mind constitutes a slur on you is a lesson to all of us. The present occasion has proved very propitious for preparing elixir in the form of devotion to Ram. Your glory, dear child, is a new type of spotless moon, as it were, while Ram's devotees are like so many water lilies that open only in moonlight, and kakora birds that are equally fond of the moon. It shall always remain above the horizon and shall never set, nay, it shall never wane and shall ever wax in the heavens of this world. The Chakravaka bird in the shape of the three worlds shall cherish great love for it, while the sun in the shape of the Lord's glory shall never rob it of its splendor. It shall ever delight everyone by day as well as by night, and the demon Rahu, in the form of Kaikeyi's doings, shall never eclipse it. It is full of nectar in the form of ideal love for Ram, and is untarnished by any stain resulting from a wrong done to the Guru. Let Ram's devotees now enjoy nectar to their heart's content, since you have made it so easy of access even on earth. Of your forebears, King Bhagirath brought down the celestial river, the very thought of which is a fountain of all choice blessings. As for Dasharath ji's virtues, they are more than one can describe. What more shall I say about him? He had no equal in the world. Won by his affection and meekness to Sri Ramji himself, appeared on the earth, Ramji, whom even Sita ji has never seen with his mental eyes to his heart's fill. You have created the peerless moon of your glory, which bears on it the figure of a deer, in the shape of love for Ramji. You feel distressed at heart, dear son, for no purpose. You fear poverty even though you have found the philosopher's stone. Listen, Bharat, I tell no falsehood. I am an ascetic dwelling in the forest and having no concern with the world. I obtained the happy and excellent reward of all spiritual practices when I saw Lakshman, Ram and Sita. The reward of that reward itself is your sight, on which not only I, but the whole of Prayag deserves to be congratulated. Bharat, you deserve all praise, since by your glory you have conquered the whole world. As he concluded his speech, the sage was overwhelmed with love. Those who were assembled there rejoiced to hear the sage's words, while the gods acclaimed Bharat and rained flowers on him. Even as Bharat heard the shouts of applause in the heavens as well as in Prayag, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Experiencing a thrill of joy all over his body, with his heart full of Sitaji and Ramji and his lotus eyes wet with tears, he made obeisance to the conclave of sages and thus spoke in voice choked with emotion. Here is an assembly of sages, and we stand at place which is known as the king of sacred places. Great harm will come to a man if he states even a fact on oath at such a place. And if one tells a lie, there will be no greater sin and depravity. I speak out the truth, knowing as I do that you are all wise, while the Lord of Raghus has access to the inmost recesses of one's heart. I am not at all sorry for what my mother has done, nor am I troubled at heart over the thought that the world will look upon me as mean. I fear not lest I should spoil my future life, nor do I grieve over my father's death, whose momentous deeds and fair renown shine forth throughout the universe, who had sons like Lakshman and Sri Ramji, who quitted his frail body as a result of his separation from Sri Ramji. Thus, there is hardly any occasion for lamentation on my account. What pains me is that, dressing themselves as hermits, Sri Ramji, Lakshman and Sitaji roam from forest to forest without shoes on their feet, clad in deerskin, living on bare fruits, reposing on the ground overspread with kusha grass and leaves, and halting under trees, they ever endure cold and sunshine, rain and storm. It is this burning agony which is ever consuming my breast, so that I feel no appetite by day and get no sleep at night. For this fell disease there is no remedy. I have mentally ransacked the whole world. My mother's evil counsel was like a sinful carpenter who used my interests as a cause and fashioned out the inauspicious wood of discord, a destructive fixed term of 14 years, planted it in the soil of Ayodhya. It is for my sake that she employed this infamous contrivance and brought ruin on the whole world. This calamity will cease only when Sri Ramji returns. By no other means can Ayodhya thrive again. The sage Bharadwaj was gratified to hear Bharat's words, and everyone applauded him in ways more than one. Grieve not much, my dear child. All your woes will disappear the moment you behold Sri Ramji's feet. After comforting him thus, the chief of sages Bharadwaj said, "Be my beloved guest and deign to accept the bulbs, roots and fruits and flowers that we may offer you." On hearing the sage's words, Bharat was troubled at heart, for he was faced with a hard puzzle at a difficult time. Then, realizing the weightiness of an elder's command, he adored the sage's feet and replied with joined palms, "Your orders must be respectfully obeyed. This is my paramount duty, my lord." Bharat's reply pleased the great sage Bharadwaj, who called his trusty servants and pupils by his side. Bharat ought to be entertained, therefore go and bring bulbs, roots and fruits. They bowed their heads with the words, "Very well, sir," and most gladly proceeded to take charge of their respective duties. The sage anxiously thought that he had invited a distinguished guest and that a deity must be worshipped according to his or her rank. Hearing of his riches of various kinds, riddhis, the supernatural powers, siddhis, like anima, the power of assuming atomic size, appeared in a visible form and said, "We are prepared to do your bidding, O Lord." Bharat as well as his younger brother Shatrughan and the whole company are distressed due to their separation from Ramji. Entertain them and relieve them of their fatigue, the great sage gladly said. The riches and supernatural powers in their embodied forms bowed to the command of the great sage and deemed themselves highly favored. The Siddhis said to one another, "Sri Ramji's younger brother Bharat is a guest beyond compare. Bowing at the sage's feet, let us do that which may gratify the whole of the royal party." So saying, they erected beautiful dwellings of various patterns which put to shame by their appearance the aerial cars of gods. They were replete with abundant luxuries and splendors which were coveted by mortals. Equipped with necessaries of all kinds, men servants and maid servants remained in attendance, focusing their attention on the pleasure of the guests. The Siddhis provided in an instant all the amenities which cannot be dreamt of even in heaven. First of all, they assigned to each of the guests quarters that were charming and comfortable and suited to the taste of the occupant. Thereafter, Bharat and his family were assigned quarters, for such were the instructions given by the sage. By dint of his penance, the great sage produced wealth that astonished the Creator, Brahmaji himself. When Bharat beheld the sage's power, the realms of all the rulers of the spheres looked small in his eyes. The luxuries were more than one could describe. The wise would forget their dispassion on seeing them. There were seats and couches, drapery, canopies, groves and gardens, birds and beasts of different species, sweet-scented flowers and fruits tasting like ambrosia, many a lake and pond of limpid water, foods and drinks of an undefiled and innocent character, which were more delicious than nectar and ambrosia, and which the guests would hesitate to accept like so many ascetics. Every house was supplied with a celestial cow, the cow of plenty, and the tree of paradise, Indraji, the king of gods, and his consort, Sashiji, grieve covetous at their side. It was the vernal season, and a cool, fragrant, and gentle breeze was blowing. Everyone had all the four prizes of life, that is, religious merit, worldly riches, sensuous enjoyment, and final beatitude within one's easy reach. At the sight of luxuries like garlands, sandal paste, women, and the guests were overcome by a mixed feeling of joy and sorrow. Joy at the unique hospitality shown by the sage by dint of his yogic powers, and sorrow because at a time when they should abstain from luxuries of every kind, they were being offered the same. Affluence, like female Chakravaka bird and Bharat as her mate, were imprisoned together that night in the cage of the hermitage by the sage's order, which may be compared here with a playful child, and they remained there till it was dawn. Bharat and his party took a dip into the Triveni, the confluence of the Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati. the chief of sacred places, and bowed their head to the sage, Bharadwaj. Bharat reverently received his orders and blessings, and prostrating himself made much supplication. Accompanied by expert guides and taking the whole host along with him, he proceeded on his journey with his thoughts directed towards Chitrakoot. Holding Sri Ramji's friend Guha by the hand, he walked along like the very incarnation of love. He had no shoes and no umbrella over his head, and his love, self-discipline, austerity, and piety were unfeigned. He asked his friend Guha to give an account of the wanderings of Lakshman, Sri Ramji, and Sitaji, while Guha narrated the same in soft accents. When he saw the spots where Sri Ramji had rested and the trees under which he had halted, the emotion within his breast could not be repressed. The gods who beheld his condition rained down flowers, the earth grew soft, and the road became pleasant. The clouds afforded him shade all along, and a delightful and excellent breeze kept blowing. The journey was not so agreeable to Sri Ramji as it proved to be for Bharat. The numberless beings, both animate and inanimate, that saw the Lord or was seen by the Lord in their turn had been rendered fit for the highest state. The sight of Bharat now finally rid them of the disease of transmigration. This was no great thing for Bharat, whom Sri Ramji ever cherished in his heart. Even they who utter the name of Sri Ramji only once in this world not only reach the other shore themselves, but are also able to take others across. As for Bharat, he is dearly loved by Sri Ramji, and he is his younger brother too. No wonder then that the journey should be delightful to him. Siddhas, a class of celestial beings, saints and great sages, observed thus and rejoiced at heart to behold Bharat. Indraji, the chief of gods, was filled with anxiety when he saw Bharat's power. The world is good to the good and vile for the vile. He said to his preceptor, the sage Brahaspati-ji, "Something must be done, my lord, to prevent the meeting between Ramji and Bharat. Sri Ramji is scrupulous by nature and is won by love, while Bharat is an ocean of affection. What has already been accomplished thus threatens to be undone. Therefore, finding out some stratagem, let us use it as a remedial measure." Hearing his words, the preceptor of the gods smiled and realized that, though endowed with 1,000 eyes, Indraji was really blind, lacked discernment. He said, "If anyone practices deception on a devotee of Sri Ramji, the Lord of Maya, it recoils on the artificer himself, O King of Gods. Last time we did something knowing that it had Sri Ramji's tacit approval, but by resorting to some underhand means, this time we are sure to meet with disaster. Listen, O Lord of Gods, it is Sri Ramji's nature not to be angry at any offense against himself. But he who sins against his devotees is surely consumed in the fire of his wrath. The story is well known, both in the world as well as in the Vedas. The sage Durvasaji know this glorious trait of Sri Ramji's character. Has anyone loved Ramji even as Bharat, whose name is ever on the lips of Ramji, while Ramji's name is repeated by the whole world? Never harbor in your mind, O Lord of the immortals, even the thought of frustrating the purpose of a devotee of Sri Ramji, the chief of Raghu's line, for the same will bring you infamy in this world, sorrow in the next, and a series of vows in your day-to-day life. Hear our advice, O King of Gods. A devotee is supremely dear to Sri Ramji. He is gratified through service rendered to his devotees and bears great enmity to those who are hostile to them. Even though the Lord is alike to all without either love or anger, and receives neither sin nor virtue, neither merit nor demerit, and even though He has made fate the ruling factor in this world, so that one reaps what one sows, yet according to as one possesses the heart of a devotee or an unbeliever, he appears to be impartial or hostile in his dealings. Though devoid of attributes, unattached, free from pride, and ever unchanged, Sri Ramji has assumed a form with attributes, yielding to the love of his devotees. Sri Ramji has ever respected the wishes of his devotees, the Vedas and Puranas, as well as saints and gods can bear testimony to this. Bearing this in mind, give up perversity and cherish ideal love for Bharat's feet. Sri Ramji's devotees are actively engaged doing good to others, share the sorrows of others, and are compassionate by nature. And Bharat is the very crest jewel of devotees. Therefore, be not afraid of him, O ruler of gods. The Lord is true to his word and a friend of the gods, while Bharat obeys Sri Ramji's orders. You are feeling uneasy only because you are dominated by self-interest. Bharat is not to be blamed at all. It is your ignorance which is responsible for your uneasiness. The chief of gods, Indraji, was overjoyed at heart to hear these valuable words of the heavenly preceptor, and his depression of spirit was gone. The Lord of Celestials therefore rained down flowers and gladly began to extol Bharat's noble disposition. In this way, Bharat went on his way, while sages and siddhas were filled with envy at the sight of this condition. Whenever he heaved a long sigh with the word Ramji on his lips, it seemed as if love overflowed on all sides. Even adamant and stones melted at his words. The love of the citizens was beyond description. Halting at one place on this side, the party arrived on the bank of the Yamuna, and Bharat's eyes were filled with tears as he gazed on its dark water, which reminded him of Sri Ramji's swathi form. At the sight of the lovely stream that possessed the same hue as the person of Sri Ramji, the chief of Raghu's line, Bharat and his party were plunged into an ocean of grief on account to separation from Sri Ramji, and were saved from drowning only by boarding the bark of discretion. That day they halted on the bank of the Yamuna. Everyone was provided with comforts according to the occasion. In course of the night, innumerable boats of untold varieties came from all ghats. At daybreak, the whole party crossed the river in a single trip. Everyone was pleased with the services rendered by the Nishad chief in this behalf. After performing their ablutions and bowing their heads to the river Yamuna, the two brothers, Bharat and Shatrughan, resumed their journey with the Lord of Nishats. At the head of the line, in chosen vehicles, travelled the principal sages, Vamdevji, Vashishtaji, and so on, followed by the royal host. Next followed the two royal brothers, both on foot. Their ornaments, costumes, and style of dress were all of the very simplest. They were accompanied by their servants, friends, and the minister's son, and went with their thoughts fixed on Lakshman, Sitaji, and the Lord of Raghus. They lovingly saluted each and every place where Sri Ramji had either encamped or rested a while. Hearing the news, the men and women who lived by the roadside left their household work and ran after the royal travellers, and having seen their comely form and affection, they all rejoiced on attaining the reward of their life. One woman lovingly said to another, "Friend, can they be Ramji and Lakshman or not? Their age, constitution, complexion, and comeliness of form are the same. Dear companion, their amiability and affection are also similar, and their gait too resembles that of Sri Ramji and Lakshman. Only their dress is not the same, and they are not accompanied by Sitaji, my friend. And an army complete in its 4 limbs, that is, horse and foot, elephants and chariot, is marching before them. Moreover, they do not wear a cheerful countenance, and their heart is heavy with sorrow. This difference makes me doubt their identity with Ramji and Lakshman, O friend." Her argument appealed to the rest of the women. They said, "There is none so clever as she." Applauding the latter and admiring the truth of her remarks, another woman spoke in sweet accents. She lovingly narrated the whole episode as to how the festivities in connection with Sri Ramji's installation had been obstructed. She then began to praise Bharat's amiability, affection, genial disposition, and good luck. Journeying on foot, living on fruits, and relinquishing the sovereignty bestowed by his father, Bharat is proceeding to persuade the chief of Raghu's line to return. Who can equal Bharat today? Bharat's brotherly affection, devotion, and conduct dispel the vows and evil of those who talk or hear of them. Whatever may be said with regard to them, dear friend, will be quite inadequate. It is no wonder that a brother of Sri Ramji should be like that. All of us who have seen Bharat and his younger brother have become praiseworthy among women. Hearing of his virtues and seeing his forlorn state, they lamented, "Surely he is not fit son for such a vile mother as Kaikeyi." Someone said, "The queen mother Kaikeyi is not to blame at all. All this has been accomplished by God, who is so favorably disposed to us. Of what account are we, vile women, excluded both from secular and Vedic rites, and impure by birth as well as by doings, who dwell in an accursed region, woodland, and in a wretched village, and are the worst of our class, that we should have such a sight, which is a reward of great religious merit?" There was a similar rejoicing and wonder in every village. It seemed as if a celestial tree had sprung up in a desert. At the sight of Bharat, the good fortune of the people by the roadside manifested itself as though by the will of Providence. Prayag had been brought within the easy reach of the people of Simhala, now known as Ceylon. Hearing his own praises as well as of Sri Ramji's virtues, Bharat went on his way thinking of Sri Ramji. Whenever he happened to see holy waters, he bathed in them, and whenever he caught sight of a hermitage or a temple, he made obeisance to it, asking in his heart only one boon, that is, devotion to the lotus feet of Sitaji and Ramji. Whomsoever he met, be he a Kola or any other forester, or even if he were an anchorite, a religious student, a recluse or a hermit, he would salute him and enquire in which part of the forest were Lakshman, Ramji and Videha's daughter Sitaji. They told him all the news of the Lord, and at the sight of Bharat obtained the reward of their life. Those persons who said they had seen the Lord doing well were counted as dear as Sri Ramji and Lakshman themselves. Thus in polite phrases he would make inquiries from all and hear the story of Sri Ramji's forest life. Halting that day in a suitable place, he resumed his journey early next morning, invoking the Lord of Raghus. Just like Bharat, everyone who accompanied him longed for a sight of Sri Ramji. Auspicious omens occurred to everyone. They had happy throbbings in their eyes and arms. Bharat and his whole host rejoiced at the thought that they would be able to see Sri Ramji, and the sting of their sorrows would come to an end. Each indulged in his own fancy, and all went intoxicated with the wine of love. Their limbs were getting out of control. Their legs tottered, and they spoke words in an incoherent way due to emotion. Sri Ramji's friend Guha presently pointed to Bharat the crest jewel of mountains Kamadgiri, which was naturally charming and in the vicinity of which, on the bank of the river Payaswini, dwelt the two brothers Sri Ramji and Lakshman along with Sitaji. Catching sight of the mountain, all fell prostrate on the ground with the cries of "Glory to Sri Ramji, the life of Janakji's daughter." The royal host was so overwhelmed with emotion as though the chief of Raghu's line had turned back towards Ayodhya. Bharat's love at that time was more than Sesha, the thousand-headed serpent king, could describe. It is as unapproachable to the poet as the bliss of absorption into Brahmaji to those who are tainted by egotism and mindness. Being all overpowered by love for the chief of Raghu's line, they had covered a distance of only 4 miles by the time the sun set. Perceiving a suitable site and water close by, they halted, and at the close of night, the beloved of Sri Ramji resumed his journey. There Sri Ramji awoke while it was yet dark. Sitaji saw in a dream that very night as if Bharat had come with his retinue, and that his body was tormented by the agony of separation from his lord. All who had accompanied him were sad at heart, miserable and afflicted, while her mother-in-law, she found change in appearance. On hearing of Sitaji's dream, Sri Ramji's eyes filled with tears, and he who rids others of their sorrow became sorrowful. This dream, Lakshman, bodes no good. Somebody will break terribly bad news. Saying so, he took his bath with his brother and worshipping the enemy of Tripura, Lord Shivji, paid his respects to holy men. After adoring the gods and reverencing the hermits, he sat down, gazing to the north. There was dust in the air, and host of birds and bees had taken to flight in panic and were making their way to the Lord's hermitage. Says Tulsidas Ji, he stood up when he saw this and wondered in his heart what could be the reason. Presently the Kolas and Kiratas came and told him all the news. When he heard the delightful words, he felt overjoyed at heart. A thrill ran through his body, and his eyes, that resembled the autumnal lotus, says Tulsidas Ji, filled with the tears of affection. Sita Ji's lord became anxious the very next moment. What can be the reason of Bharat's arrival? Then somebody came and spoke to him thus: he has with him no small army, complete in its 4 limbs, that is foot, horse, elephants and chariots. Hearing this, Sri Ramji felt much disturbed. On the one hand, there was his father's command, on the other, his regard for his younger brother Bharat. Realizing Bharat's disposition in his heart, the Lord found no proposition to fix his mind upon. Then he consoled himself with the thought that Bharat was submissive, good and reasonable. Lakshman saw that the Lord was troubled at heart and spoke what prudence demanded on that occasion. I make bold, my lord, to say something unasked, but a servant ceases to be impertinent if his impertinence is not inopportune. You, my master, are the crest jewel of the All-Wise, yet I, your servant, tell you my own mind. You, my master, are loving by nature and guileless of heart and storehouse of amiability and affection. You love and trust everyone and know all to be just like yourself. Fools given to the pleasures of sense are seized with infatuation on attaining power and reveal their true nature. Bharat is righteous, good and wise, and his devotion to the Lord's feet is known to the whole world. But now that he has attained Sri Ramji's, that is your position as the ruler of Ayodhya, even he has transgressed the bounds of righteousness. Finding an adverse situation and knowing that you are alone in the forest, this wily and wicked brother has plotted an evil design, and after making due preparations has come to make his sovereignty secure. Planning all sorts of wicked schemes, the 2 brothers have collected an army and marched here. If they had no wily intention and roguery at heart, who should like to bring chariots, horses and elephants? But why should one blame Bharat for nothing when we know that anyone in the world would be driven mad on attaining sovereignty? The moon god committed adultery with the wife of his guru, the sage Brahaspati Ji, while Nahus mounted a palanquin borne by Brahmanas, and there was none so vile as King Vain, an enemy of established usage as well as of the Vedic injunctions. King Sahasrabhu, Indraji, the Lord of Celestials, and King Trishanku, father of Harishchandraji, which of these was not brought into disrepute by the intoxication of kingly power? Bharat has resorted to a right expedient, for one should leave no trace of one's enemy or doubt in any case. But he has made one mistake in that he has despised Sri Ramji, yourself, as forlorn. And he will realize his mistake with vengeance today when he beholds Sri Ramji's, that is your indignant face on the battlefield. Even as he said, so he forgot his love of propriety, and the tree of his bellicose spirit burst into flowers in the shape of horripilation. Adoring the Lord's feet and placing their dust on his head, he spoke, revealing his own real and natural might. Pray do not take offense, my lord, if I tell you that Bharat has not provoked me, not a little. After all, how long shall I endure this and restrain my passion when my lord yourself is with me and the bow in my hand? A Kshatriya, a warrior by caste and born in the race of Raghu, I am known throughout the world as a servant of Sri Ramji, that is yourself. How then can I put up with such insult? What is so low as the dust on a road? But if you were to kick it up, it would rise to your head. As he rose and with joined palms asked leave to meet Bharat in an encounter, it seemed as if the heroic sentiment itself had awoken from sleep. Binding up the matted locks on his head and fastening the quiver to his waist, he strung his bow and took an arrow in his hand. Let me distinguish myself as a servant of Sri Ramji today and teach Bharat a lesson in the battle. Reaping the fruit of their contempt for Sri Ramji, let the two brothers sleep on the couch of the battlefield. It is well that the whole host has collected at one place. I shall therefore give vent to my past anger. Even as a lion, the king of bees, tears to pieces a herd of elephants, or just as hawk clutches the carries of a lark, so shall I lightly overthrow on the field Bharat as well as his younger brother Shatrughan and all their host. Even if Lord Shankarji comes to his aid, I swear by Sri Ramji that I will kill him in battle. Seeing Lakshman speak with such vehemence and fury, and hearing his solemn oath, all the spears trembled with fear, while their rulers were anxious to flee away in panic. The world was seized with terror, and a voice was heard in the air extolling the enormous strength of Lakshman's arm. Who can tell, dear child? Nay, who even knows your might and glory? But before doing anything, one must judge whether it is right or wrong. Then everyone would approve of it. They who act impulsively and repent afterwards are anything but wise. So declare the Vedas and the sages. On hearing this voice from heaven, Lakshman felt abashed. But both Sri Ramji and Sitaji addressed him kindly and politely. What you have said, dear Lakshman, is sound wisdom. The intoxication of kingly power is the worst of all. But of those rulers who have tasted it, they alone lose their head who have never waited on an assembly of saints. As for Bharat, I tell you, Lakshman, in the whole of God's creation, I have never seen or heard of anyone so good as he. Bharat would never be intoxicated with the sovereign power, even if he attained to the position of Brahmaji, Vishnuji, or Shivji. What, can a few drops of Kaji ever split the ocean of milk? Darkness may swallow the midday sun, and sooner may the heavens be absorbed into a cloud, or the jar-born sage Agastyaji, who is stated to have drunk of the ocean in a single draught, be drowned in the water collected in a cow's footprint. Nay, the earth may abandon its natural forbearance, and Mount Meru be blown away by the puff of wind discharged from the mouth of a mosquito. But Bharat will never be intoxicated by kingly power, O brother. Lakshman, I swear by you as well as by our father that there is no brother so good and innocent as Bharat. God, dear brother, creates the world by mixing the milk of goodness with the water of evil, while Bharat is a swan born in the lake of the solar rays that has sifted goodness from evil, choosing the milk of goodness and discarding the water of evil. He has illumined the world by his glory. Even as the Lord of Raghus extolled Bharat's virtues, amiably and noble disposition, he was drowned in an ocean of love. On hearing the speech of Sri Ramji, the chief of Raghu's line, and seeing his affection for Bharat, all the gods were full of applause and said, "Can you name such a gracious lord as Sri Ramji?" Had Bharat not been born into this world, who on this earth would have championed the cause of virtue in its entirety? Who else than you, O Lord of Raghus, can know Bharat's good qualities, which are unapproachable even to the race of bards? On hearing the words of the gods, Lakshman, Sri Ramji and Sita ji were more delighted than words can tell. There Bharat with all his host bathed in the sacred Mandakini. Then, leaving all the people on the riverside and taking permission of his mother's preceptor, the sage Vashishtaji, and the minister Sumantra, he proceeded to the spot where Sita ji and Sri Ramji were, taking the Nishad chief and his younger brother Shatrughan with him. As he thought of what his mother had done, he felt diffident and formed ill conjectures of every kind in his mind. God forbid that Sri Ramji, Lakshman and Sita ji leave the place on hearing my name and shift to some other place. Taking me to be an accomplice of my mother, nothing that might do would be too much. But looking to his own self, I am sure he will forgive my faults and receive me kindly. Whether he shuns me as one possessing a black heart or welcomes me as his own servant, my only refuge are Sri Ramji's shoes. He is really a noble master, while the whole blame lies with his servant, that is myself. The only beings deserved of fame in the world are the Kataka bird and the fish, who are clever in keeping ever fresh their vow of fidelity and love. Revolving these thoughts in his mind, he went on his journey, his whole body rendered powerless by diffidence and affection. The sinful act of his mother, Kaikeyi, dragged him back as it were, while the strength of his devotion pressed him forward, foremost among the resolute as he was. Whenever he thought of Sri Ramji's good nature, his feet moved quickly along the way. Bharat's gait at that time resembled the movements of a waterfly carried along the stream. Seeing Bharat's anxiety and affection, at that moment the Nishad chief forgot all about himself. Auspicious omens occurred, and the Nishad chief, after hearing of and reflecting on them, said, "Anxiety will pass away, giving place to delight, but in the end there will be sorrow." Bharat knew every word of his servant Guha to be true, and proceeding further, he drew near to the hermitage. When he saw the forest and the mountain range, he was as glad as a hungry man on getting excellent food. just as a people tormented by the fear of calamities and afflicted by threefold troubles, as well as by the influence of evil stars and by pestilence, feel happy on migrating to a well-governed and prosperous country. Bharat too had similar feelings. The natural wealth of the forest grew while Sri Ramji lived there, even as the people rejoice on securing a good king. The charming forest was the sacred realm referred to here. Discretion was the king who ruled over it, while dispassion was his counselor. Likewise, the 5 yamas and the 5 niyamas constitute the champions of the realm. Mount Chitrakoot stood for its capital, while peace and good understanding represented the virtuous and lovely queens. In this way, the good king was complete in all the limbs of a good state, and depending as he did on Sri Ramji's feet, his heart was full of zeal. Having conquered King Delusion, with all his host, King Discretion held undisputed sway in his capital, and joy, prosperity, and plenty reigned everywhere. The numerous hermits' habitations in the forest region were like so many towns, cities, villages, and hamlets comprising the king's dominion. The many birds of various colors and the beasts of different varieties constituted his countless subjects. The hares, elephants, lions, tigers, boars, buffaloes, and bulls presented a sight which attracted admiration. Shedding their natural animosities, they roamed about together like an army, complete in all its 4 limbs. Rills of water flowed and mad elephants trumpeted. Their noise resembled the beating of kettle drums of various kinds. Chakravakas, kakoras, katakas, parrots, and cuckoos and swans made delightful and merry concert. Swarms of bees hummed and peacocks danced, which showed as if there was universal rejoicing in that prosperous kingdom. Creepers, trees, and blades of grass alike were blossoming and bore fruit. The entire community thus wore a festive and delightful appearance. Beholding the beauty of Sri Ramji's hill, Chitrakoot, Bharat's heart overflowed with love, even as an ascetic who has reaped the fruit of his penance rejoices on the completion of his vow. In the meantime, the Nishad chief ran and climbed up an eminence and lifted his arm, exclaimed to Bharat, "My lord, look at those huge and noble trees of Pakar, the citron-leaved Indian fig tree, Jamun, the black plum, mango, and Tamal, in the midst of which stands out a beautiful and stately banyan, which is so charming to behold with its dark and dense foliage, red fruit, and unbroken shade, which is pleasant throughout the year, as if God had brought together all that was exquisitely beautiful and given it the shape of a dark and rosy mass. The trees in question, my lord, stand close to the riverside where the chief of Raghus has erected his hut of leaves. In front of it you will find a variety of charming basil shrubs planted here by Sitaji and there by Lakshman. And in the shade of the banyan tree there is a lovely altar raised by Sitaji with her own lotus hands, seated whereon the all-wise Sitaji and Ramji listen every day in the midst of a crowd of hermits to all kinds of stories and legends from the Agams, Vedas and Puranas. The moment Bharat heard the words of his friend Guha and saw the trees, tears rushed to his eyes The two brothers, Bharat and Shatrughan, made obeisance as they proceeded. Even Shardaji, the goddess of speech, felt diffident in describing their love for Sri Ramji. They were as delighted to behold Sri Ramji's footprints as a pauper who had stumbled on a philosopher's stone. Placing the dust on their head and heart, they applied it to their eyes and experienced the same degree of joy as they would on seeing the chief of Raghus himself. Perceiving Bharat's condition, which was altogether beyond description, beasts and birds and even inanimate creatures such as trees etc. were overwhelmed with emotion. Overpowered by love, Bharat's friend Guha lost his way, but the gods showed it to him and rained flowers. God realized saints as well as striving souls were filled with love at his very sight and began to praise his natural affection. If Bharat had not been born on this globe, or if the earth had not witnessed his love, it would not have been possible to turn inanimate into animate and animate into inanimate beings. For the sake of gods in the form of saints, the all-compassionate hero of Raghu's line extracted this nectar of love by churning the unfathomable depths of Bharat's soul, and it was separation from him which stood for Mount Mandara that served as a churning stick. The two charming brothers and their friend Guha could not be seen by Lakshman, screened as they were by a dense thicket. Bharat, however, saw the holy and lovely hermitage of his Lord, which was an abode of all fair blessings. Even as he entered it, his woe and affliction disappeared. It seemed as though a yogi had realized the supreme truth. Bharat saw Lakshman standing before the Lord and affectionately answering his queries. He wore matted hair on his head and had a hermit's robe girt about his loins. Besides, there was a quiver fastened to his waist, and he bore an arrow in his hand and a bow slung across his shoulder. On the altar, in the midst of an assembly of hermits and holy men, shone Sitaji and the Lord of Raghus, who was clad in the bark of trees and had matted hair on his head and a swarthy complexion. It seemed as though Ratiji and the god of love had appeared there in hermit's garb. He was revolving his bow and arrow between his lotus hands and would dispel by one's smiling glance the anguish of one's soul. In the midst of a charming ring of hermits, Sitaji and the moon of Raghu's rays shone forth like devotion and the Supreme Spirit, who is truth, consciousness and bliss combined, incarnated as it were in a circle of wisdom. Bharat, as well as his younger brother Shatrughan and friend Guha, were so enraptured that their joy and sorrow, pleasure and pain were all forgotten. Uttering the words, "Protect me, my lord, save me, my master," he fell flat on the ground like a log. Lakshman recognized his loving speech and concluded in his mind that it was Bharat making obeisance. On the one hand, there was the loving affection of an elder brother, Bharat, while on the other, there was the stronger claim of service to his master. He was, therefore, neither able to meet his brother Bharat nor ignore him. Some good poet alone could describe Lakshman's state of mind. He threw his whole weight on the side of service and remained where he was, even as a kite flyer would pull against a kite that has risen high in the air. Bowing his head on the ground, he lovingly said, Bharat is making obeisance to you, O Lord of Raghus. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sri Ramji started up as soon as he heard this, his robe flying in one direction and his quiver and bow and arrows in another. The all-compassionate Lord forcibly lifted Bharat and clasped him to his bosom. Everyone who witnessed the meeting of Bharat and Sri Ramji lost all self-conscience. How can the affectionate meeting be described? It was unapproachable to the poet in thought, word and deed alike. The two brothers overflowed with supreme affection. Their mind, reason, intellect and ego were all lost. Tell me, who can portray such noble love? By what shadow will the poet's mind seek to attain to it? The poet's solid strength lies in the theme to be worked on and the expression he uses. A dancer regulates his movements according to the cadence of the accompanying music. Unapproachable is the affection of Bharat and the chief of Raghu's line, which is beyond the conception of Brahmaji, the creator, Hariji, the protector, and Haraji, the destroyer of the universe. How then can I describe it, dull-witted as I am? Can an instrument strung with a cord made of a species of grass, known by the name of Gada, produce good music? When the gods witnessed the meeting of Bharat and the chief of Raghu's line, they were alarmed and their heart began to palpitate. The dull fellows were disillusioned only when their preceptor, the sage Brahaspati-ji, admonished them, and now they rained flowers and gave shouts of applause. After fondly embracing Shatrughan, Sri Ramji met the Nishad chief. Even so, with profuse love, Bharat embraced Lakshman while the latter was greeting him. Likewise, Lakshman eagerly met his younger brother Shatrughan and next clasped the Nishad chief to his bosom. Then the two brothers, Bharat and Shatrughan, greeted the host of hermits and were delighted to receive the blessings to their liking. In a rapture of love, Bharat and his younger brother Shatrughan placed on their head the dust of Sitaji's lotus feet and made obeisance to her again and again, while she lifted them each time and stroking their head with her lotus hand made them sit down. Sitaji blessed them in her heart. She was so overwhelmed with love that she lost all consciousness of her body. When they found Sitaji propitious in every way, they became free from anxiety and the imaginary fears of their heart were gone. No one uttered a word nor asked any question. The mind was so full of love that it had stopped its activity. Presently the Nishad chief collected himself and bowing his head submitted with joining palms. Stricken with grief due to separation from you, my lord, all your mothers, the people of the city, servants, generals and ministers, all have come along with the Lord of Sages, Vasishtaji. When the ocean of amiability, Sri Ramji, learned that his preceptor had come, he left Shatrughan by Sitaji's side and the all-merciful proceeded at once with quick steps, a champion of virtue and self-possessed that he was. On seeing the Guru, both the Lord and his younger brother Lakshman were overwhelmed with affection and prostrated themselves on the ground. The chief of sages, however, ran and clasped them to his bosom. He received them with a heart overflowing with love. Thrilling all over with emotion and mentioning his name, the Nishad chief too fell prostrate on the ground at a respectable distance. The sage, however, forcibly embraced him as a friend of Sri Ramji. It seemed as though he had gathered up love lying scattered on the ground. Devotion to the Lord of Raghus is the root of all choice blessings. With these words of praise, the gods in heaven rain flowers. There is no one so utterly vile as this man, and who is so great as Vashishtaji in this world. Yet on seeing him, the king of sages embraced him with greater joy than he did Lakshman. Such is the palpable glory and effect of adoring Sitaji's Lord. Sri Ramji, the all-compassionate and all-wise Lord, found all the people restless, and therefore, meeting the wish of everyone according to the sentiment each cherished in his heart, he and his younger brother met them all in an instant and relieved their distress and terrible agony. This was no great achievement for Sri Ramji. The sun would as well cast its reflection in millions of jars full of water simultaneously. All the citizens met Nishat chief with a heart overflowing with love and praised his good fortune. Sri Ramji found all his mothers as stricken with grief as a row of tender creepers that had been smitten by frost. First of all, he met Kaikeyi and softened her mind by his guileless disposition and devotion. He fell at her feet and then soothed her, attributing the blame to the wheel of time, destiny, and providence. The chief of Raghu's line thereafter met all his mothers and consoled them by exhorting them in the following words. Mother, the world is controlled by the will of God. No one should, therefore, be blamed. The two brothers, Sri Ramji and Lakshman, then adored the feet of their preceptor's wife, Arundhati, as well as of all those Brahman ladies who had accompanied her, paying them all the same honor as is due to the holy Ganga and goddess Gauriji, Shivji's consort, while the ladies gladly blessed them in soft accents. After clasping Sumitra's feet, they sought her lap, even as an abject pauper would hug a treasure. Both the brothers now fell at the feet of Mother Kaushalyaji, all their limbs overwrought by love. The mother most fondly clasped them to her bosom and bathed them with tears of affection. How can any poet describe the joy and grief of the occasion any more than a dumb man the taste of what he has eaten? After meeting their mother, the Lord of Raghus and his younger brother Lakshman requested their guru to accompany them. And on receiving the sage's command, the citizens encamped themselves wherever they saw a suitable site and water close by. Taking with them a few chosen people, that is, Brahmanas, the ministers, the queen mothers, and the preceptor, Bharat, Lakshman, and the Lord of Raghus proceeded to the holy hermitage. Sitaji came and threw herself at the feet of Vashishtaji, the chief of sages, and received the suitable blessings solicited by her mind. The affectionate manner in which she met the Guru's wife Arundhati ji and the wives of other hermits was beyond description. Adoring the feet of all one by one, Sitaji received blessings dear to her heart. When Sitaji saw all her mothers-in-law, the tender girl closed her eyes in dismay. They appeared to her like so many female swans falling into the hands of some fowler. What has a mischievous providence done? She said to herself. They too were so distressed when they gazed on Sitaji. We must bear all that fate imposes on us, they thought. Janakji's daughter then took courage in her heart, and with her dark lotus eyes filled with tears, she approached and embraced all her mother-in-law. Earth was enveloped in pathos at that moment. Throwing herself at the feet of all by turns, Sitaji greeted them with utmost love. Overwhelmed with emotion, they blessed her in their heart. May you continue to enjoy a happy wifehood. Finding Sitaji and all the queen mothers shaken with emotion, the wise Guru bade them all sit down. Declaring the nature of the world to be illusory, the Lord of Sages gave them some discourse on spiritual matters. He then announced the king's departure to heaven, and the Lord of Raghus was deeply pained to hear of it. Thinking the king had died on account of love for him, the firmest of the firm was much agitated. Hearing the unpalatable news, which was cruel as the thunderbolt, Lakshman, Sitaji, and all the queens broke out into lamentations. Nay, the whole assembly was so stricken with grief as though the king had died that very day. The chief of sages then comforted Sri Ramji, who, with all those present there, bathed in the heavenly stream. The Lord fasted that day, abstaining even from water. And even though persuaded by the sage, none else took a drop of water either. At daybreak, the Lord reverently and devotedly did all that the sage bade the delight of the Raghus to do. Having performed his father's obsequies as prescribed in the Vedas, the Lord, who was a son as it were to the darkness of sins, became pure again. The Lord, whose name itself is a fire to the cotton of sins, and whose very thought is the root of all choice blessings, attained purity even as the heavenly stream is consecrated by invoking into other sacred waters. Such is the verdict of holy men. When 2 days elapsed after the purification, Sri Ramji affectionately said to the Guru, "My Lord, all the people are sore distressed, living as they do on bulbs, roots, fruits, and water alone. When I behold Bharat and his younger brother Shatrughan, the ministers and all my mothers, every minute that passes seems as an age to me. Therefore, pray return to the city with all, for you are here, and the king, my father, is in heaven. There is no one to look after the city. I have said too much, and all this amounts of gross presumption on my part. Now, my lord, do what is proper. It is no wonder, Ram, that you should speak like this. A bulwark of righteousness and a home of compassion that you are. But grieved as the people are, let them derive solace by enjoying your sight for a couple of days." At the words of Sri Ramji, the assembly trembled with fear like a ship tossed on the ocean. When, however, they heard the auspicious words of the Guru, it seemed as though the wind had turned in their favor. Thrice in the day, in the morning, at noon, and in the evening, they bathed in the holy Payasvini river, the very sight of which wipes out the hosts of sins, ever feasting their eyes on Sri Ramji's, the incarnation of blessedness, and gladly prostrating themselves before him again and again. They were out to see the hill and woods hallowed by the presence of Sri Ramji, where reigned joy of every kind, and which was free from all sorrows. Water sweet as nectar flowed from springs, while soft, cool, and fragrant breezes soothed every pain of mind and body. Trees, creepers, and grasses of infinite variety, fruits, flowers, and leaves of many kinds, beautiful slabs of stone, and the delightful shade of trees, the splendor of the forest was beyond description. Lotuses adorned the lakes, water flows cooed, and bees hummed, while birds and beasts of various colors roamed about in the forest, free from animosities. The kolas, kiratas, bhils, and other dwellers of the forest prepared lovely bubbles of leaves, and filling them with honey, pure, fine, and delicious as nectar, presented them with small bundles of bulbs, roots, fruits, and sprouts to all the newcomers with humble submission and salutations, severely mentioning the taste, species, virtues, and name of each.